Welcome to our bedtime story haven, where the gentle glow of the cozy fireplace sets the perfect backdrop for a night of relaxation. Snuggle in and let our soothing narration transport you to a world of sweet dreams. As you unwind with the calming sounds of our video, remember that relaxation is your key to a restful night's sleep. We're so glad you're here to share this peaceful moment with us. Story 1. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in dappled patterns of gold and green, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, a cascade of fiery reds and burnt oranges that danced with the breeze, and her eyes mirrored the emerald depths of the forest itself, sparkling with curiosity and wisdom beyond her years. She possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and creatures that called this verdant realm their home. The soft breeze carried the whispers of the woodland, a symphony of rustling leaves and chattering wildlife, and Willow would listen intently, her eyes shining with wonder and a sense of belonging. The forest was alive with the scent of damp earth and wildflowers, a sensory tapestry that wrapped around Willow like a comforting embrace. Each step she took was cushioned by a carpet of moss, its springy texture cool against her bare feet, while the air was a vibrant mosaic of bird songs and the distant murmur of a babbling brook. One day, as she wandered among the towering oaks and sprawling ferns, the forest held its breath in anticipation of the discovery she was about to make. The air was thick with anticipation as Willow stumbled upon a peculiar object nestled beneath the roots of an ancient willow tree. It was a smooth, polished stone, unlike any she had seen before, its surface shimmering with hues that seemed to shift with every angle of light, like a kaleidoscope captured in stone. As her fingers grazed its surface, the stone began to glow with a faint, ethereal light, casting gentle shadows on the forest floor that seemed to dance in time with the rustling leaves. Willow's eyes widened in amazement, and she instinctively knew that this was no ordinary stone. In that moment, a gentle voice seemed to echo through the forest, reverberating in the cool, moss-scented air, beckoning her to embark on a journey unlike any other. Willow, the stone you hold is a key to a hidden world, a realm where the boundaries between reality and magic blur. The voice whispered, as if the very trees were speaking. You have been chosen to unlock its secrets and restore the balance that has been disrupted. Filled with a sense of wonder and trepidation, Willow clutched the stone tightly and followed the whispers deeper into the forest. As she ventured forth, the world around her began to transform. The trees seemed to bend and shift, their branches intertwining to form intricate pathways that glimmered with an otherworldly light. The earth beneath her feet pulsed with a soft, rhythmic beat, as if the very heart of the forest was alive, guiding her steps. Willow soon found herself in a realm unlike any she had ever known, a world where the elements danced in harmony and the lines between reality and dreams blurred. Here, the trees spoke in ancient tongues, their voices a blend of wisdom and mystery, and the very air hummed with magic. Each leaf was a page in a vast book of knowledge, and Willow felt herself drawn to the stories they held. As she explored this enchanted realm, Willow encountered wondrous creatures and beings that defied the laws of the world she knew. Among them was a wise old owl named Theron, whose feathers shone like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes gleamed with the knowledge of ages. Theron became her guide and mentor in this mystical land, his wisdom a beacon in the ethereal twilight. Theron explained that the balance between the natural world and the realm of magic had been disrupted by a powerful force, and it was Willow's destiny to restore the harmony. He presented her with a series of challenges, each more daunting than the last, that would test her courage, wisdom, and compassion. The first challenge was to mend the rift between two feuding clans of forest sprites, whose quarrel had caused the once lush meadows to wither and die. The sprites, tiny beings with wings like gossamer and laughter like tinkling bells, had long forgotten the shared history that bound them. Through her ability to communicate with the trees and her understanding of the interconnectedness of all life, Willow was able to broker peace between the warring factions. She reminded them of the ancient songs that spoke of unity and love, and soon the meadows began to bloom once more, a vibrant tapestry of colors and life. Next, Willow faced the task of unraveling a mystery that threatened to plunge the enchanted realm into eternal darkness. A malevolent force had stolen the essence of the sun, causing the land to be shrouded in an unnatural gloom. With Theron's guidance and her newfound friends, a mischievous fawn named Puck, with laughter that echoed like a babbling brook, and a loyal wolf companion named Luna, whose eyes mirrored the moonlit sky, Willow embarked on a perilous journey to the heart of the realm. Along the way, they encountered treacherous obstacles and cunning adversaries. In the shadowed depths of the forest, they faced a serpent of smoke and shadow, whose hiss was as cold as winter's breath. Yet, Willow's unwavering determination and the bonds of friendship she had forged proved unbreakable. In a climactic confrontation, they confronted the dark force, a swirling vortex of despair, and through a display of selfless courage, Willow was able to restore the sun's essence, bathing the land in radiant warmth once more. The sunlight poured through the trees, illuminating the world with a golden glow that banished the shadows. As Willow's journey in the enchanted realm neared its end, she realized that her greatest challenge lay within herself. Theron revealed that the true purpose of her quest was not merely to restore balance, but to unlock the potential within her own heart and soul. Through her experiences and the lessons she had learned, Willow had undergone a profound transformation. She had discovered the power of compassion, the strength of perseverance, and the importance of cherishing the beauty that surrounded her. The forest, once just a backdrop to her life, had become an integral part of her being, its rhythms and whispers echoing in her thoughts. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her newfound friends and the enchanted realm, carrying with her the wisdom and magic she had acquired. As she emerged from the forest, the scent of pine and the rustle of leaves accompanied her. She felt a sense of renewal, as if she had been reborn into a world brimming with possibilities. From that day forward, Willow walked a different path, one guided by the lessons she had learned in the realm of magic. She became a protector of the forest, using her gift to foster harmony between the natural world and the beings that called it home. Her days were filled with laughter, the calls of birds, and the rustle of leaves, a melody of life that echoed her heart's new purpose. And whenever she felt the weight of the world upon her shoulders, Willow would gaze upon the polished stone, now a cherished symbol of her journey, and remember the wonders she had witnessed, the friendships she had forged, and the courage that burned brightly within her soul. For in the end, the greatest magic was not found in the enchanted realm, but in the boundless potential that resided within each and every heart, waiting to be awakened by the power of love, courage, and belief in oneself. And as the seasons changed, painting the forest in hues of gold, crimson, and green, Willow knew that her story was but a single leaf in the vast, ever-growing tapestry of life. As she continued to walk her path, Willow found herself drawn to a secluded glade, hidden deep within the forest. This place, untouched by time, was a sanctuary where the air was thick with the fragrance of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees. Here, she would often sit by a crystal-clear pond, its surface reflecting the sky like a mirror, and listen to the stories whispered by the waters. One day, as she sat by the pond, the water began to ripple and shimmer, revealing the face of an old woman with eyes as deep and wise as the forest itself. "Willow," the woman spoke, her voice like the rustle of leaves in the wind, "you have learned much, but there is a final truth you must understand. The balance you seek is not just within the forest, but within yourself." Willow's heart stirred with the realization that her journey was far from over. The old woman's words were not just a conclusion, but a new beginning. She rose from her place by the pond, feeling the earth's pulse beneath her feet, each beat resonating with the harmony she had helped to restore. Determined to integrate this newfound wisdom into her life, Willow embarked on a quest to deepen her understanding of both the world around her and her own soul. She sought the counsel of the forest's eldest inhabitants, learning the ancient art of listening not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered that every rustle and chirp was part of a larger conversation, a dialogue that had existed long before her time. As the days turned into weeks, Willow began to teach others what she had learned. She became a beacon of hope for those who had lost their connection to the natural world, guiding them back to the paths they had forgotten. Under her care, the forest flourished like never before, becoming a sanctuary for all who sought its refuge. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Willow stood at the edge of the forest, her heart full of gratitude. The polished stone hung around her neck, a reminder of the journey she had undertaken and the magic she had discovered within herself. She knew that the world was full of challenges and that darkness would always seek to encroach upon the light, but she also knew that within her lay the strength to face whatever came her way. And so, with each step she took, Willow continued to weave her own story into the tapestry of life, her heart a beacon of light for all who wandered in darkness. Her tale was a testament to the power of courage, the beauty of love, and the endless possibilities that awaited those who dared to believe in the magic within themselves. As the forest sang its eternal song, Willow knew that her journey was not just her own, but a part of something greater. A never-ending story that would continue to unfold with every breath of the wind and every rustle of the leaves. In the months following her transformative journey, Willow's presence in the village at the forest's edge became a source of quiet inspiration. She often shared tales of her adventures with the children, their eyes wide with wonder, as she described the enchanted realm and the creatures inhabiting it. Her stories were more than mere entertainment. They were lessons wrapped in magic, instilling a deep respect for nature and the interconnectedness of all things. One particular evening, as the villagers gathered around a crackling fire, Willow recounted the tale of the sun's stolen essence. The flames danced in time with her words, casting flickering shadows that seemed to bring the story to life. As she spoke of the swirling vortex of despair and her triumph over it, the villagers felt a renewed sense of hope and courage, as if they too could overcome any darkness they might face. It was during this gathering that an elderly man, known for his wisdom and gentle demeanor, approached Willow. His eyes, though clouded with age, held a clarity that spoke of a life well lived. "Willow," he began, his voice steady and calm, "you remind us of the old tales we thought were forgotten. Your journey is a bridge between our world and the magic we once embraced." Willow listened intently, her heart swelling with gratitude. The man's words resonated with her, affirming her role as a guardian of the forest and a keeper of its stories. She realized that her journey had not only transformed her, but had also rekindled a sense of wonder and responsibility within her community. Inspired by this realization, Willow began to organize gatherings where villagers could share their own stories and experiences, fostering a sense of unity and collective wisdom. These gatherings became a cherished tradition, a time when the village's rich tapestry of tales was woven together, each thread adding depth and color to the larger picture. As the years passed, Willow's legend grew, her name spoken with reverence and respect. She became a symbol of hope and resilience, a living reminder of the magic within the forest and within each of them. Her presence was a gentle reminder that even in the face of adversity, there was always light to be found and magic to be embraced. And so, as the forest continued to thrive under Willow's watchful eye, its song echoing through the ages, she knew that her journey was far from over. With each new season, she discovered fresh wonders and challenges, her heart ever open to the mysteries of the world and the magic that lay within. Story 2. The Whispering Woods and the Starry Talisman. Once upon a time, nestled in the gentle embrace of rolling hills and lush meadows, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its cobblestone streets and houses, with thatched roofs that seemed almost to nod in agreement with the rhythm of the nearby river. The people of Willowbrook lived simple, contented lives, but they harbored an ancient secret that whispered through the branches of the forest surrounding their home. The Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods was a place of wonder, where the trees were said to murmur secrets to those who listened closely enough. It was a realm where time seemed to slow, and the air was always sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers. Amongst these trees, the villagers believed, resided creatures of lore and legends, unseen but ever present, watching over the land. In this village lived a young girl named Lila, who was as curious as she was kind-hearted. She had chestnut hair that danced in the breeze and eyes as blue as the summer sky, always wide with wonder. Lila was known for her adventurous spirit, often wandering the fields and dipping her toes in the cool waters of the river. Yet, despite her explorations, she had never ventured into the Whispering Woods, for she was waiting for the right moment, a moment that would soon come. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of gold and rose, Lila sat by her window, gazing at the twinkling stars. Her grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and a voice as soft as the leaves rustle, joined her. "The stars are bright tonight," her grandmother said, her words as soothing as a lullaby. "Yes, Grandma," Lila replied, her eyes fixed on the celestial display. "Do you think there are stories in the stars?" "Indeed there are," her grandmother nodded, "and sometimes those stories find their way to us when we least expect it." That night, as Lila drifted into dreamland, she dreamt of the forest. In her dream, the trees sang a song only she could hear, and from the heart of the woods, a gentle glow beckoned her. When she awoke the next morning, the song lingered in her mind, a siren call that she could not ignore. With the first light of dawn, Lila set off towards the Whispering Woods, her heart racing with anticipation. The morning air was crisp and cool, carrying with it the scent of dew-kissed earth. As she crossed the meadow, the flowers nodded in greeting, their petals still glistening with morning dew. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, Lila paused, feeling the weight of 1,000 unspoken stories pressing in from all sides. She took a deep breath, stepped into the shadows, and immediately felt the forest's embrace. The trees stood like ancient guardians, their trunks gnarled and twisted with age, and the canopy above was alive with birdsong. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a dappled mosaic on the forest floor. As Lila ventured deeper, she noticed the forest was indeed whispering. The leaves rustled in a language she couldn't understand, yet it was comforting, like a familiar melody. She followed a winding path that seemed to appear only as she needed it, guiding her with an unseen hand. After what felt like hours, Lila arrived at a clearing bathed in golden light. At its center stood an old oak tree, its branches stretching skyward like the arms of a benevolent giant. Beneath the tree's sprawling canopy, the ground was sprinkled with tiny white flowers, their fragrance sweet and inviting. There, nestled among the roots, lay an object that glimmered with an otherworldly light, a talisman shaped like a star. It was no larger than her palm and seemed to pulse with a gentle, rhythmic glow. As she reached out to touch it, a warm sensation spread through her fingers, traveling up her arm and settling in her heart. It was as if the talisman was alive, resonating with her very being. In that moment, Lila understood the truth of the stars' stories. This talisman was a fragment of the celestial cosmos, a piece of the heavens that had found its way to Earth. With it came a gift, an ability to understand the whispers of the forest and to see the hidden world within its depths. As she held the talisman, the forest around her transformed. Beams of light revealed hidden paths and secret groves, and the air shimmered with the presence of magical creatures, gentle sprites with wings like dragonflies, and wise old owls whose eyes held the wisdom of ages. The forest was alive in ways she had never imagined, a tapestry of magic and mystery. But the talisman's gift was not without its burden. Lila sensed a sadness in the forest, a longing that echoed in the rustle of leaves and the sigh of the wind. The Whispering Woods was under a spell of silence, its true voice muted by an ancient sorrow. Determined to uncover the mystery, Lila set out to find the source of the forest's lament. Her journey led her to a hidden glen, where a crystal-clear spring bubbled up from the ground, its waters singing a mournful tune. Sitting by the spring was a creature unlike any she had seen, a small fox-like being with fur the color of twilight and eyes that glittered like stars. The creature looked up as she approached, its gaze both curious and cautious. "Who are you?" it asked, its voice a soft echo of the forest's whispers. "I am Lila," she replied, kneeling beside it, "and I am here to help. The forest is sad, and I want to know why." The creature studied her for a moment before nodding. "I am Aster, guardian of this spring. Long ago our forest was vibrant and full of laughter, but a shadow fell upon it, a spell cast by those who feared our magic. They sought to silence our voices, and so the forest's song was lost. Lila listened, her heart aching for the forest's plight. "How can we break the spell?" she asked, her determination as bright as the talisman she carried. Aster smiled, a glimmer of hope in its eyes. "The spell can be broken by the light of friendship and the courage to believe. You must gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their song. Only then will the spell be lifted." With Aster as her guide, Lila embarked on a quest to rally the forest's inhabitants. Together, they journeyed through sun-dappled glades and moonlit clearings, spreading the word of hope and renewal. They were joined by creatures of all shapes and sizes, squirrels with bushy tails, rabbits with twitching noses, and birds that sang with voices like silver bells. As they traveled, Lila discovered the true magic of the talisman. It was not just a key to the forest's secrets, but a beacon that drew others to her, uniting them in a common cause. Her heart swelled with each new friend, their laughter mingling with the whispers of the trees. The forest began to change. The air was filled with the sound of rustling leaves and chirping crickets, and the ground trembled with the rhythm of paws and hooves. The creatures of the forest were awakening, their spirits lifted by the promise of a new dawn. On the night of the full moon, Lila and her companions gathered in the clearing beneath the ancient oak. The moon hung high in the sky, bathing the forest in a silvery glow. The talisman shone brightly in Lila's hand, casting a warm light that danced across the faces of those who had come to join her. With a deep breath, Lila raised the talisman above her head, its light merging with the moon's. "Let us sing," she called out, her voice echoing through the trees. "Let us sing the song of the forest, and let our voices be heard." And so they sang. The forest came alive with a melody that surged through the air like a river of sound, carrying with it the hopes and dreams of every creature present. It was a song of love and friendship, of courage and unity, a song that transcended words and filled the heart with joy. As the final notes faded into the night, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, rustling the leaves and lifting the spell that had bound the forest for so long. The trees shivered with delight, their whispers now clear and harmonious, echoing the song of freedom that had been restored. Lila felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of peace and fulfillment that filled her with a deep contentment. She turned to Aster, her eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Aster nodded, its eyes reflecting the light of the talisman. "Yes, you did. You reminded us of our song, and in doing so, you reminded us of who we are." The forest was alive with celebration, the air filled with laughter and joy, and as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the whispering woods stood renewed, a testament to the power of friendship and the courage to believe. With the talisman still glowing warmly in her hand, Lila knew she would always be a part of this magical world, a world where the stars told stories and the forest sang with the voices of those who dared to dream. Before she left, Lila took a moment to sit beneath the ancient oak, reflecting on the journey she had undertaken. She realized that the true magic of the Whispering Woods was not just in its beauty or its secrets, but in the connections she had made and the courage it had awakened within her. As she made her way back to the village, the soft light of dawn kissed the land, and Lila felt a profound sense of belonging. She carried with her the gift of the Whispering Woods, a gift not just of magic, but of wisdom and love, a gift that would guide her forevermore. With each step, she knew that her adventures were just beginning, and the stories of the stars and the whispers of the woods would forever be a part of her heart. During her walk back, Lila pondered the stories her grandmother had told her about the Whispering Woods. Tales of bravery and kindness, where villagers and creatures once coexisted in harmony, seemed more real than ever. She understood now that these stories were not just bedtime tales, but lessons in embracing the unknown and finding strength within oneself. As she approached the boundary of the woods, Lila stopped and turned, taking one last look at the towering trees that had become so familiar to her. The forest seemed to hum with a newfound vitality, a promise of adventure and mystery for those brave enough to enter its depths. Lila smiled, knowing that this was not goodbye, but merely a pause in her journey. Back in Willowbrook, The village was waking to the gentle touch of morning, unaware of the magic that had unfolded nearby. As Lila stepped onto the cobblestone streets, she caught sight of her grandmother, who was already tending to the garden, her silver hair catching the early rays of sunlight. "Lila, my dear," her grandmother called, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "Did you find any stories in the stars?" Lila nodded, her heart swelling with the truths she had uncovered. "Yes, Grandma. I found stories in the stars and in the whispers of the woods. They're stories of friendship, courage, and the magic that lives in our hearts." Her grandmother embraced her warmly, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. "Then you've discovered the greatest treasure of all. Hold on to it, Lila, for it will carry you through life." With her grandmother's words echoing in her heart, Lila felt a deep sense of peace. She knew that the Whispering Woods would always be there, a place of wonder and magic, a place where stories were born and dreams took flight. And with the talisman nestled safely in her pocket, she was ready to face whatever adventures lay ahead, guided by the light of the stars and the whispers of the woods. As days passed, Lila became a beacon in Willowbrook. The villagers noticed a change in her, a quiet confidence and a sense of wonder that seemed to draw people in. She spent her days recounting tales of the Whispering Woods, sharing the stories and lessons she had learned with anyone who would listen. Her words ignited a spark of curiosity among the villagers, leading to a newfound appreciation for the mysterious forest on their doorstep. During one of her storytelling sessions at the village square, a boy named Finn approached her. With sandy hair and eyes filled with curiosity, Finn had always been fascinated by the woods, but too timid to venture inside. "Lila," he asked, "do you think the forest would speak to me too, if I listened?" Lila smiled, recognizing the same spark of adventure in his eyes that had driven her. "The forest speaks to all who have the courage to listen, Finn. It tells different stories to each of us, and perhaps it holds a tale just for you." Inspired by her words, Finn and several other children from the village began to explore the outskirts of the forest, their laughter and excitement echoing through the trees. Lila often joined them, guiding them with the wisdom she had gained, encouraging them to embrace the unknown. The village of Willowbrook began to change subtly, reflecting the magic of the Whispering Woods. The villagers planted wildflower gardens, mimicking the vibrant beauty of the forest. Festivals were held to celebrate the stories of the stars, with dances and songs that echoed the forest's melody. The connection between the village and the woods grew stronger, a testament to the enduring power of imagination and belief. One evening, as Lila sat with her grandmother under the starlit sky, she reflected on the journey that had brought her here. "Grandma," she said softly, "I used to think the Whispering Woods was just a place of mystery. But now I see it's a part of who we are, a reminder that there's magic all around us if we choose to see it." Her grandmother nodded, her eyes filled with pride and love. "The magic of the Whispering Woods lives in you, Lila. You've shared its light with the village, and that light will continue to shine through the stories you tell and the dreams you inspire." With the stars as her guide and the whispers of the woods as her song, Lila knew that her journey was far from over. She had become a storyteller, a keeper of magic and dreams, her heart forever intertwined with the enchanted forest. And as she gazed at the starlit sky, she felt a sense of peace and purpose, knowing that the greatest adventures were yet to come. As the seasons changed, Lila continued to nurture the bond between Willowbrook and the Whispering Woods. The villagers, inspired by Lila's tales, began to engage in annual rituals, celebrating the unity between the village and the forest. They crafted lanterns that mimicked the twinkling stars, releasing them into the night sky as symbols of hope and dreams. Lila's grandmother, now frailer with age, watched with pride as her granddaughter blossomed into a leader, a bridge between the everyday world and the magical realm of the forest. "You've brought the light of the stars down to earth, Lila," she said one evening, her voice filled with warmth. In time, Lila's home became a sanctuary for those seeking wisdom and guidance. Villagers and travelers alike visited, hoping to experience the wonder of the Whispering Woods through Lila's stories. Her humble dwelling, adorned with mementos from her adventures, became a beacon of inspiration where dreams took root and grew. One particularly chilly night, as the first snowflakes of winter began to fall, Finn approached Lila with a newfound determination. "Lila," he said, his breath visible in the cold air, "I've been listening to the forest, and I think I've found my story." Lila's eyes sparkled with delight. "Tell me, Finn, what did the forest whisper to you?" Finn grinned, his cheeks flushed with excitement. "It whispered of a hidden glade where the oldest tree in the woods stands. They say it holds the memories of all who have passed through, and I want to find it. I want to hear its stories." Encouraged by Finn's resolve, Lila offered to accompany him on his quest. Together, they ventured into the Whispering Woods, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the Talisman. As they walked, the forest seemed to welcome them, its whispers guiding their way. After a journey filled with wonder and discovery, they reached the ancient tree. Its bark was adorned with intricate patterns, and its branches stretched towards the sky as if embracing the stars. Finn placed his hand on the tree's trunk, feeling its warmth and wisdom. And there, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Finn listened to the tree's stories. Tales of courage and unity, love and loss, echoed through the glade, weaving a tapestry of memories that spanned generations. Finn understood then that his story was just one of many, a thread in the vast fabric of the Whispering Woods. As they returned to Willowbrook, Lila and Finn carried with them the stories of the ancient tree, ready to share them with the village. The bond between the village and the forest grew ever stronger, a testament to the enduring power of belief and imagination. With each passing season, Lila's tales continued to inspire new generations, ensuring that the magic of the Whispering Woods lived on. The village of Willowbrook thrived, a place where dreams and reality intertwined, and where the stars always told their stories. And so, under the endless sky and the watchful stars, Lila's journey continued, her heart forever intertwined with the Whispering Woods, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the magic that lives within us all. The end. Story 3. In the velvety expanse of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds upon a midnight fabric, there existed a small, bustling starport known as Nova Haven. It was a place where the many paths of the universe converged, where travelers from countless worlds paused on their journeys. The air was a fragrant blend of exotic spices and the hum of engines, while the sky was a canvas painted with the colors of myriad suns setting and rising. Nova Haven was more than just a mere waypoint. It was a cultural mosaic, with stalls and shops lining its corridors, offering artifacts and delicacies from across the galaxy. The spaceport thrummed with life, each corner echoing with the laughter of travelers and the distant melodies of alien instruments. The scents of roasted krell nuts mingled with the sharp tang of metallic ores, crafting a symphony of aromas that spoke of distant worlds. In this vibrant hub of life, two unlikely companions first crossed paths. One was a creature of elegance and grace, named Leora, hailing from the water world of Soltran. Her skin shimmered like the surface of the sea, iridescent and ever-changing, reflecting the colors around her. Her people communicated through a harmonious blend of sound and light, a language as fluid as the waves themselves. Leora was on a pilgrimage of sorts, seeking the fabled harmonic crystal that was said to enhance her people's abilities to resonate with the universe's natural frequencies. The other was a rugged explorer named Rin, from the rocky planet of Taros. His skin was the color of copper, and his eyes, deep and earthy, seemed to hold the wisdom of ancient mountains. He spoke with the earthy accent of his people, who valued strength and endurance, living amidst the towering cliffs and endless deserts of their home. Rin was on a mission to procure rare minerals that could help sustain his planet's dwindling resources, a task that weighed heavily on his broad shoulders. Their meeting was not one of immediate friendship. In fact, it was fraught with misunderstanding. Leora and Rin found themselves standing before the great central fountain of Nova Haven, a masterpiece of engineering that flowed with luminescent water. Leora was entranced, her body casting a kaleidoscope of colors onto the fountain's surface, while Rin, weary and in search of a place to rest, accidentally splashed her with a careless toss of his satchel. Startled, Leora reacted with a flash of her vibrant luminescence, a gesture of surprise that to Rin appeared hostile. "Watch where you're going," he huffed, his voice rough like gravel. Perhaps you should be more considerate, Leora replied, her tones rippling like a gentle stream, though tinted with irritation. Their initial interactions were marked by such clashes, each misunderstanding the other's intentions. Rin, accustomed to the directness of his people, found Leora's fluid communication perplexing, while she struggled to interpret his gruff manner as anything but rude. Yet the universe has a way of guiding souls towards growth, and soon their paths became entwined in a shared challenge. A sudden storm of cosmic energy swept through Nova Haven, disrupting communications and grounding all ships. The starport was thrown into chaos, its inhabitants seeking shelter and solutions. It was amid this turmoil that Leora and Rin found themselves unexpectedly allied. The storm had damaged a crucial energy conduit, and without immediate repairs, the starport's life support systems were at risk. Rin's knowledge of mechanics and Leora's ability to manipulate energy with her harmonics made them the perfect team, though neither realized it at first. Their work together was initially awkward. Rin's tools clattered noisily as he muttered under his breath, while Leora's calming melodies attempted to soothe the volatile energy. But as they labored side by side, a quiet understanding began to blossom. They learned to listen, Rin to the subtle shifts in Leora's tones that conveyed her intent, and Leora to the rhythm of Rin's work, finding a melody in the metallic clangs and hisses. As they toiled, a pivotal scene unfolded in the quiet corridors of the starport. A child, lost and frightened in the chaos, stumbled upon them. Her eyes were wide with fear and her tiny hands clutched a tattered blanket. Without hesitation, Leora knelt down, her luminescent skin casting a comforting glow around the child. She sang a soft, soothing lullaby, a melody from her home world that calmed the child's trembling heart. Rin watched, a new understanding dawning within him. He saw beyond Leora's ethereal grace, recognizing the compassion that motivated her actions. It was a moment of revelation, a bridge connecting their worlds. Slowly, their efforts bore fruit. The conduit hummed back to life under their combined skill, and the starport systems blinked back on, bringing a sigh of relief that rippled through Nova Haven. In the aftermath, as the storm abated and the cosmos regained its tranquil rhythm, Leora and Rin sat together, watching the fountain glow against the backdrop of the now calm sky. It was a moment of peace, where the air was sweet with the scent of rain, and the gentle chatter of grateful travelers filled the air. "Thank you," Leora said softly, her voice a blend of gratitude and newfound respect. Rin nodded, a smile breaking through his rugged exterior. "I might have been lost without your help," he admitted, his tone warmer, more open. Their bond, forged in adversity, was now tempered by understanding. They spoke of their worlds, sharing stories of oceans and mountains, of cultures and customs so different yet bound by the same stars. Each story was a thread, weaving together a tapestry of friendship that was as strong as it was unexpected. To deepen their connection, they decided to visit the Hall of Echoes, a place within the starport where the walls resonated with the whispers of past travelers. As they entered, the air was thick with history, with the whispers telling tales of love, loss, and hope. It was a place that transcended language, where emotions were felt rather than heard. Leora paused at a mural depicting a great sea voyage, the colors shifting with the ambient light. "My ancestors believed in journeys that transformed the soul," she mused, her voice filled with reverence. Rin, tracing the outline of a mountain etched into the wall, nodded. "On Taros, every journey begins with a step of courage," he replied, understanding the mutual respect for their heritages. As they stood there, a gentle hum enveloped them, a symphony of voices blending into one. It was as if the universe itself was acknowledging their newfound friendship. In that moment, Leora and Rin realized that their meeting was not mere coincidence, but a convergence of destinies guided by the stars. As they lingered in the Hall of Echoes, Leora and Rin were approached by an elder, his eyes wise and knowing, a keeper of the starport's history. He shared tales of ancient travelers whose paths had crossed in Nova Haven, their interactions altering the courses of entire worlds. It was a reminder of the significance of their own meeting and the potential impact of their actions beyond their immediate understanding. "Your journey together is just beginning," the elder said, his voice a gentle rasp like leaves in a breeze. Remember, the stars guide those who are willing to reach beyond the familiar. With this new perspective, Leora and Rin emerged from the Hall of Echoes with a renewed sense of purpose. They decided to extend their stay in Nova Haven, not merely as a waypoint, but as a foundation for their growing alliance. They began exploring the starport more deeply, engaging with other travelers, sharing stories, and learning from diverse cultures. In one memorable scene, they joined a festival celebrating the cosmic harvest, a tradition that brought together beings from countless systems. The air was alive with music and laughter, and Leora and Rin found themselves swept into a dance of whirling colors and vibrant rhythms. It was a celebration of life, a tapestry of joy interwoven with the myriad threads of the universe. Through these experiences, Rin's gruff exterior softened, revealing a humor and warmth that lay beneath. He found himself laughing easily, his laughter a deep, resonant sound that drew others to him. Leora, in turn, grew more attuned to the subtle strengths of those around her, recognizing the courage in Rin's heart and the resilience of his spirit. The cosmos seemed to hum with a new melody, one that spoke of unity and the endless possibilities that lay in the convergence of different worlds. As the festival drew to a close, Leora and Rin stood side by side, gazing at the stars that stretched infinitely above them. "It seems the universe has plans for us," Leora said softly, her voice blending with the gentle music of the night. Rin nodded, his eyes reflecting the starlight. "Together we can face whatever lies ahead," he replied, his tone filled with the certainty of newfound friendship. As they prepared to continue their travels, they visited the Starlit Archives, a vast library filled with holographic tomes and digital scrolls chronicling the histories of countless worlds. Here, they encountered an enigmatic historian named Elara, who spoke of a mysterious phenomenon known as the Celestial Convergence, an event where the paths of travelers align, often leading to transformative changes in their destinies. Intrigued, Leora and Rin delved deeper, learning that the convergence was not just a myth but a rare cosmic event that had been documented through ages. Elara, with her silver hair and eyes that shimmered like nebula, explained that those touched by the convergence often found their fates intertwined in ways they could never have imagined. "This is but the beginning of your journey," Elara said with a knowing smile. "Embrace the unknown, for it is there that you will find your true selves." Leaving the archives, Leora and Rin felt a renewed sense of wonder, their hearts alight with the possibilities that lay ahead. They realized that Nova Haven had become more than a mere stopover. It was a crucible of change, a place where their paths had crossed and would forever be entwined. As they ventured out, the pair decided to explore the lesser-known corridors of Nova Haven, where the whispers of the past still lingered and the stories of unseen travelers echoed. It was in these shadowed walkways that they stumbled upon a forgotten chamber, its entrance partially concealed by the overgrowth of time. Inside, they discovered relics of ancient travelers, maps drawn by hands long gone, artifacts from worlds lost to the ages, and journals filled with the hopes and dreams of those who had once passed through. Among these treasures, Leora found a shard of crystal that resonated with a familiar hum, harmonizing with her own energy. It was as if the crystal had been waiting for her, a piece of the puzzle she sought. Rin, meanwhile, uncovered a small, intricate device that seemed to pulse with a faint, steady glow. It was a miner's tool, crafted by a long-forgotten race, designed to locate hidden veins of precious minerals. Its discovery was a boon for his quest, a link to the resources that his world desperately needed. Together, these discoveries strengthened their resolve, providing tangible connections to their respective homes and missions. It was a poignant reminder that their individual quests, while different, were deeply interwoven by the threads of fate. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, Leora and Rin ventured forth into the universe, carrying with them the light of newfound friendship, a beacon in the vast, wondrous expanse of the cosmos. As they embarked on their journey, they knew that they were not alone, for the stars themselves seemed to guide them, whispering promises of adventures yet to come. Story 4. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed gently with the rhythm of an ancient lullaby, there rested a quaint little village named Willowbrook. The village was nestled beside a babbling brook, its waters twinkling under the silvery moonlight, and every home seemed to glow with the warmth of a crackling hearth. The air was perpetually scented with the earthy aroma of moss and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers, creating an atmosphere that felt like an eternal embrace of nature. The gentle breeze carried the whispers of old tales, spinning stories of the forest's past through the rustling leaves. In this village lived a young girl named Lily, known for her curious mind and kind spirit. Her eyes were the color of the brook under a cloudy sky, and her laughter was as infectious as the melody of birds at dawn. She had an insatiable thirst for the unknown, a spark that set her apart from the other villagers. Her room was filled with sketches of the flora and fauna she encountered, each drawing accompanied by careful notes in her delicate handwriting. Lily had a particular fondness for exploring the woods, where the air always smelled of pine and the earth was soft beneath her feet. Her closest companion was a wise old owl named Sage, whose feathers were as soft as velvet and whose eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. Sage had been a part of the woods longer than any tree could remember, and he carried the wisdom of the ancients in his knowing gaze. One crisp autumn evening, as the first leaves began to paint the ground with hues of amber and gold, a peculiar thing began to happen in Willowbrook. Each morning, the villagers awoke to find their shoes missing from their doorsteps. This was a curious mystery, for the people of Willowbrook always left their shoes outside at night, believing the fresh morning dew would bring good luck. The villagers, a mix of farmers, artisans, and storytellers, gathered in the village square, their faces a blend of amusement and bewilderment. Old Thomas, the village blacksmith, chuckled heartily as he recounted tales of mischievous woodland sprites, while young Alara, an aspiring storyteller, scribbled down every word, weaving the situation into her burgeoning collection of tales. Lily decided to take it upon herself to solve this mystery. She had a knack for noticing the little details that others might overlook, and she knew the forest paths better than anyone. With Sage perched upon her shoulder, she set out to find the answer. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of violet and indigo. The crisp air nipped at her cheeks, invigorating her spirit with a sense of adventure. As they walked along the moonlit paths, the gentle rustle of leaves underfoot and the distant hoot of an owl created a symphony of night sounds. They passed by fields of lavender, their scent mingling with the crisp autumn air, and crossed bridges where the brook sang its endless melody. The world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the mystery to unfold. The deeper they ventured, the more they noticed the subtle glow of bioluminescent mushrooms, casting a soft, otherworldly light on the forest floor. "Who would take the shoes and why?" mused Lily, her breath visible in the cool air. "Perhaps the answer lies not in the taking, but in the giving," replied Sage wisely. His voice was deep and soothing, like the rustle of pages in an ancient book. Lily pondered this as they continued their journey. They soon arrived at the edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and their branches intertwined like the fingers of old friends. Here the air was filled with the scent of moss, and the soft glow of fireflies danced amongst the shadows. The fireflies seemed to form intricate patterns, whispering secrets of the woods to those who were patient enough to listen. It was then that Sage noticed something unusual, a small trail of glittering dust that shimmered like the first frost of morning. With a flap of his wings, he guided Lily to follow it. The trail led them deeper into the heart of the woods, where the trees stood like silent sentinels guarding ancient secrets. The air here was thick with enchantment, each breath a heady mix of mystery and excitement. As they followed the trail, they stumbled upon a hidden grove, a place Lily had never seen before. The grove was alive with the soft hum of magic, its air tingling with anticipation. Here, the ground was carpeted with soft moss, and the air was filled with the distant melodies of a flute, hinting at joy and celebration. The music seemed to weave through the trees, inviting them to join in a dance long forgotten by humankind. In the center of the grove was a circle of toadstools, each one dusted with the same sparkling powder. In the center of the circle was a tiny creature, no taller than a mushroom, with wings as delicate as gossamer and eyes that twinkled like dewdrops. The creature's wings caught the moonlight, casting a rainbow of colors around her, as if she were cloaked in fragments of a rainbow. "Welcome, Lily and Sage," chimed the creature in a voice as soft as the breeze that rustled the leaves. "I am Twinkle, the keeper of the Woodland Festival." Lily and Sage exchanged curious glances, intrigued by this unexpected encounter. Twinkle's presence was both ethereal and grounding, as if she was a bridge between two worlds. Her movements were graceful, almost like a dance, as she flitted around the grove, leaving trails of shimmering dust in her wake. "I've been borrowing your shoes," Twinkle explained, a hint of mischief in her smile. "You see, in the world of woodland creatures, there's a festival that comes but once a year. We celebrate the changing of the seasons, and we needed shoes to help us dance." Lily listened intently, her heart warmed by the innocence of the creature's intentions. "But why didn't you ask?" she inquired gently, her voice filled with genuine curiosity and understanding. Twinkle blushed, the color of her cheeks deepening like the sunset. "We didn't want to disturb your peaceful village, and we thought it might be a nice surprise." Sage nodded wisely. "Perhaps next time, an invitation might be the best way to share in the joy." With a twinkle in her eye, Twinkle agreed, promising that the villagers would be invited to the next festival, to dance alongside their woodland friends. As they conversed, the grove transformed around them, revealing hidden wonders. Creatures of all shapes and sizes emerged from the shadows, their bodies adorned with intricate patterns of glowing paint. They danced and twirled, their movements synchronized with the pulsing rhythm of the forest. It was a breathtaking spectacle, a living tapestry of color and sound that spoke of ancient traditions and the timeless bond between nature and magic. Enthralled by the beauty of the festival, Lily found herself swept up in the celebration. She spun and twirled with the woodland creatures, her laughter echoing through the trees. Sage, too, joined in the merriment, his wings gleaming under the moonlight as he soared above the festivities. As the night wore on, a new figure emerged from the depths of the forest. It was an elderly faun, his fur dappled with silver and gold, and his eyes reflecting the wisdom of countless seasons. His presence commanded a serene authority, and as he approached, the music softened, allowing his voice to carry gently through the grove. "Welcome, friends," the faun spoke, his voice a harmonious blend of leaves and wind. "I am Eldrin, the guardian of these woods. It is my duty to ensure the balance of our world and to nurture the harmony between our realms." Lily and Sage listened intently as Eldrin continued, revealing that the festival was not just a celebration, but a ritual of renewal. By borrowing the shoes, the woodland creatures were honoring the bond between the forest and the village, ensuring that the changing seasons brought prosperity to both. "The shoes carry the spirit of your village, the essence of your year's journey," Eldrin explained. "In return, we offer our magic to protect and bless your home." The revelation deepened Lily's understanding of the world around her. She realized that the mystery of the missing shoes was not merely a whimsical tale, but a profound connection between her village and the forest. The festival was a reminder that every step they took in life was part of a larger dance, a shared journey with the natural world. The next morning, as the first light of dawn filtered through the canopy, Lily returned to the village with Sage on her shoulder, the mystery of the missing shoes finally unraveled. The villagers gathered around, their eyes wide with wonder, as she recounted the tale of the woodland festival. Children giggled with delight, imagining the tiny creatures dancing in their shoes, while the elders nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the deeper meaning of the forest's gesture. Inspired by the story, the villagers began to make preparations for the next festival. The village cobbler, a meticulous craftsman named Harold, decided to create a special collection of shoes for the event. His workshop became a hive of creativity, filled with the scent of fresh leather and the sound of hammers tapping rhythmically. Each pair of shoes was adorned with motifs of leaves and stars, reflecting the beauty of the whispering woods. As the weeks passed, the bond between Willowbrook and the forest deepened. Villagers often ventured into the woods, leaving small offerings of fruit and flowers as tokens of gratitude. In return, the forest seemed to hum with a renewed energy, its creatures appearing more frequently at the village's edge, their their eyes twinkling with curiosity and friendliness. Spring arrived with a burst of color, painting the village and the forest in vibrant hues. The day of the festival approached, and excitement buzzed through Willowbrook like a lively melody. As twilight descended, the villagers donned their specially crafted shoes and made their way to the hidden grove, guided by the soft glow of lanterns that lined the path. The festival was a sight to behold. Creatures of the forest and villagers alike danced to the music of flutes and drums, their movements weaving together like the threads of an intricate tapestry. Laughter and joy filled the air, mingling with the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the warm glow of firelight. Eldrin watched over the festivities, his presence a reassuring reminder of the harmony between the two worlds. As the night wore on, Lily found herself standing at the edge of the grove, her heart full of gratitude and awe. She looked up at Sage, who perched on a low branch, his eyes reflecting the starlit sky. "We did it, Sage," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the music. "We helped bring our worlds together." Sage hooted softly in agreement, his wings rustling gently. "Indeed, my dear Lily, you've reminded us all of the magic that exists when we embrace the unknown and cherish our connections." With the festival drawing to a close, the villagers began their journey back to Willowbrook, their hearts and spirits uplifted by the night's events. The festival had become more than a celebration. It was a symbol of unity, a testament to the enduring bond between the village and the forest. And so, with the mystery resolved and new friendships forged, the village of Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber, wrapped in the comforting embrace of the whispering woods. The gentle rustling of leaves and the soft hoots of a watchful owl mingled with the night air, cradling the village in a serene and restful night. The bonds formed that autumn night grew stronger with each passing year, weaving a tapestry of stories and shared memories that would be told for generations to come. Story 5. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Anwen. Her home was a quaint cottage, its stone walls entwined with ivy and its thatched roof a cozy shelter against the world. The scent of lavender and rosemary from her mother's herb garden often wafted through the open windows, mingling with the earthy aroma of the surrounding forest. Anwen was known for her keen curiosity and boundless imagination, always finding the extraordinary in the ordinary. Her eyes, the color of the sky after a summer storm, often sparkled with the promise of adventure, and her laughter was a melody that danced through the village, inviting others to join in her mirth. The village itself was a tapestry of vibrant hues and harmonious sounds. Children's laughter echoed through the cobblestone streets, mingling with the gentle clatter of horse-drawn carts and the rhythmic clanging of the blacksmith's hammer. The fragrance of freshly baked bread wafted from the bakery, mingling with the earthy scent of the early morning dew. The villagers were a tight-knit community, sharing stories by the fireside and helping one another with daily tasks, their lives intertwined like the ivy vines that adorned Anwen's home. At the heart of the village square stood an ancient oak tree, its branches reaching out like arms embracing the sky, a silent witness to the passage of time. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, Anwen set out for a walk through the woods, accompanied by her faithful companion, a gentle rabbit named Thistle. Thistle was a curious creature, his fur as soft as dandelion fluff and his eyes twinkling with mischief. Together, they ventured further than ever before, their path dappled with sunlight and the scent of pine in the air. Anwen's heart raced with a mix of excitement and apprehension, for the woods held mysteries that whispered on the very air she breathed. The forest was alive with the chatter of squirrels and the distant call of a woodpecker, creating a symphony that stirred Anwen's soul. As they wandered deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, carrying with it the rich aroma of damp earth and fallen leaves. Anwen stumbled upon an old, forgotten well, its stones cool and moss-covered, the symbol of an era long past. Hanging from the well's edge was a bronze key, aged and mysterious, its surface glinting in the dappled sunlight. Drawn to it, Anwen reached out and took the key in her hand. It felt warm, as if it held a secret all its own. Thistle twitched his nose, sensing something magical about this simple object. Intrigued, Anwen tucked the key into her pocket and continued her journey. The forest seemed to awaken around them, leaves rustling like voices sharing secrets of old. The path led them to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of the afternoon sun, where a peculiar cottage stood. It was smaller than any Anwen had ever seen, its walls made of swirling wood and its door painted with delicate patterns of ivy and flowers. The air was sweet with the scent of wild honeysuckle, and the distant song of a nightingale could be heard, adding an air of enchantment to the moment. Before approaching the cottage, Anwen paused, her heart fluttering with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. She thought of her mother's soothing voice, always encouraging her to seek wonder, but with caution. Feeling a pull towards the cottage, Anwen approached and knocked gently on the door. To her surprise, it swung open with a creak, revealing a cozy room filled with the scent of freshly baked bread and lavender. Inside sat an elderly woman with eyes as bright as the morning sky and hair like silver moonlight. Her name was Leora, a wise and gentle soul who welcomed them with a warm smile. "Ah, Anwen," Leora greeted, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I see you have found the key." Anwen, taken aback, asked how Leora knew her name and about the key. With a soft chuckle, Leora explained that she had been waiting for someone with a heart as pure as Anwen's to find the key. It was no ordinary key, but one that unlocked the door to hidden wonders. Curious and eager, Anwen learned that the key could open the heart of the forest itself, revealing its ancient magic to those who sought it with kindness and respect. But there was a challenge to be faced, one that required wisdom rather than force. Leora guided Anwen to the back of the cottage, where a small garden bloomed with vibrant flowers and herbs. The air was thick with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the subtle spice of thyme. In the center stood a stone pedestal with an intricate lock. "Use the key here," Leora instructed, "and the forest will reveal its secret." Anwen removed the key from her pocket and placed it in the lock. As she turned it, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, and the garden seemed to come alive with color and sound. The flowers swayed to an unseen melody, and the trees whispered stories of old. In the center of the garden, a delicate orb of light appeared, hovering just above the pedestal. "This," Leora explained, "is the heart of the forest. It holds the wisdom of nature and the magic of life itself, but it is fragile and must be protected." Anwen understood that her journey was not just about discovery, but also about stewardship. She realized the power of the forest's magic lay in its ability to teach and transform, not through force, but through nurturing and understanding. With Thistle by her side, Anwen spent many days in the company of Leora, learning the ways of the forest and the secrets it held. She discovered that each living thing, from the smallest insect to the tallest tree, had a role in the grand tapestry of life. Even the gentle rustle of leaves spoke of ancient wisdom, and the murmuring streams carried tales of resilience and renewal. Anwen experienced moments of doubt and introspection. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Anwen confided in Leora her fears of not being worthy of such responsibility. Leora, with a gentle smile, reassured her that it was her very humility and willingness to learn that made her the perfect guardian. The forest became a place of wonder and solace for Anwen, a reminder that the most profound magic is often found in the simplest things. She carried the lessons she learned into the village, sharing them with friends and family, fostering a community that respected and cherished the world around them. The villagers began to notice a change in Anwen, a quiet confidence that radiated from her as she spoke of the interconnectedness of all life. One day, as Anwen returned to the village, she noticed a group of children playing near the edge of the woods. The children were attempting to build a small fort from fallen branches. Anwen joined them, teaching them how to weave the branches like the ivy on her cottage, showing them how to respect the forest while creating something new. The children listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder and admiration, and the fort became a symbol of harmony between the village and the woods. During one of her frequent visits to the forest, Anwen discovered a hidden glen she had never seen before. The glen was carpeted in soft, emerald moss and surrounded by ancient trees whose branches formed a natural canopy, allowing slivers of sunlight to dance on the forest floor. In the center of the glen, a small pool of crystal-clear water mirrored the sky. Anwen sat by the pool, dipping her fingers into the cool water, feeling a profound sense of peace and connection. It was here that Anwen often reflected on her journey, understanding that the forest had become a part of her, just as she had become a part of it. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen grew wise and gentle, much like the forest she loved. The key remained with her, a symbol of her journey and the magic she had discovered within herself. One evening, as the autumn winds began to whisper tales of winter's approach, Anwen gathered the villagers by the well. With Thistle perched on her shoulder, she shared stories of the forest's heart and the lessons it offered. The villagers listened intently, their eyes reflecting the glow of the lanterns that dotted the clearing. It was a night of unity and understanding, where the village pledged to honor and protect the natural world, guided by Anwen's wisdom. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the ordinary holds extraordinary secrets, Anwen found not just magic, but a life filled with wonder and harmony. The gentle hum of the forest and the warmth of friendship were her constant companions, guiding her through all the days of her life. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Anwen would often sit by the well, Thistle nestled by her side, and listen to the forest's lullaby, a song of peace and the promise of new discoveries yet to come. The world outside was a canvas of endless possibilities, and Anwen was forever eager to explore its depths, forever the guardian of its mysteries. One could sometimes find Anwen under the moonlit sky, her silhouette gracefully framed by the ancient oaks, as she engaged in quiet conversations with the forest. These were moments of reflection, where Anwen pondered the delicate balance of the world, the responsibilities she carried, and the endless possibilities that lay ahead. It was during these times that the forest seemed to lean in closer, as if listening, understanding, and guiding her with its silent wisdom. Over time, Anwen's bond with the forest deepened, and with it came new revelations. She learned to listen not just with her ears but with her heart, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, and to see the stories woven into the very fabric of the leaves and stones. Her connection with Thistle grew too. The rabbit, always by her side, became a symbol of her journey, a reminder of innocence, curiosity, and the profound magic found in companionship. As the village thrived under Anwen's gentle guidance, new generations came to learn from the wisdom she imparted. The tales of Anwen and the heart of the forest became a cherished part of the village's lore, passed down from parents to children, each retelling a reminder of the magic within and around them. The village, much like Anwen, flourished in harmony with the natural world, a testament to the enduring power of understanding and respect. And so, in the quiet moments when the forest sang its ancient songs and the world was wrapped in the gentle embrace of night, Anwen would smile to herself, grateful for the journey she had undertaken and the magic she had discovered, not just in the heart of the forest, but within her own heart as well. Story 6. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and the dense embrace of an ancient forest, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her home, a cozy cottage with a thatched roof, lay on the edge of the village, where the whispers of the woods sang lullabies through her bedroom window each night. Her world was small, yet it brimmed with the warmth of her neighbors' kind smiles and the comforting aroma of fresh-baked bread wafting from the village bakery. Leora was known far and wide, not for her strength or her wealth, but for her unyielding kindness and the gentle wisdom that seemed to shine from her eyes. Her days were filled with tending to her small garden, where she grew vibrant marigolds and sweet-smelling lavender, and helping those in need. She had a tender way with all creatures, great and small, and the animals of the forest often followed her, drawn by the soothing melody of her soft-spoken voice. One misty morning, as the sun began its slow ascent, painting the sky with hues of rose and gold, Leora set out toward the forest. The dew-kissed grass beneath her feet glistened like a sea of tiny stars. She was on a mission to gather herbs for the village healer, a kindly old woman named Marin, who had cared for Leora since she was a babe. The forest was a familiar friend to Leora, its trails as known to her as the lines upon her own hands. Yet that morning, a peculiar feeling tugged at her heart, a whisper of adventure that urged her deeper and deeper into the woods. She followed a path less trodden, one that twisted and wound through towering oaks and whispering willows. As she ventured further, the air grew thick with the scent of pine and the sweet, earthy aroma of the forest floor. Sunlight danced through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow that swirled around her. And then she saw it, a glimmering thread of silver light weaving through the trees. Curiosity piqued. Leora followed the shimmering trail, her feet moving as if guided by an unseen hand. The light led her to a small clearing, where the air seemed to hum with magic. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching toward the heavens like the arms of a wise old sage. At the base of the tree, nestled among the roots, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora knelt beside the box, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns etched upon its surface. It was warm to the touch, as if imbued with the warmth of 1,000 summer suns. With a gentle breath and a heart filled with wonder, she lifted the lid. Inside, nestled upon a bed of soft moss, lay a shimmering orb, no larger than a robin's egg. It glowed with a soft, silvery light that pulsed like a heartbeat, casting a gentle glow that illuminated Leora's awestruck face. As she gazed into the orb, images began to swirl within its depths, images of distant lands, of starry skies and moonlit seas. But most vividly, she saw herself, standing hand in hand with creatures of all kinds, a stately fox, a wise owl, and a playful squirrel, each gazing at her with eyes full of trust and kinship. The vision faded, and Leora found herself back in the clearing, the orb resting warmly in her palm. Her heart swelled with a newfound sense of purpose, for she knew that this magical object held the power to connect her with the world in ways she had never imagined. As she rose to her feet, she felt the presence of the forest all around her, as if it too was aware of the orb's significance. The wind rustled the leaves in a gentle symphony, a song of encouragement and hope. With the orb safely tucked into her satchel, Leora began her journey home. The path seemed to unfurl before her, each step imbued with the vibrant energy of discovery. She felt a deeper connection to the forest, as if each tree and creature was now a part of her extended family. Back in the village, Leora shared her tale with Marin, her eyes alight with wonder. The old healer listened with a knowing smile, her gaze lingering on the orb that glowed softly in Leora's hands. "This is a gift, my dear," Marin said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "A gift not just for you, but for all who dwell in this land. It is a reminder of the bonds that tie us to each other and to the world." Together, they began to explore the orb's magic, discovering its ability to heal, to soothe, and to bring peace to those in need. With each use, Leora felt her connection to the world deepen, her heart expanding with a love that knew no bounds. The villagers soon came to know of the orb's magic, and they sought Leora's guidance not just for healing, but for the wisdom she imparted with each gentle word and gesture. Her kindness, amplified by the orb's magic, spread like ripples in a pond, touching every heart in the village. But with the orb's power came challenges, for not all who heard of its magic sought it with pure intentions. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the village in a warm, golden glow, a stranger arrived, cloaked in shadows. He was a merchant from a distant land, drawn by tales of the orb's power. His eyes gleamed with greed as he approached Leora, offering riches beyond imagination in exchange for the orb. Leora, her heart steadfast and true, declined with a gentle grace. "This gift is not mine to give," she said softly, her voice steady and calm. "It belongs to the world, and its magic is meant to bring peace, not fortune." The merchant, undeterred, attempted to take the orb by force, his greed blinding him to the harm he would cause. But as he reached for it, the orb emitted a brilliant flash of light, and a gentle wind swept through the village, carrying with it the whispers of the forest. The villagers, drawn by the commotion, gathered around, their presence a testament to the unity and strength that Leora's kindness had fostered. Together, they stood as one, a wall of compassion and resolve that the merchant could not breach. Realizing the strength of their bond, the merchant's greed faltered, replaced by a dawning understanding. He saw in their eyes the true power of the orb, not its magic, but the love and unity it inspired. Humbled, the merchant apologized, his heart softened by the kindness and forgiveness extended to him by Leora and the villagers. He departed the village with a newfound respect for the magic of the world, his heart lighter and his spirit transformed. In the days that followed, Leora continued to use the orb's magic to bring light and healing to her world. And though the orb was indeed a wondrous gift, she knew that the true magic lay in the connections she forged, in the love and kindness that flowed from her heart like a gentle stream. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Leora's tale became legend, a story whispered by the wind through the trees, carried on the wings of birds and the songs of the river. It was a tale of friendship and wisdom, of a girl who found magic not just in an orb, but in the world around her and in the hearts of those she loved. Even as the years turned to decades and the village grew and changed, the spirit of Leora's kindness remained, a gentle light that guided generations. The orb, nestled safely within the heart of the forest, continued to glow softly, a beacon of hope and unity for all who sought its magic. And so the story of Leora and her magical orb lived on, a timeless reminder that the greatest magic of all is the love we share and the bonds we forge in our journey through life. The end. Story 7. In a realm where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, there lived a young girl named Arya. Her eyes sparkled with wonder, and her heart yearned for adventure. Little did she know that a chance encounter would lead her on a journey like no other. One night, as the moon cast its silver glow over the enchanted forest, Arya stumbled upon a peculiar object nestled among the roots of an ancient oak tree. It was a tarnished pocket watch, its intricate carvings hinting at a hidden magic. Curiosity piqued, she gently lifted the timepiece, and a warm tingle coursed through her fingertips. Suddenly, the world around her began to shift and swirl, colors merging and landscapes blending. Arya found herself transported to a realm where the very fabric of nature danced to the rhythm of an unseen force. Towering trees stretched their verdant branches towards the sky, their leaves whispering secrets of the ages. Crystalline streams wove their way through mossy glades, and enchanting melodies echoed from every corner. As Arya ventured deeper into this hidden world, she encountered a peculiar creature, a wise old owl perched atop a gnarled branch. "Welcome, dear child," the owl hooted, its eyes twinkling with knowledge. "You have stumbled upon the realm of wonders, a place where magic and nature intertwine." Arya's heart raced with excitement as the owl explained the pocket watch's power. "This timepiece holds the key to unlocking the secrets of this realm," it said. "But be warned, young one, for with great power comes great responsibility." Determined to explore the wonders that lay before her, Arya embarked on a journey through the enchanted forest. Along the way, she encountered whimsical beings and faced challenges that tested her courage and wit. With each obstacle overcome, she grew stronger and wiser, learning to harness the magic within the pocket watch. In one mystical glade, Arya met a group of woodland sprites who taught her the language of the trees. Through their guidance, she learned to communicate with the ancient oaks, gleaning their wisdom and gaining newfound respect for the natural world. As she delved deeper into the realm, Arya discovered a hidden valley where a crystal-clear lake mirrored the starry heavens above. Here she befriended a playful water nymph named Delphine, whose infectious laughter and boundless energy challenged Arya's preconceptions about friendship. Together, they embarked on aquatic adventures, swimming alongside schools of enchanted fish and diving into the depths to uncover ancient treasures. Yet not all encounters were as joyous. In a darkened grove, Arya stumbled upon a mysterious figure shrouded in shadow. This enigmatic being posed riddles and challenges, testing Arya's wit and determination. With each puzzle solved, the figure grew more intrigued, revealing glimpses of a deeper mystery that lay at the heart of the realm of wonders. As Arya's journey progressed, she began to unravel the secrets of the pocket watch, uncovering its ability to manipulate time itself. With each twist of the delicate hands, she could slow the passing of moments or accelerate them, granting her unprecedented control over the very fabric of reality. Yet, with this power came a profound responsibility. Arya learned that the realm of wonders was a delicate balance, and any misstep could disrupt the harmonious dance of nature. She vowed to use the pocket watch's magic sparingly and with the utmost care, respecting the sanctity of the realm she had come to cherish. In her final days in the realm of wonders, Arya embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery of the shadowy figure. Through a series of perilous trials and cryptic clues, she discovered that the enigmatic being was none other than the guardian of the realm, a powerful sorcerer tasked with maintaining the delicate balance between magic and nature. Impressed by Arya's wisdom and resilience, the Guardian bestowed upon her a great honor, the mantle of Protector, entrusting her with the sacred duty of safeguarding the realm of wonders for generations to come. As the sun set on her final day in the Enchanted realm, Arya stood on a hilltop, gazing out over the breathtaking vista. The pocket watch, now a symbol of her transformation, ticked softly in her hand. With a heavy heart, she twisted the hands one last time, bidding farewell to the wondrous world she had come to love. In the blink of an eye, Arya found herself back in the familiar forest, the ancient oak tree standing tall before her. But she was no longer the same girl who had stumbled upon the pocket watch. Her heart was filled with newfound wisdom, her spirit imbued with the magic of the realm of wonders. As she made her way home, Arya knew that her adventures had only just begun. The pocket watch remained a constant reminder of the extraordinary journey she had undertaken and the profound lessons she had learned. From that day forward, she vowed to share her experiences with others, inspiring them to embrace the wonders of nature and the magic that lies within. And so, Arya's tale became a beacon of hope, a testament to the transformative power of friendship, courage, and the boundless magic that exists in the world around us, if only we open our hearts to embrace it. Story 8. In the heart of a sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young boy named Finn. The village, known for its vibrant pastures and the gentle melody of babbling brooks, sat under a sky that was often painted with the warm hues of sunset. The villagers, simple and kind-hearted, lived in harmony with the land, tending to their gardens and caring for the animals that roamed freely. Finn was a curious child, with eyes that sparkled like the dew on morning grass and a mind ever eager to explore. He loved wandering through the meadows, imagining stories of brave knights and hidden treasures. His favorite spot was an ancient oak tree that stood at the edge of the woods, its gnarled branches stretching wide like the welcoming arms of an old friend. One quiet afternoon, as the sun began its gentle descent, Finn lay under the oak's expansive canopy, a soft breeze ruffling his unruly chestnut hair. The world seemed to hum with a serene music, lulling him into a daydream. As he traced patterns in the clouds, a glimmer caught his eye, a peculiar shimmer beneath the oak's roots. Curiosity piqued, Finn scrambled to his knees and peered closer. There, nestled in the cool earth, was a small, ornate box. Its surface was etched with intricate designs, glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. Finn's heart quickened with the thrill of discovery. Carefully, he lifted the box and opened it, revealing a delicate, shimmering feather that gleamed with hues of gold and emerald. As Finn held the feather in his palm, a warm, comforting sensation spread through him, as if the sun itself had wrapped him in its embrace. He knew instinctively that this was no ordinary feather. It thrummed with a gentle power, whispering secrets of distant lands and forgotten tales. That night, as Finn lay in bed, the feather resting on his bedside table, he dreamt of a world unlike any he had ever known, a hidden realm where the skies sang with the laughter of birds and the rivers flowed with stories of old. When he awoke, the dream lingered in his mind, vivid and beckoning. Determined to uncover the secrets of the feather, Finn set off into the woods the next morning. The forest was alive with the chatter of squirrels and the rustle of leaves, a symphony that guided him deeper into its heart. As he walked, the feather seemed to guide him, its gentle glow growing brighter with each step. Hours passed in a blur of green and gold until Finn arrived at a clearing where the trees parted to reveal a shimmering portal, a doorway woven from the very fabric of the forest. The air here was different, charged with magic and possibility. Taking a deep breath, Finn stepped through the portal, the world around him shifting like the pages of a well-loved book. On the other side, he found himself in a land of wonder, a hidden world within the natural environment, where the very air seemed to dance with life. The trees towered like gentle giants, their leaves whispering ancient songs. Flowers bloomed in impossible colors, and creatures of all shapes and sizes moved with grace and ease. In this enchanted realm, Finn felt an overwhelming sense of belonging, as if he had been drawn here by some unseen thread. As he wandered, he came upon a group of creatures gathered around a sparkling pond. They were unlike any animals he had encountered before. Majestic deer with antlers that glowed like moonlight, wise owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages, and playful foxes with fur that shimmered like stardust. The creatures regarded Finn with a curious kindness, as if they recognized him. A gentle voice, as soft as the rustling leaves, spoke from among them. "Welcome, young traveler," it said. "We have been waiting for you." Finn was taken aback, but the warmth in the voice soothed any apprehension. "Waiting for me?" he asked, his voice filled with wonder. "Yes," replied the voice, which belonged to an elegant deer with eyes like liquid amber. "You are the one who holds the feather of the enchanted grove, a gift from our realm to the world beyond. It is a token of peace and friendship, a bridge between our worlds." Finn listened intently as the deer explained that the feather held the power to heal and bring harmony, a gift that had been lost to the village for many years. The creatures of the enchanted realm had chosen Finn for his pure heart and unyielding curiosity, knowing he would cherish and protect their gift. As Finn spent time in this magical land, he learned from the creatures, absorbing their wisdom and kindness. The foxes taught him the art of playfulness, reminding him of the joy in simple things. The owls shared stories of the stars and the moon, tales that spoke of courage and hope. The deer, ever gentle and wise, taught him the importance of balance and harmony, not just with nature but within himself. Days turned into weeks, and Finn found himself changing, growing in ways he had never imagined. His heart was filled with a newfound understanding, a deeper connection to the world and its wonders. He realized that the true magic of the feather lay not in its power, but in the relationships it forged and the wisdom it imparted. Eventually, the time came for Finn to return to the village. The creatures gathered to bid him farewell, their eyes filled with warmth and gratitude. "Remember," said the deer, "the feather is a symbol of the bond between our worlds. Use its magic wisely, and it will guide you in times of need." With a heart full of memories and newfound wisdom, Finn stepped back through the portal, the forest welcoming him with open arms. The village lay ahead, bathed in the golden light of evening, its familiar sights and sounds a comforting embrace. As he walked home, Finn knew that he had changed. He carried with him the lessons of the enchanted realm, a deeper appreciation for the beauty of the world and the magic that lay in the simplest of things. The feather, now a cherished talisman, would forever remind him of the friendship and harmony that bound the two worlds together. And so, Finn returned to his village, his heart aglow with the warmth of the enchanted realm. He shared his stories with the villagers, weaving tales of wonder and wisdom that inspired all who listened. In time, the village thrived, its people living in harmony with nature, guided by the gentle magic of the feather. As the years passed, Finn grew into a wise and kind-hearted man, his life a testament to the power of friendship and the enduring magic of the world. And though the feather's glow faded with time, its legacy lived on in the hearts of all who knew its story. A gentle reminder that true magic lay not in the extraordinary, but in the love and kindness we share with one another. And so, under the whispering leaves of the ancient oak, the story of Finn and the enchanted feather became a cherished tale, passed down through generations, a beacon of light and hope for all who heard it. In the stillness of the night, as the village lay under a blanket of stars, the story's gentle magic lingered, a comforting presence in the hearts of all who dreamed. Story 9. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always sweet with the scent of honeyed blossoms and the sun filtered through the leaves like golden syrup, there lay a quaint little village called Moonberry Hollow. The village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, curling chimneys that puffed out gentle wisps of smoke, and gardens bursting with vibrant flowers and herbs. In this peaceful place, where the days seemed to drift by like lazy clouds, lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a curious mind and a heart as warm as a summer breeze. She spent her days exploring the woods and fields, always eager to discover the secrets of her enchanting world. Her constant companion was a wise old owl named Orin, who perched on her shoulder and shared stories of the forest's mysteries. Orin had feathers as soft as moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of 1,000 stars. One crisp autumn morning, as the chill began to weave its way through the branches, Lila noticed something peculiar. The villagers were abuzz with whispers and puzzled expressions. It seemed that every night, just after the moon had risen, a strange, gentle humming sound could be heard echoing through the village. It was a soothing melody, yet it left everyone curious and a bit bewildered. Determined to uncover the source of the mysterious hum, Lila set out to investigate. She wrapped herself in her favorite knitted shawl, as colorful as an artist's palette, and with Orin fluttering at her side, she ventured into the forest under the silvery light of the waxing moon. The woods were alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. The path beneath Lila's feet was carpeted with fallen leaves, crunching softly with each step. Guided by the shimmer of moonbeams, they followed the sound, which grew clearer and more distinct as they ventured deeper into the forest. As they walked, Orin shared his insights. "The melody is unlike any I've heard in my long years," he mused, his voice a gentle rumble. "It carries a warmth, a kindness. Perhaps it's a call from an old friend of these woods." Their journey led them to a small clearing bathed in silver light, where they found a circle of ancient stones. In the center stood a glowing figure, a creature of ethereal beauty with wings that shimmered like spun glass. It was a sylph, a guardian of the forest's secrets and a creature of pure magic. The sylph's song was the source of the hum, a melody woven from the threads of starlight and dreams. She looked upon Lila and Orin with eyes that sparkled like dew on morning grass. "Ah, the curious hearts have found me," she said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves in the wind. Lila stepped forward, her heart filled with wonder. "Why do you sing, dear sylph? Your song has enchanted our village, and we wish to understand its purpose." The sylph smiled, a gentle curve of lips that spoke of ancient wisdom. "I sing to awaken the forest, to remind it of the joy of life as the seasons change. My song is a gift, a lullaby for the earth and all who dwell upon it." "But why now?" Lila asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Why at this time?" The sylph's wings fluttered softly, casting a shimmering light across the clearing. "This is a time of transition, a time for the world to prepare for the quiet slumber of winter. My song helps the creatures of the forest gather their strength and find their rest." Understanding dawned on Lila like the first light of dawn. The sylph's song was a gentle reminder of the cycles of nature, a call to embrace the changes with grace and serenity. It was a lesson in harmony, in living in tune with the world around them. Moved by the sylph's wisdom, Lila thanked her for the gift of understanding. "We will share your message with the village, so they too can find peace in the melody of the seasons." As the night deepened, the sylph continued her song, her presence a beacon of light and comfort in the heart of the forest. Lila and Orin made their way back to Moonberry Hollow, their hearts light with the joy of discovery and the warmth of friendship. The next day, as the sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila gathered the villagers and shared the sylph's story. They listened with rapt attention, their worries eased by the knowledge that the hum was a song of nature's love, a gentle reminder of the beauty in every change. And so, the village of Moonberry Hollow embraced the sylph's song, letting its soothing melody guide them through the shifting seasons with hearts full of peace and gratitude. In the whispering woods, where magic and wonder danced hand in hand, Lila's journey had brought a deeper understanding of the world, a lesson woven into the very fabric of their lives, like a timeless lullaby sung beneath a blanket of stars. Story 10. In a quaint village nestled between rolling green hills and the whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Leora was known for her kindness, her soft-spoken words floating like dandelion seeds on the breeze. Yet beneath her serene exterior, she struggled with the fear of change. The village was her cocoon, familiar and safe, and she dreaded the thought of stepping beyond its comforting embrace. Each morning, as the sun kissed the rooftops with a golden hue, Leora would wander to the edge of the woods. The trees, with their leaves rustling like secret keepers, beckoned her, promising adventures untold. But the unknown paths made her heart flutter with both anticipation and trepidation. It was on one such morning, when the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, that a peculiar sight caught Leora's eye. Amidst the brambles, a glimmering thread of light danced like a ribbon in the wind. It swirled and twirled, weaving patterns that seemed to sing with an unspoken melody. Curiosity, that gentle nudge from within, urged Leora to follow the luminous trail. Her steps were tentative at first, but with each footfall, the woods welcomed her deeper into their embrace. As she ventured further, the trees parted to reveal a hidden glade bathed in soft, dappled sunlight. In its center stood an ancient oak, grand and wise, its branches spread wide as if to cradle the sky. Beneath its boughs sat an old woman, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stars. Her name was Maven, the village sage, known for her wisdom and the gentle magic she wove with her words. "Ah, Leora," Maven greeted, her voice as soothing as the murmur of a brook. "I've been expecting you." Leora's eyes widened with surprise. "Expecting me?" Maven nodded, her hands moving with a grace that seemed to shape the air around her. "The world calls to those who listen. You, dear one, have heard its song." Leora glanced around, the beauty of the glade wrapping her like a warm shawl. "But I don't know where to begin. Everything feels uncertain." Maven smiled, her gaze kind and knowing. "Change is the dance of life, Leora. We grow not by clinging to what is known, but by embracing the whispers of the unknown." With a flick of her wrist, Maven conjured a small, shimmering orb that hovered between them. It pulsed gently like a heartbeat, its glow reflecting in Leora's curious eyes. "This," Maven said, "is a seed of possibility. Plant it, nurture it with your courage, and watch what blooms." Leora took the orb in her hands, its warmth spreading through her fingers like a soothing balm. She felt a flicker of something within her, hope, perhaps, or the stirring of newfound courage. Returning to the village, Leora found a quiet spot in her garden where the sun lingered long and the soil was rich with promise. She planted the seed with care, whispering her hopes to the earth. Days turned into weeks, and as she tended to the seed, she found herself changing too. Each morning she returned to the woods, exploring paths unknown, her fears gradually melting into the soft hum of discovery. Her journey was not solitary. The villagers, noticing the spark in Leora's eyes, offered their support. There was Thomas, the baker, whose laughter was as hearty as his loaves, and Marin, the seamstress, whose nimble fingers stitched not just fabric but hearts. They shared stories of their own transformations, of times when they stepped beyond their comfort and found joy in the unexpected. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Leora returned to the garden. There, where she had planted the seed, a magnificent blossom had unfurled. Its petals shimmered with the colors of dusk, and its fragrance was like the first breath of spring. It was as if the flower held all the love and courage she had nurtured within herself. Maven appeared beside her, her presence as gentle as the evening breeze. "You see, Leora, the magic was always within you. It simply needed to be awakened." Leora smiled, feeling the truth of Maven's words settle warmly in her heart. She realized that change was not something to fear, but a journey to be embraced, each step a note in the symphony of life. As night fell and stars peeked through the velvet sky, Leora sat by the flower, her heart full and content. She understood now that the world was vast and beautiful, and she was part of its ever-unfolding story. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of Maven, she had discovered the magic of transformation both within and around her. And so, wrapped in the gentle embrace of the night, Leora closed her eyes, her dreams filled with the promise of new beginnings and the endless dance of change. Story 11. In a small, tucked-away village where the cobblestone paths wound like soft ribbons amidst charming cottages, there was an air of magic that whispered through the leaves of ancient trees. This village, known as Willow Glade, was nestled at the edge of a vast evergreen forest where the trees grew tall and the air was always sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers. Life in Willow Glade was serene and simple. The villagers were known for their kindness and their uncanny ability to solve any problem with a warm smile and a cup of tea. In the heart of the village stood the old stone library, its walls draped in clinging ivy, and its windows glimmering like jewels under the moon's soft gaze. The library was a sanctuary for those seeking knowledge and comfort, and its keeper, an elderly woman named Marigold, was as wise as she was gentle. One morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of rose and gold, a peculiar thing happened. The villagers awoke to find their beloved library locked tight. The grand wooden door, which had always creaked open with ease, was sealed as if by an invisible hand. On its surface, a delicate pattern of vines had appeared overnight, twining and curling in intricate designs. The villagers gathered, murmuring in curiosity and concern, for this was a place they visited daily, a place that felt like home. Marigold, with her silver hair pulled up in a neat bun and her eyes twinkling with age-old wisdom, approached the door with a thoughtful frown. "Well now," she mused, her voice a soft melody, "it seems the library has a mystery of its own." The villagers nodded, looking to Marigold for guidance, for they knew her to be well-versed in the mysteries of the world, both magical and mundane. Marigold, accompanied by a few of the village's children, decided to investigate the phenomenon with kindness and curiosity. Among the children was a bright-eyed girl named Lila, who had an insatiable curiosity and a keen eye for detail. "Marigold," she asked, "do you think the forest has something to do with this?" Marigold smiled warmly at Lila's perceptiveness. "It very well might," she replied, "for the forest is full of secrets and magic. Let us begin by observing the patterns on the door. They may hold a clue." The group leaned in closer, tracing the delicate vines with their fingertips. Lila noticed that the vines seemed to form a series of spirals, each one leading to a tiny, carved leaf. "Look," she exclaimed softly. "The leaves are different shapes. Perhaps they mean something?" The villagers pondered this, and Marigold nodded thoughtfully. "Each leaf might represent a part of the forest," she suggested. "There is wisdom in the nature around us. Let us visit the forest and see what it has to share." And so, with hearts full of hope and wonder, they ventured into the forest. The path was dappled with sunlight filtering through the canopy, and the air was filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant song of birds. As they walked, the villagers noticed small signs of enchantment, glowing mushrooms nestled in the undergrowth, and tiny fluttering creatures that resembled both butterflies and stars. As they reached a clearing, they were met by a peculiar sight. A small, silvery fox with eyes like polished moonstones sat upon a sunlit rock, watching them with calm intelligence. This was Whisper, a creature known in the village for his wisdom and his ability to communicate without words. Whisper inclined his head in greeting, and the villagers felt a wave of warmth and reassurance wash over them. Lila approached him with a shy smile. "Whisper," she said, "do you know why the library is locked?" Whisper's eyes twinkled as he rose gracefully and began to weave through the grass, beckoning them to follow. The path he led them on was one unfamiliar to the villagers, winding deeper into the heart of the forest. Finally, they arrived at a grove where a gentle, bubbling spring emerged from beneath a cluster of moss-covered stones. Around the spring, ancient trees stood guard, their roots winding into the earth like the fingers of old friends. Above the spring, a rainbow of shimmering light arched gracefully, as if capturing the essence of magic itself. Marigold held her breath in awe. "This must be the heart of the forest," she whispered, sensing the deep magic that pulsed like a quiet heartbeat. Whisper nodded and padded over to the spring, where he gently touched the water with his paw. The surface rippled, and an image began to form. The villagers leaned in to see a vision of their library, with the vines on the door unfurling slowly. The vision revealed the inside of the library, where the shelves were filled with books bound in colors of every hue. In the center stood a pedestal, upon which rested a book with a shimmering cover. As the villagers watched, the book opened of its own accord, and words appeared on the pages, glowing softly. The message was simple, yet profound. Knowledge and nature are intertwined. To unlock the library, find harmony within. Marigold understood at once. "The library's magic seeks balance," she explained. "We must bring a part of the forest back to the village, to remind us of the connection between our world and the natural one." With Whisper's guidance, the villagers gathered small tokens from the grove, smooth stones, fragrant herbs, and vibrant flowers. They returned to the village, their arms full of nature's gifts, and placed them gently before the library door. As the last flower was laid down, the vines on the door began to glow softly, and with a gentle sigh, they uncurled and retreated. The door creaked open, revealing the cozy interior of the library once more. The villagers cheered softly, relieved and grateful. Marigold smiled and hugged Lila, who beamed with pride. "You see, my dear," Marigold said, "sometimes the answers we seek are found in the simplest of connections." From that day on, the villagers of Willow Glade made it a tradition to visit the forest regularly, bringing back small treasures to adorn their library and homes. They understood that the magic of their world was not just in spells and enchantments, but in the bonds they shared with each other and with nature. As the sun set behind the hills, painting the sky with its golden brush, the villagers gathered in the library for an evening of stories and laughter. The fire crackled warmly in the hearth, and the scent of pine mingled with the aroma of freshly brewed tea. They knew that as long as they cherished their connections, both with each other and with the world around them, the magic of Willow Glade would forever remain. And so, under the gentle watch of the moon, the village slept peacefully, cradled by the whispering forest and the promise of new stories to come. Story 12. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled within a verdant forest where the trees whispered secrets to the wind, there was a gentle mystery afoot. Willowbrook was no ordinary village, for it was a place where magic danced lightly in the air, weaving through the cobblestone streets and curling around the chimneys of thatched cottages like invisible ribbons. Every morning, the villagers would awaken to the melody of birds singing in perfect harmony, and the sun would rise with a warm glow that seemed to promise a day of peace and tranquility. But recently, something peculiar had begun to happen. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood at the heart of Willowbrook, had started chiming at odd hours, its bell echoing through the village when least expected. At first, the villagers thought it was a simple mechanical fault. But when the clock tower began to chime at precisely the moments when something strange occurred, an unseasonal snowfall in spring, or the sudden blooming of flowers under a full moon, they realized there was more to it. The clock seemed to have a mind of its own, as if trying to convey a message that no one quite understood. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Lila had a special affinity for the mysteries of Willowbrook, often exploring the forest paths and befriending its magical inhabitants. She loved nothing more than solving puzzles, especially those that involved the enchanting world around her. One misty morning, as the village slept under a blanket of dew, Lila set out to uncover the secret of the clock tower. She wore her favorite woolen cloak, its deep blue fabric dotted with tiny silver stars, and carried a small satchel filled with essentials: parchment and quill, a flask of warm honeyed milk, and a few sugar biscuits for sustenance. Her first stop was the home of Elder Rowan, the wisest and most revered of the village's elders. His cottage was tucked away in a corner of the village, surrounded by a garden that bloomed with flowers of every hue imaginable, and a gentle stream that sang a soft lullaby as it flowed by. "Good morning, Elder Rowan," Lila greeted as she approached the elder, who sat on a wooden bench, feeding a pair of doves with crumbs from his morning bread. "Ah, Lila," he replied, his voice as warm and soothing as a cup of chamomile tea. "What brings you to my doorstep so early?" Lila explained her quest to understand the mystery of the clock tower. Elder Rowan listened intently, nodding thoughtfully as he stroked his long silver beard. "The clock tower has always been a part of Willowbrook's magic," he mused. "Perhaps it is trying to tell us something through its chimes, but to decipher its message, one must look beyond the obvious." Encouraged by his words, Lila thanked Elder Rowan and continued her journey. Her next stop was the edge of the Whispering Woods, where she sought the counsel of a clever fox named Bramble. Bramble was known for his keen insight and sharp wit, and he often helped the villagers with his astute observations. Lila found Bramble lounging atop a sunlit rock, his fur glinting like burnished copper. "Bramble," she called, "I need your help to solve the mystery of the clock tower." Bramble flicked an ear and jumped down to her side. "A mystery, you say? How delightful! Tell me as Lila recounted the strange occurrences and the clock's enigmatic chimes. Bramble listened with bright, attentive eyes. The answer lies in the patterns, he said finally. Look for the connections between the chimes and the events. Magic often weaves its threads in ways that are not immediately visible. With Bramble's advice echoing in her mind, Lila returned to the village square as the sun began its descent, painting the sky with strokes of pink and gold. She sat by the clock tower, watching and listening, letting her thoughts drift like leaves on a gentle stream. As night fell, the clock chimed again, a soft, melodious sound that resonated with a sense of harmony. In that moment, Lila noticed something she hadn't before. Each chime was accompanied by a subtle shift in the air, a ripple of magic that seemed to awaken the village itself. It was then that Lila understood. The clock tower was not malfunctioning. It was responding to the changes in the magical world around them, marking moments of wonder and transformation. The chimes were a reminder to the villagers to pause and appreciate the magic woven into their everyday lives. With her heart brimming with joy, Layla shared her discovery with the village the next morning. As the news spread, the villagers began to pay closer attention to the world around them, noticing the beauty in the unexpected and finding delight in the small wonders of their enchanted village. And so the mystery of the clock tower was solved, not through fixing or taming its chime, but by embracing its whimsical nature. Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people united by the magic that flowed through their lives like a gentle river, always reminding them of the beauty in each unexpected moment. As for Lila, she returned to her explorations, ever curious, ever watchful, always ready for the next mystery that might unfold in the magical world she called home. And each night, as the clock tower chimed its gentle lullaby, the villagers drifted to sleep with hearts full of wonder and dreams full of magic. Story 13. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed with the sounds of gentle breezes, there lay a quaint village named Willowbrook. The village was known for its warm, glowing lanterns that lined the cobblestone paths and the soft lullabies that drifted out from the homes each evening. The air was always filled with the comforting scent of pine and honey, and the villagers lived in harmony with nature and its magical creatures. One crisp autumn evening, a peculiar phenomenon began to unfold. As the villagers settled down for supper, strange, shimmering lights appeared to dance through the trees, casting playful reflections on the nearby lake. The lights flitted about like mischievous fireflies, yet none had ever seen such lights before. The villagers gathered in the central square, murmuring with curiosity and a touch of concern. Sitting at the edge of the gathering was a young girl named Lila, known for her inquisitive nature and kind heart. She watched the lights with wide, wondering eyes, her mind already buzzing with questions. Beside her stood her loyal friend, a gentle creature named Thistle, a small, winged fox with fur as soft as spun silk and eyes that shimmered with intelligence. Thistle nudged Lila with his snout, as if urging her to investigate the mystery behind these enchanting lights. The village elder, a wise woman named Aldara, stepped forward with her staff of woven willow branches. Her voice, as soothing as a grandmother's lullaby, addressed the gathered crowd. "Fear not, dear ones," she assured them. "These lights may hold a mystery, but I sense no malice. Let us seek understanding rather than fear." Feeling a spark of courage, Lila stepped forward, her voice steady yet gentle. "Elder Aldara, may Thistle and I explore the forest to discover the source of these lights. Perhaps there is a lesson to be learned or a friend to be made." Aldara smiled warmly, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "Indeed, young Lila, trust your heart and the wisdom you find within the woods. Remember, every mystery is but a story waiting to be told." With the elder's blessing, Lila and Thistle set off into the forest, the lanterns of the village casting a golden glow behind them. The path was soft beneath their feet, carpeted with fallen leaves that whispered secrets of the forest. As they ventured deeper, the shimmering lights seemed to beckon them, leading them like a trail of breadcrumbs through the trees. The air grew cooler, kissed by a gentle breeze that carried with it the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of autumn blooms. The forest was alive with the sounds of night. The hoot of an owl, the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush, and the distant song of a stream flowing over smooth stones. As they walked, Lila spoke softly to Thistle. "What do you think these lights are, dear friend? Could they be a message, or perhaps a game of hide-and-seek?" Thistle chirped in response, his wings fluttering with excitement. He had always had a fondness for puzzles and was eager to uncover the truth behind the lights. Their journey took them to a small glen, bathed in the silvery light of the moon. In the center of the glen stood a towering oak, its branches stretching wide as if embracing the stars. It was here that the lights seemed to converge, swirling around the oak in a mesmerizing dance. Lila and Thistle approached with awe, their hearts beating in rhythm with the pulse of the forest. As they drew closer, they noticed something extraordinary at the base of the tree. A gathering of tiny, luminescent creatures, each no larger than a thumb, with wings that sparkled like dew-kissed spiderwebs. They were whispering and giggling, their voices like the tinkling of wind chimes. One of the creatures, noticing the newcomers, fluttered forward. She had hair like spun gold and eyes that shone like emeralds. "Greetings, travelers," she chimed, her voice as light as a feather. "I am Lyra, and we are the Starfire Sprites, keepers of the forest's dreams and guardians of its secrets." Lila and Thistle exchanged a glance of wonder before Lila spoke. "Hello, Lyra. We come from the village of Willowbrook, drawn by the beauty of your lights. We wish to understand their purpose, and if there is any way we might assist." Lyra's laughter was like a cascade of tiny bells. "The lights, dear Lila, are a celebration, a gift to the forest in gratitude for its bounty. We weave them from the dreams of sleeping creatures, a tapestry of joy and hope." "But why now?" Lila asked gently, tilting her head with curiosity. "Why have the lights never graced our village before?" Lyra's expression turned thoughtful, her wings fluttering softly. "The dreams have always been here, but it is only now, with the changing of the seasons, that they have chosen to reveal themselves. Perhaps it is a reminder to cherish the magic of the present moment." Lila nodded, understanding dawning within her heart. "Then let us share this wonder with the village, so they too may find comfort and joy in your lights." With Lyra's permission, Lila and Thistle returned to Willowbrook, their hearts full of the magic they had witnessed. They told the villagers of the Starfire Sprites and the beauty of their gift. Together, they gathered at the edge of the forest, eyes wide with wonder as the lights danced among the trees. Elder Aldara spoke, her voice carrying the warmth of 1,000 firesides. "Let this be a reminder, dear friends, that magic surrounds us, even in the most unexpected places. And in understanding, we find not only answers, but also connection and peace." As the villagers watched the lights, their hearts were filled with a gentle joy, knowing that they were part of something greater, a tapestry of dreams woven with threads of light and friendship. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, beneath the whispering trees, the mystery of the lights became a cherished story, passed down through generations. And each time the lights returned, the villagers would gather, their hearts united in the shared wonder of the forest's magic. With a final, contented sigh, Lila and Thistle settled down by the hearth, the warmth of the fire wrapping them in a cozy embrace. They knew that, as long as they listened with open hearts, the world would always have stories to tell, mysteries to uncover, and friendships to cherish. And with that comforting thought, they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lights dancing in their dreams. Story 14. In a quaint little village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a serene, shimmering lake, there was a small, unassuming shop that sold the most peculiar odds and ends. The shop, with its creaky wooden sign swinging gently in the breeze, was owned by a kindly elderly man named Mr. Whittle. Mr. Whittle had a twinkle in his eye and a knowing smile, as if he was privy to the secrets that lay hidden in the ordinary objects he sold. One crisp autumn afternoon, as leaves danced in the golden sunlight, a young girl named Clara wandered into Mr. Whittle's shop. Clara had always been a curious soul, her bright eyes forever seeking the stories that often went unnoticed by others. She loved the feel of the old wooden door as it groaned open, welcoming her into the warm embrace of the shop that smelled of lavender and aged paper. Inside the shop was a cozy clutter of trinkets, each with its own story waiting to be discovered. Clara wandered down the narrow aisles, her fingers brushing gently over dusty tomes and delicate porcelain figures. It was then that she noticed an unassuming brass key glinting dully in a shaft of sunlight. It called to her in a way she couldn't quite explain, as if whispering secrets only she could hear. With a smile, Mr. Whittle appeared beside her, his eyes twinkling behind his spectacles. "Ah, the key of tales," he said softly. "A very special item indeed. It opens doors not to places, but to possibilities." Clara's heart fluttered with excitement. "What kind of possibilities?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "The kind that change you," Mr. Whittle replied, his smile deepening. "But remember, it is wisdom, not force, that will guide you." With the key in her possession, Clara felt a thrill of anticipation. She thanked Mr. Whittle and stepped outside, where the crisp air kissed her cheeks. She held the key tightly, feeling its warmth seep into her palm. She knew there was a journey ahead, though she didn't yet know where it might lead. As dusk fell, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Clara decided to take her first steps into the unknown. She set off towards the edge of the village, where an old, forgotten path wound its way into the heart of the forest. The path was bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, and Clara felt a gentle tug at her heart, urging her forward. The forest was a place of quiet wonder, where the rustling leaves whispered secrets of their own. As Clara walked, she noticed the world around her with newfound clarity. The scent of pine and earth filled her senses, and the gentle hoot of an owl somewhere in the distance felt like a friendly greeting. Along the way, Clara encountered a small, furry creature with wide, inquisitive eyes. It was a rabbit, but not like any she had seen before. Its fur shimmered with a silvery sheen, and it seemed to regard her with an intelligence that belied its tiny size. "Hello," Clara said softly, crouching down to meet the rabbit's gaze. "I'm Clara. I'm on a journey, though I'm not quite sure where it will take me." The rabbit twitched its nose, then hopped closer, as if inviting her to follow. Clara, feeling a sense of companionship, walked alongside her new friend. The rabbit led her deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the air felt thick with magic. As night fell, they arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood a grand ancient tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens. At its base was a door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance and shimmer in the silvery light. Clara's heart skipped a beat. She knew that this was the door the key was meant to open. Taking a deep breath, she knelt before it and inserted the key into the lock. It turned smoothly, and with a soft click, the door swung open. Behind the door lay a world unlike any Clara had ever imagined. It was a realm of dreams and stories, where the air was filled with the scent of blooming jasmine and the sky glittered with 1,000 stars. Gentle music played, and in the distance, Clara saw figures moving gracefully, like shadows in a dance. As Clara stepped through the doorway, she felt a sense of peace and belonging. The rabbit, now at her side, seemed to glow with an inner light, its eyes twinkling with shared understanding. In this magical realm, Clara met many wondrous beings. There was Lyra, a gentle spirit who wove stories with her songs, and Thistle, a mischievous sprite who delighted in laughter and play. They welcomed Clara as if she were an old friend, and together they shared tales of courage and kindness, of journeys that shaped hearts and minds. As the night wore on, Clara learned that the realm was a place where possibilities became reality, where the heart's deepest desires could be explored and understood. With each story she heard, Clara felt herself growing, not in size, but in wisdom and compassion. When the first light of dawn touched the sky, Clara knew it was time to return. With a heart full of gratitude, she bade farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their stories with her always. Back in the forest, Clara found herself once again at the ancient tree. The door was closed, but the key in her pocket felt warm against her fingers. She understood now that the journey was not just about discovering a magical world, but about discovering the magic within herself. With the rabbit at her side, Clara made her way back to the village, the morning sun casting a golden glow on the path. She felt different, as if she carried a piece of the magical realm within her, a quiet strength and a gentle wisdom that would guide her in the days to come. And so, Clara returned to her village, her heart forever touched by the journey she had taken. She knew that the key, though no longer needed to open doors, would always be a reminder of the possibilities that lay within reach, if only one dared to seek them. As she lay in bed that night, the soft rustle of leaves outside her window lulled her to sleep, and Clara dreamed of the stories yet to be told, of the adventures that awaited, and of the gentle, kind-hearted friendships that would always light her way. Story 15. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, nestled among rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Marin. The village was known for its quaint charm, where cobblestone paths wound between cottages with thatched roofs and colorful gardens. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the air always carried the scent of blooming wildflowers. Marin had an insatiable curiosity about the world around her. She loved nothing more than exploring the meadows and forests that bordered her home, often accompanied by her best friend, a gentle fox named Sable. Sable was no ordinary fox. He possessed a keen sense of understanding and a knack for finding things that were hidden. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, the village awoke to a peculiar sight. Overnight, strange patterns had appeared in the fields, swirling circles and intricate designs etched into the earth. The villagers were bewildered, murmuring about the mysterious occurrences over their morning tea. Marin, with her boundless curiosity, decided to investigate. She set off with Sable trotting beside her, his fur glistening in the dappled sunlight. As they approached the fields, the patterns seemed even more mysterious, their complexity mesmerizing under the clear blue sky. As Marin and Sable examined the patterns, they noticed something unusual, tiny, shimmering footprints that glowed faintly in the shadow of the designs. Marin knelt down, tracing the footprints with her finger. "These are no ordinary prints, Sable," she mused, her eyes wide with wonder. Determined to uncover the mystery, Marin decided to visit Old Finn, the village's wise elder and keeper of many secrets. His cottage was tucked away at the edge of the forest, surrounded by ancient oak trees and a garden filled with herbs and flowers that hummed with a gentle magic. Old Finn welcomed Marin and Sable with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. He listened intently as Marin described the strange patterns and footprints. "Ah, I see," he nodded thoughtfully, stroking his long silver beard. "I believe you may have encountered the work of the star sprites." "The star sprites?" Marin echoed, her curiosity piqued. Old Finn explained that the star sprites were tiny, magical creatures who visited the earth when the veil between worlds grew thin. They were known for their love of art and often left intricate designs as gifts to those who dwelled on the land. "But why now?" Marin wondered aloud. "Why have they come to our fields?" Old Finn chuckled softly. "Perhaps they have a message for us, or simply wish to share their joy. The sprites are playful and wise in ways we do not always understand." Eager to learn more, Marin and Sable decided to spend the night near the fields, hoping to catch a glimpse of the elusive sprites. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, they settled down on a soft blanket under the stars. The night was still, the only sound the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. Marin felt herself drifting into a peaceful slumber when suddenly a soft, melodic tinkling filled the air. She opened her eyes to see tiny figures, aglow with starlight, dancing across the field. The star sprites moved with grace, their laughter like the sweetest music. Marin watched in awe as the sprites weaved their patterns, their tiny hands leaving trails of light in the air. Sable sat beside her, his eyes wide with wonder. As the sprites danced, one of them paused and fluttered towards Marin, landing gently on her outstretched hand. The sprite spoke in a voice like a gentle breeze. "We come to remind you of the beauty and magic that surrounds you. Share this joy with others, and let it fill your hearts with peace." With that, the sprite rejoined its companions, and together they ascended into the sky, becoming one with the stars. Marin and Sable watched until the last sparkle faded into the night. The next morning, as the villagers gathered once more, Marin shared her adventure. Her words, filled with wonder and joy, captured the hearts of everyone who listened. The villagers agreed to preserve the patterns in the fields, a reminder of the star sprite's visit and the magic that lingered in their midst. From that day forward, Willowbrook thrived with a renewed sense of wonder. The villagers, inspired by the sprite's message, found joy in the simple things and shared their happiness freely. And Marin, with Sable always by her side, continued to explore the world with an open heart, knowing that magic could be found in the most unexpected places. As the seasons turned and the years passed, the story of the star sprites became a cherished tale, told by the fireside on chilly evenings, warming hearts and kindling the belief in the magic that resides in every corner of the world. Verse 16. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Brightwood Hollow, nestled between whispering woods and rolling emerald hills, something peculiar began to unfold. The village was a place where magic was as common as the morning dew, and where the soft glow of enchanted lanterns danced merrily along cobblestone paths. It was here that the townsfolk noticed an unusual phenomenon. The beloved village clock, perched atop the old oak tree in the square, had started to chime an hour ahead of time. The clock had been a gift from the forest sprites many generations ago, its face adorned with delicate carvings of stars and moons that twinkled in the sunlight. It had always kept perfect time, a reliable companion to the villagers as they went about their day. But now, with each misplaced chime, a gentle confusion spread through Brightwood Hollow. The villagers, puzzled but not distressed, gathered in the square to discuss the mystery. Among them was young Finn, a curious and kind-hearted boy with an inquisitive mind. His eyes sparkled with a sense of adventure, and his pockets were perpetually filled with small treasures he had collected from his wanderings in the woods. As the villagers murmured amongst themselves, Finn quietly slipped away, his heart set on unraveling the mystery of the chimes. He knew that the key to solving this puzzle lay somewhere within the magical threads that wove through their village. Finn made his way to the edge of the forest, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets in the breeze. He wandered deeper until he reached the Glade of Whispers, a serene clearing where the forest sprites often gathered. There he found Leora, the wise and gentle sprite who had long been a friend to the villagers. Her wings shimmered with hues of gold and lavender, and her voice was as soothing as a lullaby. She greeted Finn with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. "Greetings, young Finn," she said, her voice like the soft rustling of leaves. "What brings you to our glade on this fine day?" Finn explained the mystery of the clock, his words accompanied by the gentle chirping of birds and the soft murmur of a nearby brook. Leora listened intently, nodding thoughtfully as he spoke. "It seems," Leora began, her voice thoughtful, "that the clock's magic has been disturbed. But fear not, for magic always leaves a trail if one knows where to look." With Leora's guidance, Finn learned to listen closely to the forest, to observe the subtle shifts in the air and the gentle hum of magic that pulsed through the ground. He spent the afternoon wandering the glade, his mind alert to every detail. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, Finn noticed something peculiar. A cluster of fireflies danced in a peculiar pattern near the base of the old oak tree in the village square. Their light flickered in an unusual rhythm, mimicking the chimes of the clock. With a heart full of wonder, Finn returned to the village, his mind whirring with possibilities. He watched the fireflies closely, their tiny lights glowing like stars in the gathering twilight. He realized that they were trying to communicate, to share a message hidden within their dance. Guided by intuition, Finn followed the fireflies as they flitted towards the edge of the village, their glow illuminating a path through a tangle of wildflowers and ferns. They led him to a small hidden grove where a gentle brook babbled over smooth stones. In the grove he found Elder Thistle, a kindly ancient tortoise with a shell as intricate as a tapestry. Elder Thistle was known for his wisdom and his knack for solving riddles of the land. He greeted Finn with a slow, deliberate nod, his eyes warm with welcome. "Ah, young Finn," rumbled Elder Thistle, his voice rich and deep like the earth itself. "I see you have followed the light." Finn shared his discovery with the elder, explaining the peculiar behavior of the fireflies. Elder Thistle listened with quiet attention, nodding as he pondered the mystery. "Nature has its own language," Elder Thistle mused, "and those who listen closely can hear its song. The fireflies, it seems, have been touched by an enchantment meant for the clock. Their dance is a reflection of this magic. Together, Finn and Elder Thistle pieced together the puzzle. It appeared that a playful breeze, imbued with an old enchantment, had drifted from the forest and brushed against the clock, causing its chimes to mimic the fireflies' rhythm. Understanding the nature of the magic, Finn knew just what to do. With Elder Thistle's gentle guidance, he crafted a simple charm from a sprig of lavender and a thread of moonlight, a gift of balance and harmony for the clock. As dawn touched the village with its soft golden light, Finn returned to the square. With careful hands, he placed the charm beneath the clock, whispering a quiet promise of peace and balance to the enchanted timekeeper. The clock's hands glowed gently for a moment, then settled back into their familiar rhythm, chiming the hour with a gentle, melodious ring that resonated throughout the village. The villagers gathered in awe, their hearts warmed by the wonder of magic restored. With a grateful heart, Finn watched as the fireflies returned to their natural dance, their lights twinkling like stars in the morning light. The mystery had been solved, not through great deeds or powerful magic, but through the gentle wisdom of nature and the kindness of friends. And so the village of Brightwood Hollow returned to its peaceful rhythm, the clock's chimes marking time with a comforting, familiar song. Finn's adventure became a cherished tale, reminding everyone that even the smallest hearts can unravel the greatest mysteries when guided by kindness and curiosity. As the sun set behind the hills, casting a warm glow over the village, Finn drifted into a gentle sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the mysteries yet to come. And in the quiet of the night, the clock chimed softly, its melody a lullaby that carried through the village, weaving dreams of magic and wonder for all. Story 17. Title: The Whispers of Moonlit Lake. On the edge of a quaint village, nestled in the heart of an emerald valley, lay the moonlit lake. By day, it sparkled with the sun's embrace, and by night, it mirrored the sky, capturing the glow of countless stars. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones about the lake's magic, passed down through generations as tales of wonder and mystery. In this village lived a girl named Lily, known for her kind heart and an insatiable curiosity. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes shone like the lake under the full moon. Lily had grown up hearing the stories of the moonlit lake's enchanting powers, but her favorite tale was about the Whispering Willow, an ancient tree that stood tall and proud by the lake's shore. It was said that the tree could speak to those who listened with their hearts. One balmy evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lily decided to visit the moonlit lake. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, whispering secrets only the night could tell. As she approached the lake, the velvet darkness was sprinkled with the soft silvery light of the rising moon. There, under the boughs of the Whispering Willow, she sat down, letting the tranquility of the evening surround her. The lake shimmered, casting a spell that seemed to quiet her racing thoughts. "Tell me your secrets," Lily whispered, her voice barely audible over the gentle lap of water against the shore. To her astonishment, a soft voice emerged from the shadows. "What is it you seek, dear child?" Lily's heart fluttered like a butterfly caught in the breeze. She glanced around, her eyes widening as she realized the voice came from the Whispering Willow itself. The tree's branches swayed in rhythm with the wind, as if nodding in acknowledgement. "I wish to understand the magic of this place," Lily replied, her voice filled with wonder. A warm, gentle chuckle echoed through the night. "Magic is often found not in the grand but in the simple," the willow whispered, its leaves rustling softly. "Listen closely, and you shall hear the stories hidden in the silence." Encouraged, Lily closed her eyes and let the sounds of the evening envelop her. She felt the cool night air on her skin, heard the distant call of an owl, and sensed the gentle ripples of the lake as if it were breathing. "There is a world beneath this water," the willow continued, its voice soothing and melodic. "A world where the moonlight dances with shadows and time flows like the current." Lily listened, her imagination painting vivid images of this hidden realm. She could almost see the moonbeams weaving through the water, creating a tapestry of light and dark. "But beware," the willow cautioned, For not all that glimmers is gold, and some mysteries are best left undisturbed. Intrigued and undeterred, Lily felt a longing to explore this world, to uncover the stories whispered by the lake. She spent the following days by its side, learning to listen with her heart, as the willow had taught her. One misty morning, as the village lay wrapped in a blanket of fog, Lily returned to the lake. The water was still, its surface a mirror reflecting the pale dawn. She took a deep breath, feeling the cool, crisp air fill her lungs. As she stood there, a soft glow emerged from the depths of the lake, drawing her attention. It was a light unlike any she had seen before, ethereal and inviting. With each passing moment, it grew brighter, until it seemed to beckon her closer. Driven by an irresistible pull, Lily waded into the lake. The water was cool against her skin, and as she moved deeper, the light enveloped her, wrapping her in a cocoon of warmth and tranquility. In that moment, the world around her shifted. The water turned to air, and she found herself standing in a realm of shimmering light. It was a place where the sky was painted with the colors of dawn and dusk, and the ground sparkled with the glow of countless stars. A gentle breeze carried the scent of wildflowers, and the sound of laughter echoed softly in the distance. Lily marveled at the beauty of this hidden world. It was as if she had stepped into a dream, a place where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. She walked along a path lined with silver leaves, her heart filled with awe and wonder. As she wandered, she met creatures unlike any she had seen before. There were graceful deer with antlers made of crystal, and birds with feathers that shimmered like rainbows. They greeted her with warm smiles and friendly nods, as if she were an old friend returning home. Among them was a wise old turtle named Mossback, whose shell was adorned with ancient runes that glowed softly in the twilight. "Welcome, Lily," he said in a voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. "We have been expecting you." "Expecting me?" Lily asked, her curiosity piqued. Mossback nodded, his eyes twinkling with kindness. "The lake told us of your coming, and of your desire to learn the secrets of this land." Lily felt a warm glow in her heart, grateful for the welcome she had received. "I want to understand the magic of this place," she said earnestly. "The magic you seek is within you," Mossback replied, his voice filled with wisdom. "It is the magic of friendship, of kindness, and of knowing that we are all connected." As Lily spent time in this enchanted realm, she learned many things. She learned to see the beauty in the simple moments, to find joy in the laughter of friends, and to cherish the connections that bound them together. One day, as she sat by a sparkling stream, she met a young fox named Ember. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and his eyes gleamed with mischief and warmth. They quickly became friends, exploring the wonders of the hidden world together. Ember showed Lily the hidden nooks and crannies of their magical land, teaching her the songs of the forest and the dance of the fireflies. In return, Lily shared stories of her village, of the people and places she held dear. Their friendship grew, rooted in understanding and acceptance, and Lily discovered that the true magic of the lake was not in its mysteries, but in the bonds forged through love and laughter. As the days turned into weeks, Lily realized that it was time to return to her own world. Though she felt a twinge of sadness at leaving her newfound friends, she knew that the lessons she had learned would remain with her forever. On her last day in the hidden realm, the creatures gathered to bid her farewell. Mossback presented her with a small, shimmering stone, a token of their friendship and a reminder of the magic within her. "Remember, Lily," Mossback said, "the magic is never far. It is in the kindness you share and the love you give." With a heart full of gratitude, Lily stepped back into the lake, the water embracing her like an old friend. As she emerged on the other side, the morning sun bathed the world in golden light, and the village lay before her, peaceful and welcoming. Lily carried the memory of her journey with her, sharing the stories and lessons with those around her, and though she never returned to the hidden realm, she knew that its magic lived on, in every act of kindness and every moment of joy. The whispering willow watched over the moonlit lake, its branches swaying gently in the breeze, a guardian of secrets and keeper of dreams. And the villagers, warmed by the tales of wonder and friendship, knew that the true magic of the lake was not in its mysteries, but in the connections it inspired. As the years passed, Lily grew, her heart forever touched by the enchantment of the moonlit lake. She became a storyteller, weaving tales of magic and friendship, passing down the wisdom she had gained to the next generation. And so, the whispers of the lake continued, drifting through the valley, carried on the breeze and echoed in the laughter of children, a timeless song that spoke of love, wonder, and the magic that lives within us all. In the quiet of the night, when the stars danced in the sky and the world was wrapped in a gentle hush, the village slept, dreaming of the stories that lay beyond the horizon. And as the moon cast its silvery glow upon the lake, the whispering willow stood tall, a silent sentinel in the night, a reminder of the magic that is always near, waiting to be discovered. And so the tale of the moonlit lake and its enchanting magic lived on, woven into the hearts of those who listened with wonder and love, a story of connection and transformation, a bedtime lullaby that lulled the village into a peaceful slumber. The end. Story 18. In a corner of the world, where the whispering wind carried tales from the stars, there lay an ancient forest, draped in the quiet majesty of towering trees and dappled sunlight. This forest, known to those who dwelled within as the verdant vale, was a place where the boundary between the seen and the unseen was as thin as a spider's silk thread glistening with dew. As the first light of dawn filtered through the thick canopy, a soft golden glow illuminated the forest floor, bringing with it the subtle scent of earth and pine. Every leaf and blade of grass seemed to shimmer with the promise of magic, and the air was alive with the gentle symphony of chirping crickets and the soft rustle of leaves. In this vibrant, living tapestry, the creatures of the forest thrived in harmony, each playing a crucial part in the delicate balance of their ecosystem. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of twilight and whose eyes reflected the wisdom of ages. Orin was the keeper of tales, the guardian of the forest's ancient knowledge, passed down through generations like a precious heirloom. One crisp autumn morning, as the first chill of the season whispered through the branches, Orin gathered the creatures for their annual council beneath the great oak, whose roots ran deep into the heart of the earth. The gathering included the gentle deer, with coats as soft as the finest velvet, the clever foxes, their eyes twinkling with mischief and intelligence, and the industrious squirrels, whose cheeks were always full of acorns and good cheer. As they assembled, a soft mist curled around their feet, carrying with it the earthy fragrance of fallen leaves. Orin perched majestically on a low-hanging branch, his voice a soothing balm against the rustling wind. "Dear friends," he began, "as the seasons turn, we must remember the lessons our forebears have taught us. The balance of our home relies on each of us to play our part." His words hung in the air, blending with the sounds of the forest. The foxes nodded, their bushy tails twitching in agreement. The deer listened with patient eyes, and the squirrels chattered softly among themselves. This year, however, the forest faced a peculiar challenge. The rains that usually accompanied the autumn season had not come, and the air was dry and brittle. The streams that wove through the forest like veins had begun to recede, their once merry babble reduced to a murmur. The creatures felt the forest's unease, its thirst a silent call that resonated deep within their beings. Orin, sensing the worry in their hearts, spoke with a gentle resolve. "Long ago, when such trials befell our forest, the ancients turned to the skylights, the magical phenomena that dance across the heavens. It is said that they hold the power to restore balance, to bring rain when the world is parched. We must seek their guidance." The creatures exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued by the promise of the skylights. It was decided that a small group would journey to the high cliffs where the skylights were said to touch the earth. Among them was a young fox named Finn, whose heart was as bright as his fiery fur, and a wise hare named Willow, whose ears had heard the secrets of the wind. Their journey began as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and gold. The forest was a different world at night, wrapped in a cloak of mystery and starlight. As they traveled, the scent of moss and wet stone mingled in the cool night air, and the gentle crunch of leaves underfoot was their only companion. With each step, the air seemed to thrum with anticipation, as if the forest itself was guiding them. As they climbed higher, The trees thinned, revealing a vast expanse of sky. The stars glistened like scattered diamonds, and the chill of the night air was invigorating, carrying with it a promise of change. Finally, they reached the cliffs, where the world fell away into a breathtaking panorama of the forest below. Here, the skylights began their dance, ribbons of shimmering light that wove across the heavens in a tapestry of colors: emerald green, sapphire blue, and soft amethyst. Finn and Willow gazed in awe, their hearts swelling with the beauty of the spectacle. The lights seemed to pulse with a life of their own, a celestial rhythm that resonated with the heartbeat of the earth. In that moment, they understood that they were part of something much larger, a living tapestry woven from the threads of past, present, and future. As the lights danced, a gentle rain began to fall, each droplet a kiss from the sky. It was as if the heavens themselves had heard the forest's silent plea and responded with a gift of renewal. The raindrops glistened like jewels in the moonlight, and the forest below sighed with relief, its thirst quenched at last. Finn and Willow watched as the rain washed over the land, their hearts filled with gratitude and awe. They knew that the forest would bloom anew, its balance restored by the grace of the skylights and the timeless wisdom of the ancients. With the first light of dawn, they returned to their friends, carrying with them the story of their journey and the promise of a renewed forest. The creatures gathered once more beneath the great oak, their spirits lifted by the gentle patter of rain and the scent of fresh earth. Orin, with a twinkle in his wise eyes, welcomed them back. "You have done well, my friends," he said, his voice a soothing melody. "The skylights have blessed us, and the balance of our home is restored." As the rain continued to fall softly, the creatures of the forest rejoiced, their hearts united in gratitude and friendship. And so the verdant vale thrived once more, its harmony preserved by the gentle wisdom of its inhabitants and the timeless magic of the skylights. In the heart of the forest, the great oak stood as a silent guardian, its roots entwined with the stories of those who had come before. And as the seasons continued their eternal dance, the creatures of the verdant vale lived in peace, their lives a testament to the power of unity, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of nature's balance. Story 19. Title: The Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and sprawling meadows, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With hair as dark as midnight and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, she was known for her boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Her days were often spent exploring the edges of the Whispering Woods, a forest so named because the wind that danced through its branches seemed to carry secrets from ancient times. Anwen's village, though small, was vibrant, with cobblestone streets and houses painted in colors that mirrored the changing seasons. The villagers were kind and cheerful, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature surrounding them. Yet, for all its charm, the village bore one rule that no one dared to break: never venture past the old oak tree deep within the Whispering Woods. It was said that beyond it lay a world hidden from human eyes, a place of magic and mystery. On a crisp autumn day, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the ground beneath her feet crackled with fallen leaves, Anwen set out on her usual walk. She carried with her a small satchel filled with nothing more than a sketchbook and a piece of bread wrapped in cloth. Her footsteps led her down the familiar path, where birds sang and sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden streams. As she wandered deeper, a breeze brushed against her cheek, carrying with it a whisper so faint it might have been her imagination. Anwen paused, tilting her head to listen more closely. The wind seemed to speak her name, urging her onward, pulling her toward the heart of the forest. Curiosity piqued. Anwen continued until she stood before the old oak tree. Its trunk was thick and gnarled, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. She hesitated for a moment, remembering the village's warning, but the whispering wind called to her with a gentle insistence that she found impossible to resist. Taking a deep breath, Anwen stepped beyond the oak, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and trepidation. As she crossed the invisible boundary, the air shimmered around her, and she found herself in a place unlike any she'd ever imagined. The forest here was alive with vibrant colors, each leaf a jewel, each flower a burst of brilliance. The air was warm and sweet, filled with the fragrance of blooming wildflowers and the soft melody of distant streams. It was then that Anwen noticed a peculiar object nestled among the roots of a nearby tree. It was a small, ornate mirror, its frame carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change as she gazed upon them. Gently, she picked it up, marveling at its weight and the coolness of the glass. As she held the mirror, a figure appeared within its depths, a tiny ethereal creature with wings like a dragonfly and eyes that sparkled like stars. "Greetings, Anwen," the creature said, its voice as soft as a breeze. "I am Leora, the guardian of this hidden realm." Anwen's heart leapt with delight and a hint of apprehension. "Hello, Leora," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "I've never seen a creature like you before." Leora smiled, a radiant glow emanating from her presence. "Few have, for our world is hidden, protected by the magic of the Whispering Woods. You hold in your hands the Mirror of Echoes, a gateway to understanding and connection." Anwen studied the mirror with renewed interest. "What does it do?" "It reveals truths not easily seen," Leora explained. "It shows the heart's desire and the paths that lead to them. But beware, for the mirror reflects only what is inside you." Intrigued, Anwen held the mirror closer, peering into its depths. As she did, images began to swirl within the glass, revealing scenes of her village, her family, and the life she knew. But there was more. A vision of herself standing at the edge of a vast, sparkling lake, surrounded by friends both old and new. She saw herself laughing, her heart light and full. "Is this my future?" Anwen asked, a hopeful tremor in her voice. Leora nodded. "It is a possibility, a path shaped by your choices and the friendships you nurture." Anwen pondered this, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. She had always longed for connection, for friendships that transcended the ordinary. The mirror's vision filled her with a sense of purpose and determination. "Thank you, Leora," she said, tucking the mirror into her satchel. "I will cherish this gift and the wisdom it brings." With a graceful flutter, Leora hovered close and touched Anwen's cheek with a gentle hand. "Remember, dear child, the power of friendship and the strength of your heart. They will guide you on your journey." With those words lingering in the air, Leora vanished into the forest, leaving Anwen alone with her thoughts. She turned back the way she had come, her steps lighter, her spirit renewed. As she walked, the forest around her seemed to hum with approval, as if acknowledging her newfound resolve. Upon returning to the village, Anwen found herself looking at her neighbors with fresh eyes. She saw their kindness, their struggles, and the potential for bonds yet unformed. In the days that followed, she reached out with an open heart, inviting others into her world with gestures of friendship and understanding. And so the village blossomed, its people drawn together by the threads of connection Anwen wove. The mirror's vision began to take shape as she and her friends discovered the joys of shared laughter, the comfort of companionship, and the strength of unity. Through it all, the Whispering Woods remained a place of wonder and magic, its secrets known only to those who dared to listen. Anwen often returned to the old oak, the mirror a constant companion, its truths guiding her toward a future filled with love and light. In time, Anwen became a storyteller, sharing tales of the hidden world and the lessons it had taught her. Her stories spread far and wide, inspiring others to seek out the magic within their own hearts. And in the quiet moments before sleep, as the village settled into peaceful slumber, the wind would carry the soft whispers of the forest, reminding all who heard it that the greatest magic of all was the gift of friendship. And so the story ends as it began, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the promise of dreams yet to unfold. For in the Whispering Woods, and in the hearts of those who believe, the magic of connection lives on, forever whispering its secrets to those who dare to listen. Story 20. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Luna. Though her surroundings seemed ordinary, Luna possessed an extraordinary gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and understand the whispers of the wind. One night, as the moon cast its silvery glow through Luna's bedroom window, she was awakened by a faint rustling sound. Intrigued, she followed the noise into the heart of the forest, where an ethereal light beckoned her deeper into the woodland realm. As Luna drew closer, she discovered a tiny, glowing seed lying upon a bed of moss. Instinctively, she reached out and cradled the seed in her palm, and in that moment, a warmth spread through her body, and the world around her shifted. Suddenly, Luna found herself standing before a towering tree, its branches stretching endlessly into the sky. The tree's bark seemed to ripple with patterns and shapes, and as Luna gazed upon it in awe, she realized that this was no ordinary tree. It was a gateway to a hidden world within the forest itself. Without hesitation, Luna stepped through the bark, and her senses were overwhelmed by a realm of unimaginable beauty. Crystalline streams trickled over gemstone pebbles, and luminescent mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, casting a soft, otherworldly glow. Ethereal beings flitted through the air, leaving trails of stardust in their wake. As Luna wandered deeper into this enchanting realm, she encountered a wise old oak tree who introduced himself as Oakheart. He explained that Luna had been chosen as the guardian of the forest, tasked with protecting this hidden world from those who might seek to exploit its magic for selfish gain. Oakheart bestowed upon Luna a magical staff, carved from the wood of an ancient willow tree. With this staff, Luna could channel the energy of the forest and wield its power to defend the realm and its inhabitants. Luna's journey had truly begun, and she embarked on a path of discovery, learning the secrets of the forest and forging friendships with its fascinating denizens. She met Willow, a playful dryad who taught her the art of communicating with the trees, and Zephyr, a mischievous wind spirit who guided her through the intricate pathways of the hidden realm. However, Luna's newfound responsibilities were not without challenges. A dark force, driven by greed and a lust for power, sought to uncover the secrets of the forest and harness its magic for their own nefarious purposes. Led by a cunning sorcerer named Umbral, this sinister force unleashed a horde of twisted creatures upon the hidden realm, poisoning the streams and uprooting ancient trees. Luna and her newfound friends rallied together, using their combined abilities to fend off the invaders and protect the sanctity of their home. In a climactic battle, Luna faced Umbral himself, wielding her willow staff with courage and determination. As their magic clashed, Luna tapped into the very essence of the forest, drawing strength from the ancient trees and the unwavering bonds of friendship she had forged. With a final, brilliant burst of energy, Luna banished Umbral and his dark forces from the hidden realm, restoring peace and harmony to the forest once more. Through her journey, Luna had not only discovered the true depths of her own strength and resilience, but also the true meaning of friendship and the importance of protecting the natural world. She had grown from a wide-eyed child into a confident, compassionate guardian, forever connected to the heartbeat of the forest. As the sun rose over the treetops, Luna stood alongside her friends, basking in the warmth of the new day. The hidden realm was safe, and her role as its protector had forever changed her, instilling within her a profound sense of purpose and a deep appreciation for the magic that dwelled within the natural world. And so, Luna's adventure continued, bound by an unbreakable bond with the forest and its inhabitants, forever exploring the wonders that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary world. Story 21. Title: The Whispering Wood. Once upon a time, nestled between the high-reaching peaks of the Silverthorn Mountains and the vast, whispering sea, lay the quaint village of Eldergrove. It was a place where time seemed to flow as gently as the meandering brook that wound its way through fields of wildflowers, and where the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and pine. In this village lived a young girl named Lyra, with eyes the color of the summer sky and hair that tumbled like golden wheat. She was known far and wide for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. Lyra lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who was beloved by all for her stories of old and her gentle wisdom. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Lyra would sit at her grandmother's feet by the crackling fireplace. There, wrapped in the warmth of her grandmother's stories, she would journey to lands far beyond the village, to places where magic and mystery intertwined. One such evening, as the fire flickered and danced, casting shadows that seemed to come alive on the walls, Lyra's grandmother spoke of the Whispering Wood, a forest so ancient and vast that even the oldest of the village elders dared not venture into its depths. It was said that the forest held secrets untold, guarded by the spirits of the trees themselves, and that only those with a pure heart could hear the whispers of wisdom carried by the wind. Lyra's heart danced with wonder at the thought of such a place. She longed to explore its hidden paths and to unravel the mysteries that lay within its leafy embrace. The more she listened, the more she felt a gentle tug at her soul, as if the forest itself were calling her. The next morning, as dawn's first light kissed the village with its golden glow, Lyra set out towards the Whispering Wood. The path was bathed in the soft light of early morning, and the air was filled with the melody of birds greeting the new day. With each step, the world around her seemed to shimmer with a magic all its own, as if the forest were alive and watching her approach. As she entered the wood, the sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle murmur of the wind weaving through the branches. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of earth and moss, and shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy above, painting the forest floor in patches of light and shadow. Lyra walked deeper into the forest, feeling the whispers of the trees brush against her skin like a soft breeze. She listened closely, straining to hear the secrets they carried. But it was not until she reached the heart of the forest, where the trees stood tall and proud, their trunks gnarled with age, that she heard it. A soft, melodic voice carried on the wind, as gentle as a lullaby. "Welcome, Lyra," the voice seemed to say, wrapping around her like a warm embrace. "You have come far, seeker of truths. What is it you wish to find?" Startled yet strangely unafraid, Lyra closed her eyes and replied, "I seek the wisdom of the forest. I wish to learn from the whispers of the trees." The voice laughed softly, a sound like the tinkling of chimes. "To find what you seek, you must first look within, for the greatest truths are those that lie closest to the heart." With these words, the forest seemed to exhale a breath of silence, leaving Lyra to ponder the meaning hidden within them. She sat beneath the wide-spreading boughs of an ancient oak, her mind and heart open, and listened as the forest sang its song of life and growth. As the days passed, Lyra returned to the Whispering Wood time and again, each visit a new chapter in her journey of discovery. With every step, she felt herself changing, growing in understanding and wisdom. The forest became her friend, its secrets a gentle guide, and she learned to listen not just with her ears, but with her heart. One day, as she wandered through the dappled light of the forest, she came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a tree unlike any other, a majestic willow with branches that arched gracefully to the ground, forming a natural curtain of leaves. Drawn to its beauty, Lyra stepped beneath its canopy and felt the world outside melt away. There, nestled among the roots, she found a small, intricately carved box. It was made of wood, polished to a soft sheen by the passage of time, and it seemed to pulse with a gentle warmth as she held it in her hands. Curious, she opened the box and found within a shard of crystal, its surface shimmering with 1,000 colors that danced in the light. As she gazed into its depths, the whispers of the forest grew stronger, weaving together into a tapestry of images and stories that filled her mind. She saw the history of the forest, the lives of those who had come before, and the wisdom they had gathered. And she understood that the crystal was a gift, a key to unlocking the hidden world around her. With the crystal in hand, Lyra felt a profound sense of peace and belonging. She knew now that the forest had been waiting for her, just as she had been waiting for it, and that her journey was far from over. The Whispering Wood had become her home, a place where she could learn and grow, and she vowed to protect its secrets as she continued her journey of discovery. As the sun dipped below the horizon once more, painting the sky with its evening hues, Lyra made her way back to the village. Her heart was full, her spirit alight with the magic of the forest, and she knew that she would return to the Whispering Wood again and again, for there was still so much to learn. And so, with the crystal as her guide and the whispers of the trees as her companions, Lyra's journey continued, a tale of friendship and growth that defied expectations and transformed her in ways she had never imagined. For in the heart of the Whispering Wood, she had found not just wisdom, but a home for her soul. The end. Story 22. Once upon a serene evening, in a quaint village, nestled between whispering woods and a shimmering lake, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Leora had a curious mind and an imaginative spirit, always eager to discover the hidden wonders around her. Her home was a cozy cottage where the scent of blooming lavender wafted through the open windows, mingling with the warmth of the crackling fireplace. One quiet afternoon, while exploring her grandmother's attic, Leora stumbled upon a peculiar object tucked away in a dusty corner. It was a beautifully ornate silver hand mirror, its frame intricately carved with patterns of stars and swirling clouds. The glass was unusually clear, capturing the soft glow of the setting sun. As Leora held the mirror, she noticed something extraordinary. Her reflection was smiling back at her, even though her own lips hadn't moved. Intrigued, Leora took the mirror to her room, where she sat by the window, letting the golden light of dusk spill over her. As she peered into the mirror, a gentle voice whispered from its depths, "Leora, dear, I am the mirror of mirth. I reveal the hidden truths and guide those with kind hearts." Startled yet comforted by the mirror's soothing tone, Leora asked, "What truths do you hold for me?" The mirror's voice was soft and melodic. "There is a realm beyond this village, where dreams and reality entwine. You have the gift to traverse this world, where your imagination can take form. But first, you must learn the wisdom of understanding." With the mirror's invitation, Leora felt a flutter of excitement and a touch of apprehension. She decided to embark on this journey of discovery, for she had always longed to explore the mysteries beyond her familiar surroundings. The next morning, Leora set out with the mirror tucked safely in her satchel. She ventured through the village, where the cobblestone streets echoed with the gentle chatter of neighbors and the aroma of freshly baked bread wafted through the air. As she walked, the mirror guided her to the edge of the village, where the forest stood like a guardian of secrets. As she stepped into the forest, the air became cool and fragrant with pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. It was here that Leora met her first helper, an amiable squirrel named Pip, with fur as soft as autumn leaves and eyes twinkling with mischief. Pip chattered cheerfully, "Welcome, Leora. I've been waiting to join you. The forest is full of wonders, and together we'll uncover its secrets." Leora smiled at her new friend, grateful for his company. As they journeyed deeper into the woods, Pip shared tales of ancient trees and hidden glades, his enthusiasm infectious and his knowledge vast. Their path led them to a serene glen, where they found a wise old turtle named Tildy basking in the sun. Her shell was adorned with moss and tiny flowers, and her eyes held the depth of ages. Tildy greeted them with a warm nod. "Ah, young Leora, and Pip too. I sense your quest is one of learning and growth." Leora nodded. "The mirror has shown me a realm where imagination lives, but I must first understand wisdom." Tildy smiled knowingly. "Wisdom is seeing with the heart, dear one. It is the ability to listen to the whispers of the world and the courage to follow them." With Tildy's guidance, Leora learned to listen to the subtle music of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the whispers of the wind, and the gentle babble of the brook. Each sound told a story, each pause held a secret. She discovered that wisdom lay in patience, in the willingness to observe and understand. As their journey continued, they encountered a vibrant array of characters. A family of singing sparrows, a kindly fox who spoke in poems, and a wise old owl who shared riddles that danced like moonlight on water. Each encounter enriched Leora's understanding, teaching her that true strength lies in kindness and empathy. Finally, the mirror revealed the path to the realm of dreams, a hidden meadow, bathed in starlight, where the air shimmered with possibilities. Here, Leora's imagination took flight, painting vivid landscapes and bringing her dreams to life. She realized that the mirror's magic was not in its reflection, but in the ability to see the beauty and potential within herself. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of wonder, Leora returned to her village, her spirit forever touched by the journey. She shared her stories with friends and family, spreading the joy and lessons she had learned. The mirror, now a cherished companion, continued to reflect the warmth of her heart and the light of her dreams. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village, where the nights were filled with the soft glow of lanterns and the laughter of loved ones, Leora found her place, a world where imagination and reality danced hand in hand, and where every ending was but a beginning of another wondrous tale. Story 23. Title: The Whispering Locket. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Lila, who possessed a heart as tender as the morning dew and eyes that sparkled like the first stars of evening. Lila's home was a small cottage made of stone, warmed by a cheerful hearth where the flames danced and flickered, casting shadows that skipped along the walls. As the days of her youth passed, Lila often wandered the paths that wove through the whispering woods, enchanted by the symphony of nature. She would listen to the rustle of the leaves, the chirping of birds, and the gentle babble of the brook that wound its way through the trees. It was in this forest, lush and alive, that Lila felt a connection to something greater, a sense of belonging that she cherished deeply. One day, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the world in hues of gold and lavender, Lila stumbled upon a peculiar object nestled among the roots of an ancient oak. It was a locket, small and delicate, with an intricate design etched into its surface. Curiously, she picked it up and felt a warmth spread through her fingers, as if the locket itself was alive. As Lila held the locket, she heard a soft, soothing voice whispering from within. "Dear child," it said, "I am the keeper of stories untold and dreams unspoken. Wear me upon your heart, and I shall reveal the wonders hidden in this world." With a mixture of wonder and disbelief, Lila placed the locket around her neck. As the clasp clicked shut, she felt a tingling sensation ripple through her being, as if the forest itself was embracing her. From that moment, Lila's adventures truly began. The locket became a constant companion, guiding Lila with gentle whispers and glimpses of a hidden world that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. It led her to discover secret glades where flowers spoke in the language of color, and to streams where the water reflected not just the sky, but dreams and wishes yet to come. One afternoon, while exploring a part of the forest she had never ventured into before, Lila met a creature unlike any she had seen. It was a small, plump squirrel with fur the color of autumn leaves, and eyes that twinkled with mischief and kindness. The squirrel introduced himself as Tumble, a guardian of the forest's secrets. "Hello, Lila," Tumble chirped, his voice as bright as the morning sun. "I've been watching you with great curiosity. The locket you wear is not just a trinket. It is a key to the heart of the forest. Together, we can uncover its mysteries." And so, Lila and Tumble formed a bond of friendship that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. They roamed the forest, guided by the locket's whispers, discovering enchanted groves where time seemed to pause, and learning the stories of the creatures who called the woods home. As they journeyed, Lila learned that the forest was not merely a collection of trees and streams, but a living tapestry of life and magic. She discovered a family of deer who danced under the moonlight, and a wise old owl who shared riddles woven from starlight and shadows. Through these adventures, Lila grew in wisdom and compassion. She realized the importance of listening to the stories of others, of understanding and respecting the delicate balance of nature. Each encounter taught her something new, weaving threads of knowledge and kindness into the fabric of her heart. One evening, as the forest was awash with the soft glow of twilight, Lila and Tumble came upon a clearing bathed in silvery moonlight. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching out like the arms of a loving guardian. The locket began to pulse gently against Lila's chest, urging her forward. As they approached, the tree spoke in a voice that resonated with the wisdom of ages. "Welcome, Lila and Tumble," it said. "I am the Heartwood, the elder of this forest. You have shown great respect and care for our home, and for that, I am grateful." Lila felt a warmth in her heart, a connection to the forest that went beyond words. "Thank you, Heartwood," she replied softly. "I have learned so much and have grown to love this place and its inhabitants." The Heartwood's branches swayed gently, as if nodding. "You have proven yourself a true friend of the forest, and for this I shall grant you a wish. Anything your heart desires, dear child." Lila thought for a moment, her mind drifting to the village she called home. She wished for the people there to understand the beauty and magic of the world around them, to see the forest not as something separate, but as a part of their lives. With a deep, resonant hum, the heartwood granted her wish. May your village find harmony with nature, and may the bond between humans and the forest grow ever stronger. As Lila and Tumble made their way back home, the forest seemed to shimmer with a newfound vibrancy. The villagers, drawn by a sense of wonder, began to venture into the woods, guided by the gentle whispers of the locket. In time, the village and the forest flourished together, a testament to the power of friendship and understanding. The locket, now a cherished heirloom, was passed down through generations, a reminder of the adventures and lessons shared by a kind-hearted girl and her loyal companion. And so, as the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the stars twinkled like distant dreams, Lila's story came to an end, leaving a legacy of love and harmony that echoed through the ages. Story 24. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where the stars twinkled like scattered jewels across the velvet sky, lay a small, bustling planet known as Nerion. Its surface was a tapestry of lush, verdant forests and sparkling azure seas. Nerion was home to the gentle and wise Nerians, a species of luminescent beings who glided gracefully through the air, their skin shimmering with a soft, ethereal glow. One of these Nerians was a curious soul named Lyra. Her heart was filled with a thirst for knowledge and a love for the stories carried by the starlit winds. She often wandered through the whispering woods, a place where the trees seemed to hum with the secrets of the universe. It was here that Lyra would encounter an unexpected visitor who would forever change her understanding of friendship. On a crisp night, as the moon bathed the forest in a silvery light, Lyra noticed a flicker of movement among the trees. Startled, she paused, her heart fluttering like a tiny bird. From the shadows emerged a creature unlike any she had seen before, a tall, lanky being with skin that shimmered like polished metal and eyes that sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors. It was a Zyran, a being from the planet Zyrak, known for their advanced technology and logical minds. The Zyran introduced himself as Zeno, having arrived on Nerion after a malfunction with his spacecraft forced him to make an emergency landing. Despite their differences, Lyra and Zeno were drawn to one another, their shared curiosity forming a tentative bridge between their worlds. At first, their interactions were riddled with misunderstandings. Zeno's methodical nature often clashed with Lyra's intuitive approach to life. One afternoon, as they sat by a babbling brook, Lyra attempted to explain the beauty of Nerion's sunsets, a spectacle she believed was best experienced with the heart rather than the mind. Zeno, ever the scientist, began calculating the precise angles of refraction and wavelengths of light, missing the poetic essence of the moment. Lyra sighed, feeling the weight of their differences like a chasm between them. However, instead of allowing the misunderstanding to grow, she decided to bridge it. She gently took Zeno's hand, leading him to a hilltop where the view was unobstructed. Together, they watched the sky burst into a cascade of colors, the sun dipping below the horizon in a symphony of oranges, pinks, and purples. As Zeno observed the vibrant hues with Lyra's words echoing in his mind, something shifted within him. He began to see beyond the logic, feeling the warmth and wonder that Lyra so cherished. In that moment, Zeno understood that some things were meant to be felt, not analyzed. Their friendship deepened with each passing day, strengthened further by shared challenges. When a fierce storm swept across Nerion, uprooting trees and leaving the Nerians in need of shelter, Zeno's engineering skills proved invaluable. Together, he and Lyra devised a series of protective barriers using the forest's natural resources, their teamwork seamless and instinctive. As they worked side by side, Zeno marveled at Lyra's ability to adapt and find solutions in harmony with nature, while Lyra admired Zeno's ingenuity and precision. They realized that their differences were not obstacles, but rather complementary strengths that made them an unstoppable team. One evening, as the storm's fury subsided, they sat in the glow of a cozy campfire, the air filled with the scent of damp earth and pine. Zeno turned to Lyra, his multicolored eyes reflecting the flickering flames. "I've learned something important, Lyra," he said, his voice tinged with warmth. "Logic is a powerful tool, but it's not everything. You've shown me the beauty of intuition and emotion, and for that I'm grateful." Lyra smiled, her luminescent skin casting a gentle light. And you've taught me to appreciate the clarity that comes from understanding and precision. Together, we found a balance. In the heart of that serene night, surrounded by the whispering trees and the distant song of the night creatures, two unlikely companions from different worlds discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned that friendship transcends barriers of language, culture, and species, thriving on mutual respect, understanding, and the willingness to embrace each other's differences. As the stars twinkled overhead, Lyra and Zeno knew that their bond was as vast and enduring as the universe itself, a testament to the power of friendship and the beauty found in diversity. With hearts full of gratitude and a newfound appreciation for each other's worlds, they drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing they would face whatever adventures lay ahead together. Story 25. In a quaint village nestled between lush green hills and a shimmering, meandering river, there lived a gentle soul named Mira. The village was a tapestry of vibrant colors in spring, with wildflowers carpeting the fields and birds weaving melodious songs through the air. Mira, with her warm smile and curious heart, spent her days tending to her garden and crafting delicate baskets from the willow reeds by the river. One breezy afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and bathed the land in hues of gold, Mira's grandmother called her over to the old stone hearth. Her grandmother, with eyes as deep and wise as the oak trees that stood ancient and proud, held a small wooden box, its surface carved with intricate patterns of swirling vines and stars. "This, my dear, is a gift from our ancestors," her grandmother spoke, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "It holds the legacy of our family, a thread that binds us to our past and guides us to our future." Mira's heart fluttered with curiosity. She had heard tales of her ancestors, who were known for their wisdom and kindness, but she had never imagined there would be something tangible that connected her to them. As she opened the box, the air around her seemed to hum with a gentle magic. Inside lay a beautifully wrought pendant, shaped like a crescent moon cradling a brilliant, azure stone. "This pendant," her grandmother explained, "is a symbol of balance and harmony. It is said that it holds the wisdom of our lineage. When worn, it can reveal the lessons of the past to those who seek to learn." Mira felt a serene warmth radiating from the pendant as she held it to her heart. She decided to wear it, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. That night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Mira dreamt of a forest bathed in silver light, where whispers of ancient songs floated through the air like soft, gentle breezes. Upon waking, Mira felt an urge to explore the forest that lay just beyond the village. She set out at dawn, the pendant resting comfortably against her chest, and soon found herself enveloped by the cool, dappled shade of the towering trees. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the distant murmur of a hidden stream. As she walked deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a circle of smooth, moss-covered stones. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching towards the heavens. Mira felt drawn to the tree, and as she approached, she noticed carvings etched into its bark, symbols akin to those on the wooden box. Closing her eyes, Mira placed her hand on the tree and felt a wave of peaceful energy wash over her. In that moment, she was transported to a vision of her ancestors gathered in this very spot, celebrating the cycles of nature and the wisdom of the earth. She saw them sharing stories, their laughter mingling with the wind, and she understood that their strength came from their unity and their reverence for the world around them. The vision faded, and Mira opened her eyes, a profound sense of belonging settling within her. She realized that the legacy of her ancestors was not only in the pendant she wore, but also in the love and respect they held for each other and the natural world. This heritage was a living tradition, one that she could carry forward by nurturing her community and the land. As the sun began its descent, casting a warm glow over the forest, Mira made her way back home. She felt lighter, her heart brimming with the lessons she had learned. She knew now that the wisdom of her ancestors was a guiding light, illuminating her path and the paths of those who would come after her. That night, as Mira sat by the hearth with her grandmother, she shared the story of her journey. Her grandmother listened with a serene smile, her eyes reflecting the flickering flames. "You have found your place in the tapestry of our family," she said softly. "Remember, my dear, that the most precious legacy is the love and harmony we weave into the lives of others." Mira nodded, her heart at peace. She felt grateful for the journey that had deepened her connection to her roots and enriched her understanding of the world. As she drifted into a restful sleep, she knew that she was a part of something beautiful and timeless, a legacy that would forever guide her with gentle wisdom and unwavering love. Story 26. In the heart of the sleepy village of Willowbrook, where the sun kissed the fields with a golden glow and the scent of blooming lilacs wafted through the air, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled like the morning dew, and her heart brimmed with curiosity. She was known for her gentle nature and a knack for seeing the world in ways others might overlook. One soft spring afternoon, as the gentle winds whispered through the leaves, Lila strolled along the cobblestone path that meandered through her grandmother's garden. The garden was a tapestry of vibrant colors, where bees hummed their lazy tunes and butterflies danced like tiny, living jewels. Among the roses and daisies, Lila's gaze was drawn to a peculiar glint beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient oak. Crouching down, she discovered an old tarnished compass, its surface etched with intricate patterns of vines and stars. It seemed ordinary enough at first glance, yet when Lila held it in her palm, the needle spun with a life of its own, pointing not north, but towards the heart of the woods beyond her grandmother's home. Intrigued, Lila decided to follow the compass's lead, embarking on a journey that would take her through the whispering woods. The path wound deeper into the forest, where the air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As Lila ventured further, she met a venerable tortoise named Oliver, whose shell was adorned with a mosaic of emerald and gold. Oliver spoke with a voice like rustling leaves, and he offered to accompany Lila on her journey. "The forest is vast and full of wonders," he said, "and two sets of eyes see more than one." Together they navigated the winding trails, Oliver sharing tales of the forest's history and its many inhabitants. Along the way, they encountered Sylvie, a cheerful squirrel with fur as soft as spun silver. Sylvie was a collector of stories, and she scampered alongside, eager to hear of Lila's adventure and share her own tales of the forest's magic. The compass led them to a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, where an ancient willow tree stood, its branches trailing like a curtain of emerald silk. At the base of the tree lay a pond as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's brilliant blue and the willow's gentle sway. As Lila approached the pond, the compass began to glow softly, casting a warm amber light. Within the depths of the water, shapes began to form, a map, revealing a hidden path through the forest. It was a path that led to the heart of Willowbrook's magic, a place whispered of in legends but known to few. Yet the path was obscured by a riddle, written in the ripples of the water. It read, "To find the way that's hidden from sight, seek the wisdom of the night. In dreams, the answer shall be clear. Listen well, and have no fear." Lila pondered the riddle, her mind weaving through the possibilities. She realized that the answer lay not in the forest, but in herself. That night, as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, Lila nestled into her bed, the compass resting beside her. In her dreams, she found herself once more beside the willow tree, its branches whispering secrets of time and space. She listened intently, the words weaving into her mind like a gentle lullaby. Upon waking, she understood. The path was one of kindness and understanding, of seeing the world through others' eyes. With Oliver and Sylvie by her side, Lila returned to the forest, her heart light with newfound wisdom. The compass, now attuned to her thoughts, illuminated the hidden path. They followed it to a glade where the forest's magic was woven into the very air, shimmering like gossamer threads. Here, Lila discovered a grove of trees that sang with the voices of the wind, where the air was alive with the hum of harmony. She came to understand that this magic was not just in the forest, but in every kindness she shared, every story told, and every friendship forged. Her journey complete, Lila returned to her grandmother's garden, the compass tucked safely in her pocket. She knew now that the true magic lay not just in hidden paths or ancient riddles, but in the connections she made and the wisdom she gained. And so, under the watchful stars and the gentle glow of the moon, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her heart full of the wonders she had discovered and the friendships she had forged. The village of Willowbrook rested quietly, cradled in the magic of its stories and the gentle embrace of the night. Story 27. In the far reaches of a galaxy, woven with stars like a blanket of twinkling diamonds, there existed a small, bustling planet known as Luminara. It was a place where bioluminescent forests glowed in the gentle embrace of twilight, and the air was perpetually filled with the sweet floral aromas of its rich flora. On this vibrant world, amidst the shimmering trees, and under a sky that glimmered with the light of 1,000 moons, lived a gentle creature named Phyra. Phyra was a Luminaran, a species known for their warm golden skin and large, expressive eyes. She was a kind soul who spent her days nurturing the delicate ecosystem of her home, ensuring the brilliant plants and creatures thrived in harmony. Her heart was as pure as the waters of the crystal lakes she loved so dearly, and her laughter was like the tinkling of chimes in the soft breeze. Far away, on the icy planet of Glacius, where the sky was forever painted in shades of deep cerulean and the ground was a canvas of pristine snow, lived a creature named Tundar. Tundar was a glacian, a species adapted to the frozen landscapes, with fur as white as the snows and eyes like shards of ice that could see through the densest blizzards. Though glacians were perceived as aloof due to their reserved nature, Tundar harbored a deep-seated curiosity about the universe beyond his frosty world. It was during a rare cosmic event, the celestial convergence, that Phyra and Tundar's paths would cross. This event, celebrated across galaxies, occurred once every millennium when the planets aligned to form a bridge of light between worlds. It was an opportunity for beings from different corners of the universe to meet and share their stories. Phyra, with a heart full of excitement, decided to travel across this bridge, eager to learn about the lives that flourished under different stars. Tundar, driven by his curiosity, ventured forth as well, seeking to understand the warmth he had only read about in ancient texts. As they met on the shimmering bridge of light, Phyra and Tundar could not have appeared more different. Phyra, with her radiant warmth, was like a flickering candle in the night, while Tundar, with his cool demeanor, was as mysterious as the hidden depths of a glacier. Their initial encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Phyra's exuberant warmth was met with Tundar's cool reserve, and each found the other perplexing. "Why do you speak so freely?" Tundar asked, his voice as soft and measured as the fall of snow. Phyra chuckled, a sound that echoed like a melody. "And why do you speak so sparingly?" she replied, her eyes twinkling with curiosity rather than judgment. Their conversation was awkward, filled with pauses and uncertainties, yet there was a spark of something deeper, an unspoken understanding that perhaps they could learn from one another. As they continued to wander along the bridge, a sudden storm arose, a rare occurrence during the convergence, threatening to sweep them both away. Phyra and Tundar, despite their differences, instinctively knew they had to work together. Phyra used her knowledge of the vibrant flora to create a shelter of glowing vines, while Tundar, with his innate understanding of the cold, reinforced it against the icy winds. In the safety of their makeshift haven, Phyra and Tundar began to share stories. Phyra spoke of the lush forests of Luminara and the creatures that danced in its moonlit glades. Tundar, in turn, described the serene beauty of Glacius, where the auroras painted the skies in swirling colors, and the snow sang under the weight of the world. Through their tales, they discovered the beauty in their differences. Phyra appreciated Tundar's quiet strength and thoughtful nature, while Tundar found warmth in Phyra's openness and joy. The storm outside became a distant memory as they forged a bond that transcended the cold and the warmth, the light and the ice. As the celestial convergence drew to an end, Phyra and Tundar faced a choice. They could return to their respective planets, richer for the experience but separated by distance, or they could embark on a new journey together, exploring the universe with a friendship that bridged their worlds. Choosing the latter, they set off as unlikely companions, exploring new planets and forging connections with beings of all kinds. They learned to navigate misunderstandings with patience and empathy, growing closer with each shared challenge and every moment of mutual support. Phyra taught Tundar to find joy in the warmth of a sunlit day, and Tundar showed Fire the tranquility of a silent snowfall. Their friendship became a beacon across the stars, a testament to the idea that true understanding comes not from similarity, but from embracing differences with an open heart. And so, under the ever-watchful gaze of the stars, Fire and Tundar continued their journey, their bond as enduring as the light that first brought them together. Thus, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars whispered secrets to those who would listen, Fire and Tundar discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcends planets and species, warm as a hearth in the heart of winter, and as enduring as the celestial bridge that first united them. Story 28. The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, nestled on the edge of a sleepy village, there lay a grove unlike any other. Known as Moonbeam Hollow, it was a place where the trees seemed to hum with the gentle glow of moonlight, and the air was always scented with the sweet fragrance of blooming night jasmines. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said that Moonbeam Hollow was alive with magic, a hidden world within the forest that revealed itself only to those with open hearts and curious minds. Living in this quaint village was a young girl named Leora, whose spirit was as bright as the morning sun. Leora had eyes like glistening pools of amber and a heart woven from dreams and stardust. She loved tales of mystery and magic and was never without a book tucked under her arm, filled with stories of wonder and adventure. One day, as the golden hues of autumn began to blanket the land, Leora set out towards Moonbeam Hollow. Her feet crunched along the path strewn with fallen leaves, their colors ablaze in reds, oranges, and yellows. The air was crisp and carried the promise of new beginnings, as it often does when the seasons turn. As Leora entered the grove, she felt a tingling sensation up her spine, as if the forest itself had taken a deep, welcoming breath. She wandered deeper, following a trail of moonflowers that seemed to glow even in the daylight, their petals whispering secrets to the wind. Here, the world felt different, alive with a quiet magic that danced beneath the surface of the ordinary. It wasn't long before Leora stumbled upon a small, glimmering object nestled among the roots of an ancient oak. It was a locket, shaped like a crescent moon, with intricate engravings that seemed to shimmer with a light of their own. As she picked it up, a warm sensation spread through her fingers, and she knew, deep in her heart, that this was no ordinary trinket. Curiosity piqued, Leora opened the locket to find a tiny, translucent crystal inside. It pulsed softly with a gentle blue light, like a heartbeat from a hidden world. As she held it, the forest around her seemed to lean in closer, the rustling leaves and murmuring streams growing still, as if waiting for something to happen. "Hello, young one," came a soft voice from behind her. Startled, Leora turned to see an elderly woman emerging from the shadows of the trees. Her hair was the color of silver moonlight, and her eyes twinkled like stars. She wore a cloak woven with threads of the forest itself, a tapestry of greens and browns that seemed to shift and change with every step she took. "Do not be afraid," the woman said with a gentle smile. "I am known as Mirabelle, the guardian of Moonbeam Hollow, and it seems you have found the heart of the grove." "The heart of the grove?" Leora echoed, feeling the weight of the locket in her palm. Mirabelle nodded. "Yes, a magical object indeed. It is said to hold the essence of this place, the spirit of the grove. It has chosen you, Leora, because your heart is as open and kind as the forest itself." Leora felt a surge of warmth at these words, a sense of belonging that wrapped around her like a comforting embrace. "What does it mean?" she asked. "What am I supposed to do with it?" "The heart of the grove is a key," Mirabelle explained, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. "A key to a journey that awaits you. It will guide you to a hidden world within this forest, a place where the trees remember and the streams sing of ages past." Leora's eyes widened with wonder. "A hidden world?" "Indeed," Mirabelle replied, her gaze thoughtful. "But it is not a journey you must take alone. For within this grove are friends you have yet to meet, and challenges that will test the strength of your spirit and the warmth of your heart." With a gentle nod, Mirabelle turned, her footsteps silent against the forest floor. "Come, let us see what the grove has in store for you." Leora followed, her heart alight with excitement and a touch of trepidation. As they walked, the forest seemed to shift around them, the trees parting to reveal a path that wound deeper into the heart of Moonbeam Hollow. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the very soul of the forest held its breath in anticipation of what was to come. They walked for what felt like hours, though time seemed to flow differently here, like the gentle ebb and flow of a forgotten lullaby. Eventually, they came upon a clearing bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. In the center stood a ring of ancient stones, weathered by time and draped in moss. "This is the Circle of Memories," Mirabelle said, her voice a reverent whisper. "Here, the past and present intertwine, and the path to the hidden world begins." As Leora stepped into the circle, the heart of the grove pulsed warmly in her hand, filling the air with a soft, luminescent glow. The stones around her shimmered with an ethereal light, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to hum with energy. "Close your eyes, child," Mirabelle instructed softly, "and listen." Leora did as she was told, her eyes fluttering shut. In the darkness behind her lids, she could hear the whisper of the wind, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the distant song of a stream. But beneath it all, there was something else, a melody that thrummed through her very bones, a song of the earth itself. With each note, the world around her seemed to shift and change, the air shimmering with magic. When she opened her eyes, the grove was gone, replaced by a landscape unlike anything she had ever seen. Here, the trees towered into the sky, their bark glistening like silver in the soft light. The ground was carpeted with delicate flowers that glowed faintly, casting a gentle luminescence over everything. In the distance, a waterfall cascaded down from a cliff, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds. "This is the hidden world," Mirabelle said, her voice filled with awe. "A place of magic and wonder, where the heart can find what it truly seeks." Leora gazed around in wonder, her heart filled with a sense of peace she had never known. It was as if every corner of this world was alive with possibility, each moment a promise of adventure and discovery. As they walked deeper into the hidden world, Leora began to notice the subtle changes around her. The air was filled with the sound of gentle laughter, the trees seemed to sway in time with an unseen rhythm, and the very ground beneath her feet seemed to pulse with life. They came upon a small village nestled among the trees, its homes built from the living wood and stone of the forest itself. The inhabitants, gentle creatures with eyes like sparkling gems and fur as soft as the finest velvet, greeted them with warm smiles and kind words. "Welcome, Leora," said one of the villagers, a creature with the eyes of a fox and the wings of a butterfly. "We have been waiting for you." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest at their words, a sense of belonging that she had not felt before. As she spent time in the village, she learned their ways, their songs, and their stories. Each day was filled with new wonders, and each night she fell asleep beneath the stars, her heart content and her dreams filled with light. But as the days turned into weeks, Leora began to feel a pull deep inside her, a longing that could not be ignored. She knew that her journey was not yet complete, that there was still something she had to discover. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky, Leora found herself standing at the edge of the village, her gaze fixed on the distant mountains. The heart of the grove pulsed gently against her chest, as if urging her onward. "Are you ready to continue your journey?" Mirabelle asked, her voice a gentle melody in the night air. Leora nodded, her heart steady and sure. "I am," she said, her voice filled with determination. Together they set out towards the mountains, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the moon. The journey was long and filled with challenges, but Leora faced each one with courage and wisdom, her heart guided by the magic of the grove. Along the way, they encountered creatures both wondrous and fierce, each one a guardian of the hidden world. But with each challenge, Leora found new strength within herself, a resilience that was woven from friendship and kindness. As they climbed higher into the mountains, the air grew crisp and cold, the ground beneath their feet blanketed in a soft layer of snow. But Leora's heart was warm, filled with the light of the heart of the grove and the knowledge that she was not alone. Finally, they reached the summit, where the world spread out before them, a tapestry of wonder and magic. Here the sky was a sea of stars, their light dancing across the snow like 1,000 tiny fires. "The journey is almost complete," Mirabelle said, her voice filled with pride. But there is one final step you must take. Leora turned to her, her eyes filled with determination. What must I do? Mirabelle smiled, her gaze as gentle as the light of the stars. Listen to your heart, and you will find the way. With those words, Mirabelle stepped back, leaving Leora alone at the summit. The heart of the grove pulsed gently against her chest, its light a beacon in the darkness. Closing her eyes, Leora took a deep breath, feeling the cool mountain air fill her lungs. She focused on the rhythm of her heart, the steady beat that echoed the pulse of the grove. In that moment, she felt a warmth spread through her chest, a light that filled every corner of her soul. It was a feeling of love and connection, a bond that transcended time and space. And as the light grew brighter, Leora understood. She was not just a part of the grove, but a part of something much greater, a world where magic and wonder existed in every breath, every heartbeat, and every dream. With a heart full of joy, Leora opened her eyes to find herself back in Moonbeam Hollow, the hidden world now a part of her very being. The grove around her was alive with magic, the trees whispering secrets to the stars, and the air filled with the sweet scent of blooming night jasmines. Beside her stood Mirabelle, her eyes sparkling with pride. "You have found your way, Leora," she said softly, "and in doing so, you have brought new life to the grove." Leora smiled, her heart filled with gratitude and love. She knew that her journey was just beginning, that the hidden world within the forest would always be a part of her, guiding her with its magic and wisdom. And so, with the heart of the grove nestled safely against her chest, Leora returned to her village, her spirit alight with the wonder of the hidden world. She knew that she would always carry its magic within her, a light that would guide her through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days. In the years that followed, Leora shared her tales of Moonbeam Hollow and the hidden world with all who would listen, her stories a tapestry of magic and wonder. And as she spoke, the grove itself seemed to hum with the gentle glow of moonlight, its spirit alive in the hearts of all who believed. And so, the story of Leora and the Heart of the Grove became a legend in the village, a tale of friendship and courage, of magic and wonder, a reminder that the greatest journeys are those that open our hearts to the beauty and mystery of the world around us. And as the stars danced across the night sky, the grove stood silent and steadfast, its secrets safe in the hands of those who dared to dream. The end. Story 29. In the gentle embrace of a valley surrounded by whispering pines and mist-kissed mountains, there lay a quaint village named Willowbrook. This was a place where the air hummed with the sweetness of lavender blooms, and the streams giggled softly over smooth stones. In this serene village lived a young woman named Marin, who was known for her kindness, yet struggled with a heart tangled in uncertainty and a fear of change. Marin, with her eyes like pools of twilight and hair that danced like autumn leaves, spent her days tending to her garden. It was a sanctuary of color and life, a place where she felt in control amidst her hesitations about the world beyond her picket fence. Her garden was filled with daisies and marigolds, and the air was always thick with the scent of fresh earth and blossoms. Yet, despite the beauty she cultivated, Marin felt an unspoken yearning, a quiet whisper of the unknown that stirred within her. One crisp morning, as the first golden rays of the sun kissed the frost-covered petals, Marin noticed something peculiar. At the edge of her garden, where the wild and the tamed met, a single glowing seed lay nestled amongst the dewdrops. Its luminescence was like a gentle star fallen to earth. Intrigued and drawn to its quiet radiance, Marin picked it up, feeling its warmth seep into her palm. As the days turned, Marin planted the seed in the heart of her garden. Each day, she tended to it with care, watering it with hope and whispering to it her dreams and fears. Slowly, a wondrous plant began to emerge, its leaves shimmering with an iridescent glow that danced with the colors of dawn and dusk. The village herbalist, a wise and gentle woman named Leora, often visited Marin, offering her wisdom and companionship. With silver hair like spun moonlight and eyes that twinkled with the secrets of the ages, Leora was a beloved figure in Willowbrook. She noticed the new addition to Marin's garden and offered her guidance. "This plant, dear Marin, is a reflection of your spirit," Leora said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "As it grows, it mirrors the changes within you. Embrace it, for it carries the magic of transformation. Maren listened, her heart both comforted and challenged by Leora's words. She realized that the plant, with its magical essence, was urging her to embrace the changes she feared. As she nurtured it, she began to see her own life in a new light. Each leaf unfurled like a new possibility, each bloom a testament to resilience and growth. Time flowed like the gentle river that wove through Willowbrook, and Maren slowly began to venture beyond her garden. Encouraged by the plant's transformation and Leora's gentle nudges, she explored the village and its outskirts, meeting new faces and discovering stories that wove a tapestry of life she had never imagined. She formed bonds with the villagers, learning from their tales of courage and dreams. One evening, under the watchful gaze of a silver moon, Maren found herself at the edge of the forest that bordered Willowbrook. Her heart pounded with a mixture of fear and anticipation. The forest, with its ancient trees and hidden secrets, seemed to call her name. It was a world unknown, yet its whisper was familiar, like a song from her childhood. Gathering her courage, Maren stepped into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and moss. Her footsteps were soft on the leaf-laden path, and the trees seemed to lean in, listening to her heart's rhythm. As she ventured deeper, she came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood a grand, ancient tree, its branches winding upward like the arms of a wise old guardian. Beneath it, a small pool shimmered, reflecting the night sky's tapestry. Maren approached the pool and gazed into its depths. As she did, the water began to ripple and glow, revealing visions of her past fears, her reluctance, and her journey of discovery. In that moment, Maren understood. The forest, the tree, the pool, they were all reflections of her inner landscape, just like the magical plant in her garden. She saw how far she had come, how each step taken in uncertainty had led her to this place of understanding and acceptance. With a heart filled with newfound peace, Maren returned to Willowbrook. She shared her experiences with Leora and the villagers, her voice carrying the lessons of courage and transformation. Her story, like a gentle breeze, touched the hearts of those who heard it, inspiring them to embrace the changes in their own lives. As the seasons turned, Maren's garden flourished, with the magical plant standing tall and vibrant, a beacon of hope and transformation. And Maren, once weighed down by fear, found herself blossoming with confidence and joy, her spirit as radiant as the morning sun. In the heart of Willowbrook, where magic and reality danced in harmony, Maren discovered that change was not something to fear, but a journey to be embraced. And so, with each sunrise, she continued to grow, her life a beautiful tapestry woven with threads of courage, friendship, and the unending magic of personal discovery. Story 30. In a quaint little village nestled between the lush, rolling hills and the whispering pines of the enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Lila. The village was a place where the sun always seemed to shine a little brighter, and the air carried the sweet scent of wildflowers and honey. Lila's days were filled with laughter and play, and her nights were spent dreaming of the magical world that lay just beyond the forest's edge. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila noticed something peculiar. Tiny footprints, shimmering with a faint silver glow, wove a delicate path across her garden. She knelt down to inspect them, her fingers brushing the cool earth, feeling the mystery beneath her fingertips. These footprints were unlike any she'd seen before, too small for a child, too light for an animal. Intrigued, Lila decided to follow them, her heart fluttering with curiosity. The footprints led her beyond the familiar embrace of her garden and into the outskirts of the enchanted forest, a place where the air seemed to hum with secrets and the trees whispered tales of old. Here, the light of the setting sun filtered through the branches, casting long, dappled shadows that danced upon the forest floor. As she ventured deeper, Lila stumbled upon a curious sight. Perched on a moss-covered stone sat a tiny creature, no taller than a toadstool. Its wings were translucent, catching the light in a kaleidoscope of colors. Its eyes, bright and wise, regarded Lila with a gentle curiosity. "Hello," the creature chirped in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I am Thistle, the forest sprite. It seems you've found my footprints." Lila, delighted and a little surprised, smiled warmly. "I have. They led me here, and I couldn't resist following them. But why did you leave them in my garden? Thistle fluttered his wings thoughtfully. Ah, you see, there have been strange happenings in the village lately, things disappearing and reappearing in odd places. I was hoping to enlist some help in solving this little mystery. Lila's eyes sparkled with excitement. I would love to help. What should we do? The sprite hovered closer, his voice barely above a whisper. We must observe and listen, for the forest has ways of revealing its secrets to those who are patient and kind. And so, the unlikely pair began their investigation. Lila, with her sharp eyes and keen mind, and Thistle, with his ancient wisdom and magical insight, made a formidable team. They retraced the footprints, discovering that they led to the heart of the forest, to a place where the trees grew tall and the air was thick with enchantment. There, in a clearing bathed in moonlight, they found a circle of mushrooms, each one glowing softly. In the center stood a rabbit, its fur as white as snow, and its eyes as bright as the stars. Around its neck hung a delicate silver bell that jingled with every movement. Ah, the culprit! Thistle exclaimed with a chuckle. This is Luna, the moon rabbit. She's been borrowing bits and bobs from the village, curious about the human world. Lila approached Luna gently, kneeling down to meet her gaze. Hello, Luna. Have you been playing with our things? Luna nodded, her whiskers twitching with mischief. I meant no harm, she replied in a voice as soft as a breeze. I only wished to learn more about your world, but I didn't realize my actions were causing trouble. Thistle fluttered beside Lila. Perhaps, Luna, you could return what you have borrowed and share your tales with us instead. We would love to hear about the moonlit adventures of a rabbit. Luna's eyes twinkled with delight. Oh, I would love that! Let us make a pact of friendship, and I'll share all my stories. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Lila, Thistle, and Luna made a pact. Luna returned the missing items, and the villagers, none the wiser, found their lost treasures back in their rightful places. From that day forward, the three friends met regularly in the clearing, sharing stories and laughter. Lila learned about the magic of the forest, while Luna discovered the wonders of the human world. Thistle, ever the wise mentor, guided their adventures with a gentle hand. The mystery had been solved not through confrontation, but through understanding and friendship. Lila's heart felt fuller than ever, warmed by the bonds she had formed and the secrets she had uncovered. As the village nestled into the peaceful embrace of night, Lila drifted into a deep, restful sleep, her dreams filled with the shimmering footprints that had led her to a world of wonder. And in the quiet of the forest, the moon shone down upon a circle of friends, their laughter echoing softly through the trees, a gentle reminder of the magic that lies in every heart, willing to listen and learn. Story 31. In the heart of an ancient forest where the leaves whispered secrets and the streams sang lullabies, there existed a world unseen by most. This was a realm where the natural and the magical danced hand in hand, a delicate ballet of life and enchantment. Here, beneath the canopy's emerald embrace, there lived creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the forest's existence. One such creature was a gentle rabbit named Finley. His fur was the soft hue of twilight clouds, his eyes deep pools of understanding. Finley was known throughout the forest as a keeper of stories, tales passed down from one generation to the next. With each tale, he imparted the timeless wisdom of the woods, ensuring that the harmony of their world was preserved. As the seasons swirled around them, each bringing its own magic, the forest thrived. Spring's breath painted the world in vibrant greens, coaxing buds to bloom and rivers to swell with melted snow. It was during this season that Finley often sat beneath the ancient oak, its branches heavy with new leaves, ready to share his tales with eager listeners. One crisp morning, the forest awoke to a peculiar change. A soft mist lingered, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth, wrapping the world in a cocoon of quiet wonder. As the mist began to lift, Finley noticed a glittering trail snaking through the underbrush, leading towards the heart of the forest. Curiosity piqued, he followed this silvery path, his paws brushing against dew-kissed ferns. The trail led him to a small clearing where an old turtle named Sage resided. Sage was wise beyond measure, her shell etched with the stories of countless years. She was known to hold the secrets of the seasons, understanding the delicate dance of nature better than any other. Finley approached with respect, his nose twitching in greeting. "Good morning, Sage," he began, his voice as soft as the breeze. "The forest feels different today, as if it's whispering a new story. Do you know what it might be?" Sage opened her eyes slowly, the wise orbs reflecting the dappled sunlight. "Ah, Finley," she responded, her voice a gentle rumble. "You sense it too, the shift in the air. It is the time of the equinox, when day and night share equal hours. It's a moment of balance, a reminder of the harmony that sustains us all." Finley nodded, understanding the significance of this moment. The equinox was a time of reflection, a chance for the forest's inhabitants to realign with the natural order. It was a celebration of balance, a lesson that echoed through the canopy down to the forest floor. As the day unfolded, creatures from all corners of the forest gathered in the clearing. Birds fluttered from branch to branch, their songs weaving through the air like a tapestry of joy. Squirrels chattered playfully, their bushy tails flicking in anticipation. Even the shy deer stepped softly from the shadows, their eyes wide with wonder. Finley took his place among them, settling into the mossy ground. He began to share the stories of past equinoxes, tales of how the forest had thrived through cooperation and understanding. He spoke of the time when a fierce storm had threatened to uproot their world, and how the creatures had banded together, using their strengths to protect one another. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Sage spoke once more. "Remember," she intoned, her voice a soothing melody, "that each of us plays a part in this grand symphony. The balance we seek begins within us, in the choices we make and the kindness we show." With these words, the gathering dispersed, each creature carrying a piece of wisdom in their hearts. The forest settled into the gentle embrace of twilight, the air filled with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of an owl. Finley lingered a while longer, his heart full of gratitude. He gazed up at the stars as they began to twinkle into existence, each one a tiny beacon of hope. The equinox had come and gone, yet its lessons remained, echoing in the soul of the forest. As he made his way back along the glittering trail, Finley felt a deep sense of peace. The forest was not just a place, but a living entity, a testament to the power of unity and understanding. In this magical world where nature and magic intertwined, the balance of life was not just a necessity, but a gift, a melody that played on in the harmony of the ancient woods. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, Finley returned to his burrow, nestled among the roots of the great oak. He slept soundly, cradled by the gentle heartbeat of the earth, dreaming of the stories yet to be told, and the eternal dance of harmony that sustained them all. Story 32. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Arya. Arya had always been drawn to the whispering trees and the secrets they seemed to hold, her imagination running wild with tales of the wonders that may lie beyond the tangled boughs. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the cool breeze, Arya's curiosity finally got the better of her. She packed a small satchel with a warm cloak, a book of poems, and a few sweet treats, determined to venture forth and unravel the mysteries of the forest. As she stepped beneath the canopy of rustling leaves, Arya was immediately enveloped in a world of enchantment. The forest floor was carpeted with a kaleidoscope of crimson and gold, and the air carried the rich, earthy scent of decay and rebirth. Strange, luminous fungi dotted the bases of twisting trees, their gentle glow casting dancing shadows that seemed to beckon her deeper into the unknown. Before long, Arya came upon a gurgling stream, its waters as clear as crystal. Kneeling at the bank, she cupped her hands to take a sip, and was met with a surprising sight. Tiny, iridescent fish darted to and fro, their scales shimmering like 1,000 rainbows. As she watched in wonder, the fish began to swirl and dance, as if putting on a performance just for her. Continuing on her path, Arya encountered more wonders still. A family of plump, furry creatures scampered across her path, their pointed snouts twitching with curiosity before they disappeared into a hollow log. In a sunlit glade, she stumbled upon a ring of toads emitting a soft, melodic hum, as if singing a secret song. As the day wore on, Arya's steps grew weary, but her sense of adventure only grew stronger. She scrambled over fallen logs, pushed aside curtains of vines, and navigated around treacherous brambles, all the while marveling at the beauty and mystery that surrounded her. At last, as the golden light of dusk began to filter through the branches, Arya found herself in a clearing unlike any she had ever seen. The ground was blanketed in a plush carpet of emerald moss, and at the center stood a towering, ancient oak. Its gnarled trunk seemed to pulse with a gentle, rhythmic energy, and its branches stretched towards the heavens like welcoming arms. Overcome with awe, Arya approached the majestic tree, running her fingers along its weathered bark. As she did, a warm, comforting feeling washed over her, as if the tree itself was offering her a gentle embrace. In that moment, Arya realized that her journey had been about more than just satisfying her curiosity. It had been about finding the courage to step into the unknown, to embrace the wonders of the world with open arms and an open heart. She had faced her fears, overcome challenges, and emerged stronger and more resilient for it. As the first stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, Arya settled against the sturdy trunk of the ancient oak, wrapping her cloak around her shoulders. She opened her book of poems, the words seeming to take on new meaning after her incredible day, and smiled contentedly. The forest had revealed its secrets to her, and in turn, she had discovered the depths of her own bravery and sense of wonder. With a grateful heart, Arya drifted off to sleep, lulled by the whispers of the trees and the knowledge that she would carry the magic of this enchanting place within her forever. Story 33. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the edge of an expansive forest, there lived a gentle girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the soothing rhythm of village life, helping her grandmother tend to their small garden, and listening to the tales spun by the elders around the evening fire. The villagers often spoke of the forest that bordered their home, known as the Whispering Woods, a place of ancient secrets and magical wonders. It was a place both feared and revered, its depths seldom explored by those who resided nearby. Leora, with her curious heart and kind spirit, found herself constantly drawn to the edge of the forest. She would sit on the roots of the great oak that marked the entrance, listening to the rustle of leaves that spoke in hushed tones, almost as if sharing secrets with the wind. Her grandmother often warned her, "The woods have a mind of their own, dear. Venture not too far, lest you lose your way." One crisp autumn morning, as the sun sent golden shafts of light through the misty air, Leora felt an irresistible pull towards the forest. The whispering seemed louder, more insistent, as if calling her name. With a deep breath and a heart full of wonder, she stepped beyond the familiar boundary, determined to uncover the mysteries that lay within. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot creating a gentle rhythm as Leora ventured deeper. The trees stood tall, their ancient branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a delicate, dappled dance upon the forest floor. Birds sang melodies that twined through the air, a symphony of nature that accompanied her journey. As she walked, Leora noticed a peculiar glow emanating from a clearing ahead. Her curiosity piqued. She followed the light to discover a small, shimmering pool nestled within a circle of stones. The water sparkled as if filled with stars, its surface rippling gently despite the absence of wind. Kneeling beside it, Leora peered into its depths, her reflection mingling with the twinkling lights that danced below. The pool whispered to her, a gentle, melodic voice that spoke without words. It told of a hidden world beneath the forest's surface, a realm of magic and wonder that existed alongside her own. Entranced, Leora reached out, her fingers grazing the water's surface. As she did, a warm sensation spread through her, as if the pool were sharing a part of its magic with her. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and Leora found herself in a world both familiar and strange. The trees seemed to glow with an inner light, their leaves vibrant with hues unseen before. Flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, their petals shimmering like stained glass. And there, in the center of this enchanted realm, stood a grand tree, its trunk wide and ancient, its branches sprawling across the sky. Leora approached the tree, feeling a sense of awe and reverence. As she drew near, she noticed carvings etched into the bark, intricate symbols and patterns that pulsed with a gentle luminescence. The tree, she realized, was the heart of this hidden world, its roots entwined with the magic that suffused the forest. Suddenly from behind the tree, a creature emerged, unlike any Leora had ever seen. It was a small fox, its fur a brilliant white that seemed to shimmer with the colors of the forest. Its eyes were bright and intelligent, and it regarded Leora with a friendly curiosity. "Welcome, traveler," the fox said, its voice soft and musical. "I am Aaron, guardian of the Whispering Woods. Few have found their way here, and fewer still with a heart as pure as yours." Leora smiled, her heart swelling with warmth. "Thank you, Aaron," she replied. "This place is beautiful beyond words. But why have I been drawn here?" "The forest has chosen you," Aaron explained, "for a journey of discovery and growth, to learn the secrets of the woods and to find the magic that lies within yourself." Intrigued and eager, Leora agreed to embark on this journey, guided by Aaron through the magical realm. As they traveled, she learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to understand the language of the wind, and to see the hidden wonders that lay beneath the surface of the world. Aaron taught her about the delicate balance of nature, how each creature and plant played a vital role in the forest's harmony. Leora discovered that the forest was not just a collection of trees and animals, but a living, breathing entity with its own wisdom and spirit. As days turned into weeks, Leora's bond with the forest deepened. She learned to harness the magic within her, to call upon it when needed, and to use it to help the creatures of the woods. She healed injured animals, tended to sickly plants, and brought balance to the forest's ecosystem. Through her journey, Leora grew not only in her understanding of the forest, but also in her understanding of herself. She discovered a strength and resilience within her that she had never known before, a quiet confidence born of her connection to the natural world. One day, as she sat beneath the grand tree, Aaron by her side, Leora felt a change in the air. The whispering of the forest grew louder, more urgent, and the trees themselves seemed to lean closer, their branches swaying in a gentle rhythm. "It is time," Aaron said softly, his eyes filled with wisdom and warmth. "The forest calls you to fulfill your role, to share the magic you've found here with the world beyond these woods." Leora nodded, understanding the weight of the responsibility that had been placed upon her shoulders. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit brimming with newfound courage, she prepared to return to her village, ready to share the wonders of the Whispering Woods with those she loved. As she stepped back through the shimmering pool, leaving the enchanted realm behind, Leora carried with her the lessons of the forest. She understood now that the magic of the woods was not something to be feared or kept hidden, but a gift to be shared, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that lay in the world around them. Returning to her village, Leora found herself changed. Her eyes opened to the magic that existed in everyday life. She shared her stories with the villagers, teaching them to listen to the whispers of the wind, to see the beauty in the smallest details, and to embrace the magic within themselves. As the seasons turned, the village flourished, its people living in harmony with the natural world, their lives enriched by the magic of the Whispering Woods. And Leora, with her gentle heart and wise spirit, became a beloved figure, a guardian of the forest's secrets and a beacon of hope for all who sought the magic within. And so, the tale of Leora and the Whispering Woods was passed down through generations, a story of friendship, growth, and the enduring power of nature's magic. It reminded all who heard it that the world was a place of wonder, waiting to be discovered by those with hearts open to its beauty. And as the stars twinkled above the village, the whispers of the forest continued, a gentle song that echoed through the night, a promise of magic and mystery for all who dared to listen. Story 34. In a forest older than time itself, where the whispers of the wind carried tales of ages past, there was a secret world woven intricately into the fabric of nature. This was the kingdom of Everwood, where the trees towered like ancient guardians and the streams sang soft lullabies as they meandered through the mossy undergrowth. The creatures of Everwood were unlike any found elsewhere, for they were imbued with the magic of the forest. The gentle foxes bore tails tipped with starlight, the wise owls had eyes like pools of moonlit water, and the graceful deer walked with hooves that left trails of silver light. Among these creatures lived a young rabbit named Thistle, with fur the color of autumn leaves and a heart as kind as the spring rain. Thistle was known throughout the forest for her boundless curiosity and gentle nature. She had a special knack for listening, truly listening, to the whispers of the woods. Her ears would twitch with delight whenever she caught the tales carried by the south wind or the songs sung by the babbling brooks. It was late autumn, and the forest was wrapped in a cloak of vibrant golds and deep crimsons. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth, a symphony of smells that spoke of the coming winter. One particular morning, as the sun spilled its golden light through the latticework of branches, Thistle awoke to find the forest abuzz with excitement. The time had come for the Great Gathering, an event as old as the forest itself. The Great Gathering was a time for all creatures to come together, to share stories and wisdom passed down through generations. It was a celebration of harmony and balance, where the wonders of each season were remembered and revered. As Thistle made her way to the heart of Everwood, the forest seemed to hum with anticipation. The leaves rustled with secrets, and the distant call of a loon echoed across the treetops. When Thistle arrived at the clearing, it was as though the forest had come alive with magic. Creatures of all kinds had gathered, each bringing with them the unique beauty of their kind. Squirrels chattered excitedly as they darted from branch to branch, their bushy tails flicking like feathery brushes. Butterflies danced in the air, their wings catching the light in a dazzling display of color. At the center of the clearing stood Elder Oak, the oldest and wisest tree in Everwood. Its trunk was gnarled and wide, its bark etched with the stories of centuries. Elder Oak's branches stretched skyward, as if reaching to touch the heavens themselves. Draped across its boughs were strands of silver moss that glimmered like dew in the morning light. Gathered beneath Elder Oak were the elders of the forest, creatures whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the trees they called home. There was Bramble the badger, with his grizzled coat and eyes that twinkled with mirth, Mistral the owl, whose feathers were as soft as the twilight sky, and Willow the deer, whose gentle gaze could calm even the fiercest storm. As the gathering began, Elder Oak's voice resonated through the clearing, a sound as deep and comforting as distant thunder. "Welcome, children of the forest," it rumbled, "to this sacred gathering. Today we celebrate the harmony of our home and the wisdom passed down through the ages." The creatures settled into a comfortable hush, the only sound the soft rustling of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. Elder Oak began to speak of the seasons, each one a thread in the tapestry of life. "Spring," it murmured, "is the time of renewal, when the earth awakens from its slumber. The rains bring life to the seeds buried deep in the soil, and the world is painted in hues of green." "Summer," continued Elder Oak, "is the season of growth and abundance. The days are long and warm, and the forest basks in the golden glow of the sun. It is a time of laughter and light, of fruit ripening on the vine. Autumn," Elder Oak's voice softened, "is the time of reflection. The leaves blaze with color, a final, glorious farewell before the world is wrapped in winter's embrace. It is a time to gather and give thanks for the bounty of the earth. And winter," Elder Oak's voice was a gentle whisper, "is the season of rest. The world is quiet and still, blanketed in snow. It is a time for stories, for warmth by the hearth, and for dreams of the spring to come." As Elder Oak spoke, Thistle felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of belonging to something greater than herself. She listened as the elders shared tales of the forest, of storms weathered and challenges overcome through wisdom and friendship. Each story was a lesson, woven into the very fabric of the forest. Bramble the badger recounted the tale of the great flood, when the animals worked together to build a dam that saved their homes. Mistral the owl spoke of the time the stars fell from the sky, and how the creatures of Everwood gathered them up and returned them to their rightful place. As the stories unfolded, Thistle felt a deep sense of peace. She realized that the forest was a living, breathing entity, a delicate balance of life and magic. Every creature, from the tiniest ant to the mightiest bear, played a role in maintaining that balance. The great gathering continued long into the evening, the sky above a tapestry of stars. As the moon rose high above the trees, casting its silvery glow across the clearing, Elder Oak spoke once more. "Remember, dear ones," it said softly, "that you are all connected. The forest is our home, and it is up to us to care for it. In doing so, we care for each other." With those words, the great gathering came to a close. Slowly, the creatures began to disperse, their hearts full of the wisdom and warmth of the night. Thistle lingered for a moment, her eyes lifted to the stars. She felt a profound sense of gratitude for the forest and its many wonders. As she made her way back through the moonlit woods, Thistle's heart was light. She knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, the wisdom of the forest would guide her, just as it had guided all those who came before. In the kingdom of Everwood, the magic of nature was eternal, a gentle reminder that harmony and balance were the true treasures of the world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Thistle returned to her burrow, her spirit at peace, her dreams filled with the beauty and wonder of the forest she called home. Story 35. In the heart of a forest, where time seemed to slow its relentless march, there lay a hidden glade, untouched by the hands of humankind. The light of the sun filtered gently through a canopy of towering oaks and whispering pines, painting the forest floor with dapples of gold and emerald. Here the air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and the sweet earthy aroma of damp moss. The gentle murmur of a crystal-clear brook wove its way through the underbrush, a soothing lullaby that spoke of secrets long forgotten. This forest was home to creatures of all kinds, each living in harmony with the other, bound by an ancient pact to maintain the delicate balance of their shared home. Among them was a wise old stag named Bramble, his antlers a proud crown that mirrored the intricate branches above. His eyes, deep pools of amber, held the knowledge of many seasons, and he was respected by all, small and large, winged and footed alike. Bramble was often seen at the edge of the glade, his breath a soft mist in the cool dawn air, sharing tales with the young ones gathered at his feet. Today, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the forest awake, he spoke of the dance of the seasons, a magical phenomenon that ensured the harmony of their world. "Listen well, little ones," Bramble began, his voice as smooth as the brook's song. "For it is upon us again, the time when the forest must prepare for the changeover from autumn's gentle embrace to winter's quiet slumber." The young creatures listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder. There was Pip, a curious squirrel with fur the color of autumn leaves, and Luna, a gentle dove whose feathers shimmered like the first frost. There was also Thistle, a timid rabbit with ears that twitched at the slightest sound, and Fern, a wise old tortoise whose shell carried the patterns of the forest itself. "As the seasons dance," Bramble continued, "the magic within our forest awakens. It is a time when the spirits of nature come alive, weaving their spells to ensure our world remains in balance." The forest, as if in response to Bramble's words, seemed to hum with quiet energy. Leaves rustled with a language all their own, and the brook's babble turned into a harmonious chorus. The air was charged with a sense of anticipation, a promise of things to come. "Each of us has a role to play," Bramble said, nodding towards Pip and Luna. "The squirrels like you, Pip, scatter seeds far and wide, ensuring new life will blossom when spring returns. And you, Luna, with your graceful flights, spread the pollen that brings forth the flowers of tomorrow." Pip puffed up with pride, while Luna cooed softly, both feeling the importance of their tasks. "And Thistle," Bramble continued, "your keen ears alert us to dangers, while Fern, your wisdom guides us through the trials we face." Thistle's nose twitched at the praise, and Fern nodded sagely, their hearts warmed by Bramble's words. "But remember," Bramble cautioned, "change does not come without challenge. The dance of the seasons is a time of transition, and we must work together to ensure the forest remains in harmony." As if on cue, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the first chill of approaching winter. It whispered through the trees, a reminder of the cold months ahead. The creatures shivered slightly, but stood resolute, bolstered by the knowledge that together they could face anything. Days passed and the forest thrummed with activity. The leaves turned from green to hues of amber, gold, and crimson, their colors a tapestry woven by unseen hands. Pip and his fellow squirrels busily gathered acorns, burying them in secret caches. Luna and the birds flitted from branch to branch, their wings a blur of motion as they spread the last pollen of the season. Thistle, ever vigilant, kept watch for signs of wolves or other predators, while Fern offered guidance to those who sought it. his slow, deliberate movements a reminder of the patience required in times of change. As the last leaves fell and the first frost glittered on the forest floor, the creatures gathered once more in the glade. Above them, the sky was a canopy of stars, twinkling like diamonds against the velvet night. Bramble stood at the center, his eyes reflecting the starlight. "You have done well," he said, his voice carrying across the glade. "The forest is prepared for winter's embrace. Now we rest, confident that spring will return, bringing with it new life and new beginnings." The creatures sighed in contentment, their hearts full of peace. They knew that they were part of something greater, a cycle that had continued for generations and would continue for generations more. As the forest settled into its winter slumber, the creatures nestled close, their dreams filled with the promise of spring. The air was crisp and still, a blanket of quiet enveloping the glade. And the forest, under the watchful gaze of the moon, breathed deeply, at peace with the world and with itself. In the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality danced as one, harmony reigned, a testament to the wisdom passed down through the ages and the gentle, kind-hearted creatures who lived it every day. Story 36. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, there lived a gentle soul named Finn. Finn was a curious boy with a heart as open as the endless skies above him. He spent his days exploring the meadows and forests that surrounded his home, each adventure filling his mind with stories and dreams. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped towards the horizon and painted the sky with strokes of amber and rose, Finn wandered further than he ever had before. The air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets only the breeze knew. As he meandered through the familiar paths, he stumbled upon a narrow, winding trail that seemed to beckon him with promises of mystery and wonder. Intrigued and with a spark of courage igniting in his chest, Finn decided to follow the path. It led him deeper into the heart of the forest, where the trees grew taller and their trunks wider, their canopy forming a lush green ceiling above him. The air grew cooler and the sounds of the forest, chirping crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, wrapped around him like a comforting lullaby. As Finn ventured further, he discovered a place unlike any he had ever seen. Before him lay a hidden glen, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. The grass was a vibrant emerald, dotted with tiny luminescent flowers that twinkled like stars fallen to the earth. At the center of the glen stood a grand, ancient tree, with branches that stretched up to the heavens as if trying to embrace the moon. Finn approached the tree, his eyes wide with awe and wonder. As he drew nearer, he noticed something extraordinary, a door carved into the trunk, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the fading light. With a heart full of anticipation, Finn gently pushed the door open, and it swung wide without a sound. Inside, the tree was hollow yet alive with a soft golden light that danced along the walls. The air was filled with the faint scent of honey and spice, and the floor was covered in a carpet of soft, moss-like cushions. In the center of the chamber stood a small table, upon which rested a collection of curious objects, a compass that spun without stopping, a feather that glowed with a soft blue light, and a tiny vial filled with shimmering dust. As Finn examined these treasures, he heard a soft giggle, like the tinkling of bells. He turned to find a small, whimsical creature perched on a nearby branch. It was a breezeling, a creature of the forest with wings like stained glass and eyes that sparkled like the first stars of night. Its presence filled the chamber with warmth and an unspoken promise of friendship. "Welcome, Finn," the breezeling chimed, its voice as gentle as a spring breeze. "You have found the heart of the forest, a place where dreams are born and courage grows." Finn smiled, feeling a sense of belonging and joy. "What is this place?" he asked, his voice a hushed whisper of awe. "It is a realm of wonders," the breezeling replied, flitting closer. "A place that few find, and even fewer understand. Here, you can learn the language of the trees, listen to the stories of the stars, and discover the strength that lies within you." The breezeling fluttered its wings, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the chamber. But first a challenge awaits, a gentle test of heart and spirit. Finn nodded, his resolve steady. "I am ready," he said, feeling the warmth of the Briesling's words settle within him like a cozy blanket. The Briesling led Finn to the edge of the glen, where a shimmering pool of water lay, its surface smooth as glass. To pass the test, it explained, you must find the courage to step into the unknown and trust in the magic of your own heart. With a deep breath, Finn looked into the water. Its depths were a swirling tapestry of colors, ever-changing and alive. He hesitated for just a moment, then took a step forward, the cool water embracing him like an old friend. As he submerged, the world around him transformed. Finn found himself in an ethereal realm beneath the surface, where vibrant schools of fish danced in intricate patterns, and the water sang with a melody as old as time. Here he felt the presence of the forest, its strength and wisdom flowing through him. In this enchanted place, Finn learned to listen, to the quiet whispers of his own heart, to the stories carried by the currents, and to the gentle guidance of the Briesling, who remained by his side. He discovered that courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to explore beyond its boundaries. When Finn emerged from the pool, he felt different, light and full of joy, as if he had been touched by the magic of the forest itself. The Briesling greeted him with a knowing smile. "You have found what you sought," it said, its voice a gentle cadence of approval. "The courage to explore, the wisdom to listen, and the strength that lies within you." Filled with gratitude, Finn thanked the Briesling and promised to return, his heart forever linked to the heart of the forest. As he made his way back home, the stars began to twinkle above, their light guiding him like a celestial map. When Finn returned to his village, he carried with him the warmth of the forest and the gentle lessons it had shared. And though he continued to explore the world around him, he knew that the greatest adventure was the journey within, a journey illuminated by the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, each night, as the village slumbered under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn would sit by his window and gaze at the stars, a soft smile on his lips. For he knew that no matter where his adventures took him, the heart of the forest would always be with him, a beacon of light and love in the tapestry of his dreams. And in this way, Finn's story became a part of the village's lore, a tale of courage, friendship, and the magic that lies within us all. As the embers of the day faded into night, the village slept soundly, wrapped in the comforting embrace of these gentle, timeless truths. Story 37. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village, where cobblestone paths wound through mossy green hills, there stood an ancient bookshop called the Rustling Pages. The shop was a treasure trove of stories, its shelves overflowing with dusty tomes and leather-bound volumes that whispered tales of far-off lands and forgotten times. The air inside was perpetually filled with the comforting aroma of old paper and ink, mingling with the faint scent of lavender from the garden outside. In this bookshop, a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons. Clara had a curious heart and an imagination as vast as the skies above the village. She loved to lose herself among the pages, discovering new worlds and meeting characters who felt like dear friends. Yet what Clara cherished most was her time spent with Mr. Whittle, the kind, bespectacled owner of the Rustling Pages. Mr. Whittle had been a fixture in the village for as long as anyone could remember, his gentle demeanor and twinkling eyes a source of comfort to all who entered his shop. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a melodic rhythm against the window panes, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar book tucked away in a corner. Its cover was worn and unassuming, but when she opened it, she found its pages blank, save for a small, hand-drawn map. Curiosity piqued, she showed the book to Mr. Whittle. "Ah, you've found the Book of Whispers," he said with a smile, his voice as warm and rich as hot chocolate on a cold day. "It's said to hold a secret, but only those with a true heart can uncover it." Intrigued, Clara decided to take the book home and study the map more closely. That night, as the village lay wrapped in the quietude of slumber, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the book open on her lap. She traced the lines of the map with her finger, feeling a tingling sensation as she did so. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to shimmer, and before she knew it, Clara was standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped a gentle melody, and a brook babbled softly nearby. Clara felt a sense of wonder wash over her, but also a hint of uncertainty about this unexpected adventure. As she began to walk, Clara encountered a peculiar creature perched on a fallen log. It was a squirrel, but unlike any squirrel she had seen before. Its fur was a soft shade of lavender, and its eyes sparkled with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Welcome, traveler," the squirrel chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Sylvie, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you here?" Clara explained her discovery of the book and the map, her voice tinged with both excitement and bewilderment. Sylvie listened attentively, her bushy tail twitching thoughtfully. "The Book of Whispers has brought you here for a reason," Sylvie said. "Many seek its secrets, but few are chosen. You must journey to the heart of the forest to uncover what you seek. Fear not, for I shall accompany you." With Sylvie as her guide, Clara ventured deeper into the woods. They were soon joined by another unexpected companion, a wise old owl named Osric, who had a penchant for riddles and an encyclopedic knowledge of the forest's lore. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes gleamed with kindness. Together, the trio navigated the forest's winding paths, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the forest. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was a family of rabbits who spoke of the importance of community, a fox who taught them the value of patience, and a chorus of frogs who sang songs about the beauty of the present moment. As they journeyed, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the forest, her senses sharpening to the world around her. She felt a deep connection to the land and its inhabitants, a bond that seemed to strengthen with each passing moment. Eventually, the group arrived at a serene glade, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward as if in silent prayer. Clara knew instinctively that they had reached the heart of the forest. "Here lies the secret of the Book of Whispers," Sylvie said, her voice barely a whisper itself. "But to uncover it, you must look within your own heart." Clara approached the tree, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustling of its leaves. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the earth beneath her feet and the life that pulsed around her. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood. The secret was not a tangible thing, but a realization, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. She saw the importance of kindness, the strength in wisdom, and the magic in friendship. Her journey had been one of discovery, not only of the forest's wonders, but of the light within her own heart. When Clara opened her eyes, the glade seemed to shimmer with a newfound radiance. She turned to Sylvie and Osric, gratitude filling her words as she thanked them for their guidance and companionship. With a gentle smile, Sylvie nodded. "The forest is always here, as are we, should you ever need us again." As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara found herself back in her bedroom, the Book of Whispers resting quietly on her lap. She felt a warmth inside, a comforting glow that she knew she would carry with her always. And so, Clara's days of adventure were not confined to the pages of books alone, but lived on in her heart, a testament to the magic of discovery, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of the world around her. As she drifted off to sleep, the forest's melody lingered in her dreams, a lullaby of whispers guiding her into the night. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village, where cobblestone paths wound through mossy green hills, there stood an ancient bookshop called the Rustling Pages. The shop was a treasure trove of stories, its shelves overflowing with dusty tomes and leather-bound volumes that whispered tales of far-off lands and forgotten times. The air inside was perpetually filled with the comforting aroma of old paper and ink, mingling with the faint scent of lavender from the garden outside. In this bookshop, a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons. Clara had a curious heart and an imagination as vast as the skies above the village. She loved to lose herself among the pages, discovering new worlds and meeting characters who felt like dear friends. Yet what Clara cherished most was her time spent with Mr. Whittle, the kind, bespectacled owner of the Rustling Pages. Mr. Whittle had been a fixture in the village for as long as anyone could remember, his gentle demeanor and twinkling eyes a source of comfort to all who entered his shop. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a melodic rhythm against the window panes, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar book tucked away in a corner. Its cover was worn and unassuming, but when she opened it, she found its pages blank, save for a small, hand-drawn map. Curiosity piqued, she showed the book to Mr. Whittle. "Ah, you've found the Book of Whispers," he said with a smile, his voice as warm and rich as hot chocolate on a cold day. "It's said to hold a secret, but only those with a true heart can uncover it." Intrigued, Clara decided to take the book home and study the map more closely. That night, as the village lay wrapped in the quietude of slumber, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the book open on her lap. She traced the lines of the map with her finger, feeling a tingling sensation as she did so. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to shimmer, and before she knew it, Clara was standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped a gentle melody, and a brook babbled softly nearby. Clara felt a sense of wonder wash over her, but also a hint of uncertainty about this unexpected adventure. As she began to walk, Clara encountered a peculiar creature perched on a fallen log. It was a squirrel, but unlike any squirrel she had seen before. Its fur was a soft shade of lavender, and its eyes sparkled with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Welcome, traveler," the squirrel chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Sylvie, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you here?" Clara explained her discovery of the book and the map, her voice tinged with both excitement and bewilderment. Sylvie listened attentively, her bushy tail twitching thoughtfully. "The Book of Whispers has brought you here for a reason," Sylvie said. "Many seek its secrets, but few are chosen. You must journey to the heart of the forest to uncover what you seek. Fear not, for I shall accompany you." With Sylvie as her guide, Clara ventured deeper into the woods. They were soon joined by another unexpected companion, a wise old owl named Osric, who had a penchant for riddles and an encyclopedic knowledge of the forest's lore. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes gleamed with kindness. Together, the trio navigated the forest's winding paths, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the forest. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was a family of rabbits who spoke of the importance of community, a fox who taught them the value of patience, and a chorus of frogs who sang songs about the beauty of the present moment. As they journeyed, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the forest, her senses sharpening to the world around her. She felt a deep connection to the land and its inhabitants, a bond that seemed to strengthen with each passing moment. Eventually, the group arrived at a serene glade, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward as if in silent prayer. Clara knew instinctively that they had reached the heart of the forest. "Here lies the secret of the Book of Whispers," Sylvie said, her voice barely a whisper itself. "But to uncover it, you must look within your own heart." Clara approached the tree, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustling of its leaves. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the earth beneath her feet and the life that pulsed around her. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood. The secret was not a tangible thing, but a realization, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. She saw the importance of kindness, the strength in wisdom, and the magic in friendship. Her journey had been one of discovery, not only of the forest's wonders, but of the light within her own heart. When Clara opened her eyes, the glade seemed to shimmer with a newfound radiance. She turned to Sylvie and Osric, gratitude filling her words as she thanked them for their guidance and companionship. With a gentle smile, Sylvie nodded. "The forest is always here, as are we, should you ever need us again." As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara found herself back in her bedroom, the Book of Whispers resting quietly on her lap. She felt a warmth inside, a comforting glow that she knew she would carry with her always. And so, Clara's days of adventure were not confined to the pages of books alone, but lived on in her heart, a testament to the magic of discovery, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of the world around her. As she drifted off to sleep, the forest's melody lingered in her dreams, a lullaby of whispers guiding her into the night. Story 38. In a land where the morning mist danced gracefully with the dawn's first light, there lay an ancient forest. This was no ordinary forest, for it thrived on the whispered secrets of time and the gentle songs of nature. The trees here were venerable giants, their gnarled branches stretching toward the heavens, cradling nests of songbirds and draping moss like a silken gown. A tapestry of emerald leaves rustled softly, a symphony conducted by the caressing wind. In the heart of this enchanted realm lived a myriad of creatures, each with their own roles in the tapestry of life. There was Brindle, a wise old badger whose coat mirrored the silver and charcoal hues of the twilight sky. His burrow, nestled beneath the roots of the oldest oak, was a repository of stories and wisdom passed down through countless generations. He often shared tales with the young ones, gathering them around as the fireflies began their nightly dance. "Gather close," Brindle would say, his voice like velvet. "Tonight I'll tell you of the song of the seasons." The creatures nestled around him, their eyes wide with anticipation. There was Pip, a curious squirrel with a tail as bushy as a fir tree in winter, Luna, a gentle doe with eyes that reflected the stars, and Fen, a fox whose coat shimmered with the russet shades of autumn leaves. "Long ago," Brindle began, "when the world was still young and the trees were but saplings, the seasons were not as we know them today. They roamed freely, each vying for dominance over the land. It was chaos. Summer's heat clashed with winter's chill, while spring's blossoms were swept away by autumn winds." Pip's whiskers twitched with excitement. "What happened then, Brindle?" "Well," continued the old badger, "the creatures of the forest grew weary of the endless turmoil. They decided to seek the counsel of the great owl, the wisest of all beings, who dwelled in the ancient sycamore at the forest's edge. It was said she had seen the world's first dawn and understood the language of the stars." The creatures could almost hear the rustle of feathers as Brindle spoke, imagining the majestic owl perched high amidst the branches, her eyes gleaming with the light of 1,000 moons. "The great owl listened patiently to their plight," Brindle said, his voice dropping to a hushed tone. She closed her eyes and called upon the magic of the forest. The winds whispered to her, the rivers murmured their secrets, and the earth hummed with ancient power. It was then she decreed that each season would take its turn, a cycle that would bring balance and harmony to the land. Luna sighed softly, her breath a cloud of warmth in the cool evening air. "And so, the seasons learned to share?" "Yes," answered Brindle, nodding sagely. "Spring would awaken the world with its vibrant greens and fragrant blooms. Summer would lavish warmth and sunlight, nurturing the earth's bounty. Autumn would paint the forest in hues of gold and crimson, a time of harvest and reflection. And winter, with its gentle snow, would blanket the world in quiet, offering rest and renewal." Fen, who had been listening intently, asked, "But what about the magic, Brindle? Where did it go?" "The magic," Brindle replied, his eyes twinkling, "never left. It lives in the rhythm of the seasons, in the harmony of nature itself. It's in the song of the brook, the rustle of leaves, and the whisper of the wind." The creatures sat in silence, feeling the peace of the forest envelop them like a warm cloak. They understood now that their lives were woven into this magical tapestry, that every creature, no matter how small, had a role to play in maintaining the delicate balance. As the moon rose high, casting a silvery glow over the forest, the young ones began to drift to sleep, lulled by the gentle lullaby of the night. Brindle watched over them, a guardian of stories and keeper of wisdom, content in the knowledge that the cycles of life would continue, guided by the unseen magic that bound them all together. And so the forest remained a sanctuary of harmony and wonder, a place where the natural world thrived in perfect balance, and where the magic of the seasons whispered to those who listened. In this enchanted realm, life unfolded with a gentle grace, a testament to the wisdom of the great owl and the enduring strength of friendship and understanding. Story 39. Once upon a time, in a forest as old as the mountains themselves, a world of wonder unfolded with each changing season. Here, the boundaries between the natural and the mystical blurred, revealing secrets known only to those who walk the ancient paths with open eyes and open hearts. As winter's icy grip loosened and the first tender buds emerged, a hush fell over the woodland. Deep within the hollow of a gnarled oak, a family of dormice stirred from their slumber, their whiskers twitching with anticipation. For it was in this sacred time of rebirth that the forest's most cherished rite took place. On the first night of the vernal equinox, when day and night stood in perfect balance, the dormice elders would gather the young ones close and share the ancient tales. Tales of the Great Spirit who breathed life into the forest, weaving its intricate tapestry of flora and fauna into a harmonious whole. As the elders spoke, their words carried the weight of generations past, echoing through the trees like whispers on the wind. They told of the delicate dance between all living things, each playing its part in maintaining the balance that sustained the forest's vibrant beauty. The young dormice listened raptly, their eyes wide with wonder, as the elders described the magic that flowed through the woodland's veins. How the first spring rain carried the rejuvenating essence of renewal, nourishing the earth and coaxing forth a symphony of new life. They learned of the dryads, graceful tree spirits who tended the ancient boughs, their laughter like tinkling bells as they danced among the budding leaves, and of the sprites who rode the gentle breezes, trailing stardust in their wake, whispering secrets to those who knew how to listen. As the seasons turned, each brought its own enchantments. In summer, when the forest basked in the golden warmth of endless days, the elders told of the playful nymphs who frolicked in sun-dappled glades, their joyous laughter echoing through the canopy. They spoke of the wise old oak who stood as a guardian, its roots delving deep into the earth, drawing strength from the ancient stones below, and of the hidden groves where otherworldly creatures gathered on moonlit nights to dance and sing, their voices weaving intricate melodies that stirred the very soul. When autumn's vibrant cloak adorned the trees, the elders wove tales of the mighty stag who led his herd through the rustling leaves, his antlers a crown of majesty. They told of the crones who tended the sacred fires, their gnarled hands deftly coaxing forth the glowing embers that would nurture the forest through the long, cold nights ahead. And as winter's crystalline embrace descended once more, the elders would speak of the great bear who slumbered in his den, dreaming of the spring to come, of the silent sentinels who kept vigil over the frozen landscape, their boughs laden with pristine snow, awaiting the cycle's renewal. Through it all, the young dormice learned that the forest's true magic lay not in any singular wonder, but in the intricate tapestry that bound all life together. They understood that each creature, cata plant, cata stone and stream played its part in maintaining the delicate equilibrium that had endured for eons. And so, as the ancient tales concluded and the first pale rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, the dormice elders would smile knowingly. For they knew that the wisdom they had imparted would echo through the generations to come, ensuring that the forest's secrets would never be forgotten, and its magic would endure forever. Once upon a time, in a forest as old as the mountains themselves, a world of wonder unfolded with each changing season. Here, the boundaries between the natural and the mystical blurred, revealing secrets known only to those who walked the ancient paths with open eyes and open hearts. As winter's icy grip loosened and the first tender buds emerged, a hush fell over the woodland. Deep within the hollow of a gnarled oak, a family of dormice stirred from their slumber, their whiskers twitching with anticipation. For it was in this sacred time of rebirth that the forest's most cherished rite took place. On the first night of the vernal equinox, when day and night stood in perfect balance, the dormice elders would gather the young ones close and share the ancient tales. Tales of the Great Spirit who breathed life into the forest, weaving its intricate tapestry of flora and fauna into a harmonious whole. As the elders spoke, their words carried the weight of generations past, echoing through the trees like whispers on the wind. They told of the delicate dance between all living things, each playing its part in maintaining the balance that sustained the forest's vibrant beauty. The young dormice listened raptly, their eyes wide with wonder, as the elders described the magic that flowed through the woodland's veins. how the first spring rain carried the rejuvenating essence of renewal, nourishing the earth and coaxing forth a symphony of new life. They learned of the dryads, graceful tree spirits who tended the ancient boughs, their laughter like tinkling bells as they danced among the budding leaves, and of the sprites who rode the gentle breezes, trailing stardust in their wake, whispering secrets to those who knew how to listen. As the seasons turned, each brought its own enchantments. In summer, when the forest basked in the golden warmth of endless days, the elders told of the playful nymphs who frolicked in sun-dappled glades, their joyous laughter echoing through the canopy. They spoke of the wise old oak who stood as a guardian, its roots delving deep into the earth, drawing strength from the ancient stones below, and of the hidden groves where otherworldly creatures gathered on moonlit nights to dance and sing, their voices weaving intricate melodies that stirred the very soul. When autumn's vibrant cloak adorned the trees, the elders wove tales of the mighty stag who led his herd through the rustling leaves, his antlers a crown of majesty. They told of the crones who tended the sacred fires, their gnarled hands deftly coaxing forth the glowing embers that would nurture the forest through the long, cold nights ahead. And as winter's crystalline embrace descended once more, the elders would speak of the great bear who slumbered in his den, dreaming of the spring to come, of the silent sentinels who kept vigil over the frozen landscape, their boughs laden with pristine snow, awaiting the cycle's renewal. Through it all, the young Dormice learned that the forest's true magic lay not in any singular wonder, but in the intricate tapestry that bound all life together. They understood that each creature, cata plant, cata stone and stream played its part in maintaining the delicate equilibrium that had endured for eons. And so, as the ancient tales concluded and the first pale rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, the Dormice elders would smile knowingly. For they knew that the wisdom they had imparted would echo through the generations to come, ensuring that the forest's secrets would never be forgotten, and its magic would endure forever. Story 40. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were two distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdantia, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Lyra, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Farum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient Ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence, a rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Lyra, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Farum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Lyra spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Lyra shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Farum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Lyra began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Lyra and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the Bridge of Light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Lyra and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. Story 41. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, These magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all. The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Story 42. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. "I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means?" Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. "Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons," he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. "When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained." Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. "Tell me more," she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. "The forest is a living tapestry," Bertram began, "and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect." As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. Long ago, Bertram continued, there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored. Pippa's eyes widened in awe. How did they do it? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. They listened to the forest, Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us. As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. Remember, little one, he said, the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come. With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. Story 43, Story 44, Story 45, Story 46, Story 47. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. In this village, ivy-clad cottages stood under the watchful embrace of towering oak trees, their branches whispering ancient secrets to the winds. Among these cottages, at the end of a winding cobblestone path, was the home of a young woman named Eleanor. Eleanor had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the routines that shaped her days. She knew every stone in the path she walked, every note of the birdsong that greeted her at dawn. Yet, as the seasons began to shift from the vibrant energy of summer to the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor felt a growing unease, a restlessness she could not quite name. The familiar patterns of her life seemed to stifle rather than soothe, and she found herself yearning for something just beyond her reach. One crisp morning, as the first golden leaves tumbled from the trees like coins from a treasure chest, Eleanor set out for a walk in the nearby forest, seeking solace in the rustling leaves and soft earth. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight that made her heart pause. A small, glistening pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. Drawn to its tranquil beauty, Eleanor knelt at the water's edge. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface, and from its depths emerged a curious creature. It was a small, luminous fish with scales that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows. The fish spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in Eleanor's mind. "Greetings, Eleanor," the fish said with a gentle nod. "I am the keeper of waters. You have come seeking change, have you not?" Eleanor blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. "I suppose I have," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, "but I do not know what it is that I seek." The keeper of waters glided closer, its eyes wise and knowing. "Change is a river, ever flowing, ever changing," it said. "It can be daunting, yet it is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will discover your true self." As these words settled in her heart, the pond began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. Eleanor felt a gentle warmth spread through her, and when she looked around, she found herself no longer alone. The forest had transformed, and standing beside her were creatures of the wood, the spirited fox, the wise owl, and the playful squirrel, all friends she had known since her childhood. Each creature spoke in turn, their voices weaving a tapestry of encouragement and support. The fox, with eyes like amber, spoke of courage and the joy of exploration. The owl, perched with grace, shared wisdom and the importance of patience. The squirrel chattered about the delight found in small wonders and the magic of discovery. With each word, Eleanor felt a growing sense of peace and possibility. She saw her life not as a series of fixed patterns, but as a journey filled with endless potential. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to new adventures and self-discovery. In gratitude, Eleanor thanked the Keeper of Waters and her woodland friends. As she rose to leave, the pond's light faded, and the forest returned to its familiar form. Yet within Eleanor's heart, a transformation had begun, a spark of courage and curiosity that would guide her forward. Returning to Willowbrook, Eleanor found that the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive. She welcomed the changing seasons, each day an opportunity to learn and grow. She embraced new experiences, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in her newfound resilience. And so, in the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the Keeper of Waters, she learned that life, like the shimmering pond, was a mirror reflecting the endless possibilities within her. In time, Eleanor became a beacon of inspiration for others in Willowbrook, her story a reminder that change, though challenging, can lead to the most wondrous discoveries. And as the stars twinkled above the village each night, the gentle hum of the forest sang a lullaby of hope and transformation, a song that carried the promise of new beginnings for all who dared to dream. Story 48. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen? Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts. With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Story 49. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered gems in a velvet sky, the planet of Luminara glistened with ethereal beauty. Its crystalline forests and azure rivers were home to the Luminae, a gentle species known for their bioluminescent skin that glowed in hues of calming blues and greens. Among them was a young Luminae named Ori, whose heart was as bright as her skin. Ori loved to wander the forests at dusk when the world was bathed in twilight, and the symphony of night creatures began their serenade. On one such evening, as the soft breeze carried the scent of blooming starflowers, Ori stumbled upon a curious sight, a small, silver spaceship nestled awkwardly among the towering crystals. Its metallic surface reflected the moonlight, casting a silvery glow over the clearing. Cautiously, Ori approached, her glow intensifying with both curiosity and apprehension. Suddenly, the ship's door hissed open, and out tumbled a being unlike any she had ever seen. He was short and stout, with a shell-like exterior that shimmered with a spectrum of colors under the moonlight. His large eyes blinked in surprise as he noticed Ori, and he raised a hand, a universal gesture of peace. "Greetings," he said, his voice resonating like the gentle hum of wind chimes. "I am Kor from the planet Terracor. My ship has malfunctioned, and I seem to be stranded." Ori, her heart filled with compassion, nodded and responded, "Welcome to Luminara, Kor. I am Ori. Please, let me help you." Despite their initial awkwardness, a bond began to form between them. Ori led Kor through the forest, explaining the wonders of her world, while Kor shared tales of his home, a planet where dense jungles intertwined with vast oceans. They talked late into the night, their voices blending with the whispers of the forest. Yet, their friendship was not without its challenges. One day, as they explored the crystal caverns, Kor accidentally toppled a delicate formation, causing a cascade of shimmering shards. Ori's glow dimmed with dismay, and a silence fell between them. "I am sorry," Kor said, his voice tinged with regret. "On Terracor, such formations are durable. I did not realize." Ori, though initially upset, saw the genuine sorrow in Kor's eyes. She realized that understanding and forgiveness were far more precious than any crystal. "It's all right, Kor," she said softly. "We all make mistakes. Let's fix it together." With patience and teamwork, they began to gather the fallen shards, piecing them back into a semblance of their former beauty. As they worked, they laughed and shared stories, their bond growing stronger with each shard they placed. One evening, a fierce storm swept across Luminara, its winds howling through the trees. The rain fell in torrents, turning the forest paths into rivers. Ori and Kor took shelter in a small cave, their hearts pounding with the storm's fury. In the dim light of the cave, Ori's glow cast a gentle radiance, and Kor's shell shimmered with a calming iridescence. As they huddled together, Ori noticed Kor shivering. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around him, sharing her warmth. "Thank you, Ori," Kor whispered, his voice steadying with comfort. "Your kindness is a beacon in this storm." "You've been a wonderful friend, Kor," Ori replied, her voice a soft lullaby amidst the tempest. "Together, we can weather any storm." As the storm raged outside, they shared stories of courage and resilience, finding solace in each other's company. In that moment, they understood that true friendship was not just about sharing the good times, but also standing by each other through the challenges. When the storm finally passed, the world outside was transformed. The air was crisp with the scent of rain, and the forest sparkled with droplets like diamonds on emerald leaves. Ori and Kor stepped out into the fresh dawn, their hearts light with renewed camaraderie. Together, they ventured back to the clearing where Kor's spaceship awaited. With Ori's help, Kor had managed to repair the ship, its silver surface gleaming with promise. Yet, as they stood before it, a bittersweet feeling lingered in the air. "You'll always have a place in my heart, Kor," Ori said, her glow reflecting the morning light. "And you in mine," Kor replied, his shell shimmering with gratitude. "Though I must return to Terracor, our friendship will span the stars." With a final, heartfelt embrace, they parted ways, Kor boarding his ship and Ori waving from the ground as the vessel rose gracefully into the sky. The ship's thrusters ignited, leaving a trail of shimmering light that danced across the heavens. As the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky once more, Ori felt a sense of peace. She knew that the bond she shared with Kor was unbreakable, a testament to the power of understanding, forgiveness, and shared adventures. And so, under the starlit canopy of Luminara, Ori continued her twilight wanderings, her heart aglow with the warmth of newfound friendship, a light that would guide her through any darkness, just as she had been a beacon for Kor. Story 50. Story 51. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months. With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. Story 52. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, When the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen, hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. "Please help me," the sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places. Story 56. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind, stood the quaint village of Lumina Hollow. This village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, winding cobblestone pathways, and gardens that shimmered with dewdrops like tiny stars. Every evening, the villagers gathered around the great fire pit in the town square, sharing stories under the blanket of twilight, while the scent of blooming night jasmine filled the air. One such evening, as the sun melted into the horizon, a peculiar event stirred the peaceful rhythm of Lumina Hollow. A soft, tinkling sound, like that of distant chimes, echoed through the village. It was gentle yet persistent, and no one could quite pinpoint its source. The sound seemed to float on the breeze, sometimes coming from the old well, other times drifting from the boughs of the ancient oak that stood proudly in the center of the square. At first, the villagers thought it to be the playful wind, but as days turned into a week, their curiosity grew. The sound was soothing, almost like a lullaby, but its mystery beckoned for an explanation. Determined to uncover the source, the villagers called upon their resident wise woman, a gentle soul named Marin, known for her deep understanding of the magical and mundane alike. With her hair as silver as moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Marin was a beloved figure in Lumina Hollow. She listened to the villagers' concerns with a kind smile and promised to look into the matter. The very next morning, with the first light of dawn, Marin set out to investigate, accompanied by her faithful companion, Bramble, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail and a penchant for acorns. Together they wandered through the village, Marin humming softly to herself, while Bramble chattered excitedly, darting here and there. As they approached the old well, the sound grew clearer, a gentle tinkling that seemed to resonate from within its moss-covered stones. Marin leaned closer, her ear to the cool, damp surface, and closed her eyes, listening intently. "Ah, it's a melody," she murmured, recognizing the rhythmic pattern. "But what could be singing from the depths of this well?" Bramble tilted his head, his tiny eyes filled with curiosity. "Maybe it's the water sprites," he suggested, his voice a whisper on the wind. Marin chuckled softly, patting Bramble on the head. "Perhaps, my dear friend, but let's see if we can find more clues." They continued their exploration, following the sound as it danced through the village. It led them to the ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like protective arms over the square. Marin ran her fingers over the bark, feeling the pulse of life within the tree. "There's magic here," she said softly, sensing the gentle hum of energy that enveloped the oak. "But it feels different." As they pondered, a rustling above caught their attention. From the depths of the oak's leafy canopy emerged a creature no larger than Bramble himself. It was a delicate being, with wings that glimmered like stained glass in the sunlight. A gentle glow surrounded it, casting a warm light on Marin and Bramble below. "Greetings, wise Marin," the creature said, its voice as soft as the chiming sound that had puzzled the village. "I am Lyra, a guardian of this oak." Marin bowed her head in respect. "Greetings, Lyra. We've been curious about the beautiful music we hear throughout our village. Could it be your doing?" Lyra nodded, her wings fluttering gently. "Indeed it is. I sing to the trees and the wind to keep the balance of magic in these woods, but I sense that my song has traveled further than intended." Marin smiled warmly. "It has become a mystery to us, one that brought much wonder and joy, yet we were eager to understand its source." Lyra's light flickered with happiness. I am glad my song has brought joy. I shall adjust my melody so it rests more quietly upon the woods." Before Marin could respond, Bramble chirped, "But Lyra, why did the song change? It was never heard before." Lyra's glow dimmed slightly, a hint of bashfulness in her expression. "Oh, it was a new tune I've been practicing. I did not realize it would carry so far." Marin laughed, a sound as gentle as a breeze rustling through leaves. "Your song was a gift to us, even as it was a surprise. Thank you, Lyra, for sharing your magic with Lumina Hollow." With a graceful nod, Lyra promised to visit the village more often, her songs weaving joy and tranquility into the fabric of the village life. As she fluttered back into the branches, the air felt lighter, filled with a sense of camaraderie and shared understanding. Marin and Bramble returned to the village square, where the villagers awaited eagerly. Marin recounted their adventure, her words painting a vivid picture of Lyra and her enchanting melody. The villagers listened in awe, their hearts warmed by the tale of friendship and the gentle spirit of the woods. As night embraced Lumina Hollow, the villagers gathered once more around the great fire pit. The strange chimes had transformed into a cherished memory, a gentle reminder of the magical world that embraced their village. With hearts at ease and minds at peace, they settled into their homes, the night wrapping them in its comforting embrace. And so, under a canopy of stars, Lumina Hollow returned to its tranquil slumber, the whisper of Lyra's song a soft, soothing lullaby that cradled the village in dreams as sweet as the scent of night jasmine. Story 50. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. "Wherever your travels take you, Lyra," Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, "know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story." With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. Story 58. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on velvet, there existed a small, uncharted planet known to the galaxy as Lumina. It was a place where the sky blushed in hues of lavender and gold, and the air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming star lilies. Here, amidst floating isles of verdant green and serene lakes reflecting the galaxy's glow, a peculiar meeting was about to unfold. Aboard a starship crafted from the crystalline sands of her home planet, the young explorer Lyra soared through the galaxy with a heart full of curiosity. Lyra was a being from the planet Celestara, where the inhabitants were known for their luminous skin and their gentle, empathetic nature. Her mission was to map the uncharted territories of the universe, but more than anything, she longed to understand the diverse forms of life that inhabited it. Meanwhile, in the opposite corner of the galaxy, a creature named Thax was on his own journey. Thax hailed from the planet Terragru, a world of rugged terrains and constant storms. His species, the Gruels, were known for their resilience and strength, with skin like roughened stone and eyes that glowed like embers. Thax was tasked with discovering new sources of energy to sustain his storm-battered home. Fate, with its gentle hands, guided these two onto Lumina's surface on the very same day. Lyra, captivated by the planet's floating gardens, descended gracefully upon a patch of shimmering moss. Not far from her, Thax's sturdy craft landed with a gentle thud, its impact echoing softly through the air. Curiosity led Lyra to venture beyond her landing site, her delicate footsteps barely disturbing the ground beneath her. Thax, too, set out, his heavy gait a rhythmic counterpoint to the silence of the landscape. It wasn't long before their paths crossed, each taking in the sight of the other with a mix of wonder and uncertainty. Lyra's heart leapt at the sight of the unfamiliar creature. She had never seen a being so rugged, so grounded to the earth. Thax, in turn, was struck by Lyra's ethereal glow, her presence a soft light in the twilight of Lumina. "Hello," Lyra said, her voice a gentle melody carried by the breeze. "I am Lyra from Celestara. What brings you to this beautiful world?" Thax hesitated, his voice a deep rumble. "I am Thax from Terragru. I seek energy for my people. And you, what is your purpose here?" Lyra smiled, her eyes sparkling like the stars above. "I am an explorer, eager to learn and share stories of the worlds I visit." Their initial conversation was tentative, as each struggled to understand the other's intentions. Misunderstandings arose, as Thax's straightforward manner sometimes clashed with Lyra's more nuanced expressions. But beneath the surface of their differences, a seed of friendship began to take root. Days turned into weeks as they explored Lumina together. They encountered many wonders: a lake whose waters sang a melody as it rippled, trees that whispered ancient secrets in the wind, and creatures that danced in beams of starlight. Through each adventure, they learned more about one another. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of an impending cosmic storm, they took shelter in a cavern adorned with crystals that glowed softly in the dim light. It was here, in the safety of the cavern, that they shared stories of their worlds. Lyra spoke of Celestara, of its tranquil meadows and the gentle harmony of its people. She spoke of her longing to bring understanding and peace to every corner of the galaxy. Thax listened intently, his heart warming to her vision. In turn, Thax shared tales of Terragru, of the mighty storms that shaped their lands and the strength his people drew from the earth. He spoke of their resilience and the hope that one day they would find a way to calm the tempests that ravaged their home. Lyra listened, her empathy bridging the gap between their worlds. As they shared, the storm outside raged on, its winds howling like a distant symphony, yet within the cavern, a calm warmth enveloped them. The misunderstandings that had once stood between them began to dissolve, replaced by a mutual respect and growing friendship. Their journey was not without challenges. There were moments when Lyra's gentle approach seemed ill-suited to the rugged terrain, and times when Thax's strength alone could not solve a problem. But each time, they found a way to support one another. Lyra's wisdom often provided solutions when brute force failed, and Thax's unwavering determination bolstered their spirits when they faltered. One day, they stumbled upon a mysterious grove bathed in a soft, otherworldly light. In the center was a pool that shimmered with an energy unlike anything they had seen. It was the energy Thax had been seeking, and Lyra marveled at its beauty, sensing its potential to heal and nurture. As they approached, the energy responded to their presence, swirling around them like a gentle embrace. It was then that they realized their bond, forged through trials and understanding, had unlocked something profound. The energy was a gift, born from their friendship and trust. Together, they devised a way to harness it, creating a conduit that would allow Thax to transport this precious resource back to Terragru. It was a moment of triumph, a testament to their journey and the power of unity. As their time on Lumina drew to a close, they stood side by side on a hill overlooking the planet's breathtaking expanse. The lavender sky above was a canvas painted with the first stars of evening, and the air was filled with the soft rustle of leaves. "Thank you, Lyra," Thax said, his voice filled with gratitude, "for showing me that strength is not just in the body, but in the heart." Lyra smiled, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "And thank you, Thax, for teaching me that resilience and hope can weather any storm." With hearts full and paths intertwined, they bid farewell to Lumina, knowing their friendship would span the galaxies. As they departed, the planet seemed to glow a little brighter, a beacon of the bond they had forged. And so, amidst the vastness of the cosmos, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. It was a bond that transcended stars and worlds, a gentle reminder that, in the end, it is our connections that light the way through the universe. Story 59. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. Story 60. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. 61. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker." It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries. Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. I've always felt drawn to the forest, she admitted. It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered. Lyra's smile widened. Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the pendant of verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things. Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. What do you mean by reveals the truth? The pendant of verity has the power to see beyond appearances, Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply. Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. How do I use it? By listening, Lyra replied simply. Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you. Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. This is the pool of reflection, Lyra said, her voice a soft song. It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them. Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. Story 62. Story 63. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the Whispering Woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwen," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the lantern of truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became legend in Willowbrook. The whispering woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. Story 64. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled at the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the golden hues of autumn leaves lingered long into winter, and the scent of warm bread and pinewood fires filled the crisp air. Leora, with her hair like golden wheat fields and eyes the color of the summer sky, found herself standing at the threshold of change, yet hesitant to cross it. Leora had always been content with the rhythm of village life. She enjoyed the gentle rustling of the trees, the melody of the brook that wound its way through the forest, and the comforting routine of daily chores. But lately, a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like a whispering breeze urging her towards something she couldn't quite see or name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and rose, Leora took a walk into the forest. The path was familiar, lined with moss-covered stones and flanked by towering oaks whose branches intertwined like old friends, sharing secrets. Yet as she wandered deeper, she felt a subtle shift in the air, a tingling sensation that made her skin prickle with anticipation. It was then she stumbled upon a curious sight. In a small clearing bathed in moonlight stood an ancient tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted like the stories of old. But what caught her breath was its leaves, each one a shimmering crystal, catching the moon's light and casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the forest floor. Drawn by an invisible thread, Leora approached the tree, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if it had been waiting for her all along. As she rested her hand upon its trunk, a gentle warmth spread from her fingertips, and she felt a soft, thrumming energy beneath her palm. "Welcome, dear one," a voice like rustling leaves whispered. Startled, Leora looked around, but saw no one. It was as if the tree itself had spoken, its voice resonating within her very soul. "Who are you?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of change," the voice replied, a soft echo in the night. "I exist to guide those who seek transformation and to mirror the growth within their hearts." Leora felt a rush of emotions, curiosity, fear, and a deep yearning for something she could not yet understand. "But I fear change," she confessed. "I am not ready to leave behind what I know." The tree's leaves shimmered, casting a gentle glow. Change is not about leaving behind, but about embracing what is to come. It is a journey of discovery, a dance between what was and what will be. As Leora stood beneath the tree's protective canopy, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the tree's wisdom seeped into her very being, whispering of courage and potential untapped. In the days that followed, Leora returned to the forest often, seeking the comfort of the guardian and the clarity that each visit brought. She spoke of her fears, her dreams, and her longing for understanding. And with each whispered word, the tree offered gentle guidance, teaching her to listen to the winds of change and to trust in the path that unfolded before her. Leora's transformation was subtle at first, like the first green shoots of spring pushing through winter's snow. She began to notice the beauty in uncertainty, the thrill of not knowing what each new day might bring. She learned to see challenges as opportunities for growth and to find strength in vulnerability. As she embraced these lessons, the magical tree responded in kind. Its crystal leaves began to change, reflecting Leora's journey. They shimmered with hues of emerald and sapphire, colors that spoke of renewal and wisdom. The forest, once a place of quiet solitude, became a vibrant tapestry of life and possibility. But Leora was not alone in her journey. Her friends, a merry band of villagers, noticed the subtle changes in her demeanor, the newfound lightness in her step. They rallied around her, offering support and encouragement. There was Tamsin, the wise herbalist whose laughter was as infectious as her healing balms were effective. Alden, the gentle blacksmith with hands as strong as his heart was kind, and little Lyra, with eyes full of wonder and questions that sparked joy in all who heard them. Together, they learned from one another, sharing stories and wisdom gleaned from the forest. They too were touched by the magic of the guardian, finding their own paths to growth and understanding. Tamsin discovered new herbs hidden within the forest's depths, their properties unknown but powerful. Alden forged tools that sang with the harmony of the elements, and Lyra's laughter seemed to weave a spell of joy that lifted the spirits of all. As the seasons turned, Leora's journey of transformation blossomed like the vibrant wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor in spring. She found herself stepping into roles she had once feared: organizer of village gatherings, a confidant for those seeking solace, a storyteller weaving tales of the forest's magic for eager listeners. And through it all, the guardian stood as a silent witness, its crystalline leaves reflecting the growth of those who sought its wisdom. It had become a beacon of hope and transformation, a reminder that change was not to be feared, but embraced with open arms. One evening, as the village gathered beneath the stars to celebrate the harvest, Leora stood before them. The bonfire crackled and danced, sending sparks into the velvet sky, and the villagers' faces glowed with warmth and anticipation. "My friends," Leora began, her voice steady and clear, "we are all like the leaves of the guardian tree, ever changing, ever growing. Let us not fear what lies ahead, but instead embrace it with courage and joy." The villagers erupted into applause, their hearts swelling with pride and love for the young woman who had become a beacon of strength and hope. And as the celebration continued, beneath the watchful gaze of the guardian, Leora felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. For she had learned that change, though daunting, was a gift, a chance to discover new facets of herself, to forge bonds that transcended fear, and to step into a future bright with possibility. And in that moment, as the stars twinkled above and the forest whispered secrets of its own, Leora knew she had found her true place in the world. And so the village thrived, nestled at the edge of the ancient, whispering forest. Its people, guided by the wisdom of the Guardian, embraced change not as an end, but as a beautiful beginning. And in their hearts, they carried the magic of personal discovery, a flame that would never fade, even as the seasons turned and the years unfurled like a tapestry of dreams. Story 65. Title: The Secret of the Whispering Woods. In the tranquil village of Valenwood, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a girl named Leora. The village was a serene tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched cottages, and fields that stretched endlessly beneath a sky that seemed to cradle the sun. It was a place where time meandered like the gentle brook that wound its way through the village, bringing with it stories of the forest's ancient mysteries. Leora was known among the villagers for her curious spirit and her kindness that warmed even the coldest of hearts. Her days were spent exploring the woods, where the trees whispered secrets through their rustling leaves. These woods were rumored to be enchanted, a place where the ordinary world met the extraordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the forest with golden light, Leora set out on one of her usual adventures. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground crunched softly beneath her boots. She wore a cloak the color of twilight, its hood pulled up against the chill, and carried with her a small leather satchel, a gift from her grandmother who had told her stories of the forest's magic. As she wandered deeper into the woods, following a path that seemed to call her name, she stumbled upon something unusual. Beneath a sprawling oak tree, shrouded in a cascade of amber leaves, lay an object that glimmered faintly in the morning light. It was a delicate silver key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance as she held it in her hand. Leora felt a tingle of excitement, tempered by curiosity. She had heard stories of magical objects hidden within the forest, but never had she imagined finding one herself. Clutching the key, she continued her journey, the forest now feeling more alive, as if it were guiding her steps. As she walked, the path began to change. The trees grew taller, their branches weaving a canopy that dappled the ground in soft hues. The air was filled with a gentle hum, like a distant melody, and Leora felt as though she were being drawn towards something unseen. After what felt like hours, she arrived at a clearing bathed in sunlight. At its center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and covered in runes that glowed softly. Leora's heart raced, for she knew this was no ordinary place. This was the gateway to the hidden world of the Whispering Woods, a realm spoken of only in hushed tones and bedtime tales. With the key trembling in her hand, she approached the archway. As she inserted the key into a hidden lock, the runes flared with light, and the air shimmered with anticipation. The archway began to hum, and slowly it opened, revealing a world beyond the veil of the ordinary. Leora stepped through, her breath catching in her throat. The hidden world was a tapestry of wonders, a place where the fantastical mingled with the familiar. Flowers of every hue filled the air with their fragrance, and creatures of legend darted between the trees, their eyes alight with curiosity and warmth. As she ventured further, Leora met a small fox with fur like spun gold. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he introduced himself as Finley, a guardian of the forest. Finley explained that the key she had found was one of the forest keys, magical objects that maintained the balance between the two worlds. Each key was entrusted to a guardian, chosen by the forest itself. Leora listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with wonder at the responsibility that had been bestowed upon her. Finley spoke of the forest's harmony, its delicate balance threatened by those who sought to exploit its magic for selfish gain. The keys, he said, were the forest's way of ensuring that only those with pure hearts could access its secrets. Over the days that followed, Leora and Finley explored the hidden world together. She learned of the creatures that called it home, and the enchantments that wove it into being. They visited the luminal grove, where the trees glowed with an inner light, and the crystal falls, whose waters sang with the voices of the ancients. Each place was a marvel, a testament to the forest's magic and its enduring beauty. Yet, as much as Leora marveled at the wonders around her, she was also aware of the responsibility she bore. The key she had found was a symbol of trust, a bond between her and the forest. It was a promise to protect this hidden world and to ensure its secrets were kept safe from those who would do it harm. One evening, as the setting sun painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Leora and Finley sat beside a babbling brook. The air was cool, and the forest was filled with the gentle songs of night creatures waking to the twilight. "Leora," Finley began, his voice soft with the weight of what he was about to say. "The forest chose you for a reason. It sensed the kindness in your heart and the strength in your spirit. But this journey isn't just about protecting the forest. It's also about discovering who you are and what you are capable of." Leora listened, the warmth of Finley's words settling over her like a comforting blanket. She knew what he said was true. The forest was a part of her now, as much as she was a part of it. In its depths, she had found a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than herself. As the days turned to weeks, Leora's bond with the forest deepened. She learned to listen to its whispers, to understand its needs and desires. She discovered a strength within her that she had never known, a quiet resilience that allowed her to face the challenges that came her way. But not all who entered the forest were as kind-hearted as Leora. One day, while exploring a secluded glen, she encountered a stranger. He was a tall man with a sharp gaze and an air of mystery about him. His presence unsettled her, for she sensed an undercurrent of darkness in his intentions. The man introduced himself as Marcellus, a traveler seeking the forest's secrets. He spoke in a smooth, persuasive voice, weaving tales of exploration and discovery. Yet beneath his words, Leora sensed a hunger, a desire to possess the magic of the forest for himself. Leora knew she had to protect the forest from Marcellus's greed. She and Finley devised a plan to guide him away, using the forest's enchantments to create illusions that would lead him astray. It was a delicate dance, one that required all of Leora's ingenuity and the forest's magic. Through patience and cleverness, they managed to divert Marcellus, leading him in circles until he grew weary and confused. Frustrated, he eventually left the forest, his ambitions thwarted by the very magic he sought to control. With Marcellus gone, peace returned to the forest. The creatures resumed their songs, and the trees sighed with relief. Leora had proven herself a true guardian, her wisdom and kindness shielding the hidden world from harm. As the seasons changed, Leora continued her guardianship, learning and growing with each passing day. Her adventures in the hidden world taught her the importance of balance, of living in harmony with nature and respecting its mysteries. One day, as she sat beneath a willow tree, watching the sun set over the horizon, she realized how much she had changed. The girl who had first wandered into the whispering woods was still there, but she had grown into someone wiser, someone more attuned to the world around her. In time, Leora became a legend in Valenwood, her tales of the hidden world inspiring generations to come. She remained a guardian of the forest, a bridge between the two worlds, ensuring that its secrets were preserved for those who would honor and cherish them. And so the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, its magic a beacon of hope and wonder in a world that sometimes forgot the beauty of the unseen. Leora's story was one of friendship and transformation, a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring magic of the world around us. As the firelight flickered and the stars began their nightly dance across the sky, Leora sat quietly, listening to the woods whispering their ancient secrets, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 66. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a placid, shimmering lake, there was a small cobblestone cottage that stood at the edge of an ancient forest. The cottage, with ivy clinging to its stone walls and a wooden door that creaked with age, belonged to a kindly old woman named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village not just for her herbal remedies and wisdom, but also for her stories about the world beyond the hills. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in hues of gold and crimson, Clara discovered a peculiar item in her garden. It was a simple-looking, well-worn wooden spoon. But as she held it, She felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingers, as if the spoon was alive with a soft, pulsing heartbeat. Intrigued, Clara brought the spoon inside her cozy kitchen, where the scent of fresh-baked bread mingled with the earthy aroma of drying herbs. She placed the spoon on her wooden table, and as she did, an astonishing thing happened. The spoon shimmered with a faint, luminescent glow, casting a gentle light that filled the room with a comforting warmth. Curious about the spoon's secret, Clara decided to take it to her dear friend Henry, the village's wise blacksmith. Henry, with his thick beard and twinkling eyes, was known for his knowledge of all things mysterious. As Clara entered his workshop, the clang of hammer on anvil rang out, mingling with the smell of hot metal and burning coal. Henry examined the spoon with a thoughtful gaze. "This," he said, "is no ordinary spoon. It is a spoon of stories, an ancient relic said to hold the tales of the world. It is said that when stirred in a pot, it can reveal the truths hidden in the depths of hearts and minds." Clara was fascinated. "But what should I do with it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Henry smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Perhaps it is time for a journey, Clara. A journey to discover what stories this spoon has to tell." Encouraged by Henry's words, Clara decided to embark on a journey into the heart of the ancient forest, where she had never ventured before. She packed a small satchel with her herbal remedies, the spoon, and a loaf of her crusty bread. As she stepped onto the forest path, the air was filled with the scent of pine needles and the distant chatter of birds. As Clara walked deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to whisper secrets, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. She followed a winding stream, its water sparkling under the dappled sunlight, until she arrived at a clearing where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. In the clearing, Clara met a curious creature named Finn. Finn was a small, fluffy creature with a coat as soft as a cloud and eyes as bright as the morning sun. Finn was known in the forest for his playful nature and boundless curiosity. "What brings you here, Clara?" Finn asked, his voice like a soft melody. Clara smiled and showed Finn the wooden spoon, explaining its mystical properties. Finn's eyes widened with excitement. "Oh, we must discover its story. Let's stir the spoon in the pool's water and see what it reveals." With Finn's encouragement, Clara knelt by the pool and gently stirred the spoon in the water. As she did, the surface of the pool shimmered and began to swirl with colors, forming shapes and images that danced in the water's depths. To Clara's amazement, a story unfolded before them. It was a tale of a forgotten village, hidden deep within the forest, where a great oak tree stood as the heart of the community. The tree, however, had fallen into a deep slumber, its branches drooping with sorrow, causing the village to fade from memory. "The tree needs to awaken," Finn said, his voice filled with determination. "But how can we help?" Clara pondered, her mind racing through the stories and wisdom she'd gathered over the years. Then it struck her, a memory of a tale told by her grandmother about the power of laughter and joy, and how it could awaken even the deepest slumber. "Laughter!" Clara exclaimed. "We must bring laughter back to the tree." With renewed purpose, Clara and Finn set off to gather the creatures of the forest. They met with the chatty squirrels, the wise old owl, and the mischievous foxes, each eager to help. Together they devised a plan to hold a grand festival beneath the oak tree, filled with music, stories, and joy. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the forest, the festival began. Clara, with her spoon of stories, told tales that made everyone laugh until their sides ached. Finn led games that had the squirrels and foxes dancing and the owl hooting with delight. As the laughter echoed through the forest, a magical thing happened. The great oak tree began to stir, its branches lifting towards the sky, leaves shimmering with vibrant life. The village, hidden in the tree's shadow, slowly reappeared, its people awakening with smiles and gratitude. Clara and Finn watched in awe as the tree, now filled with life and joy, stood proudly at the heart of the village once more. The grateful villagers thanked Clara, Finn, and all the forest creatures for their kindness and wisdom. As the stars twinkled overhead, Clara knew it was time to return home. The journey had changed her, filling her heart with the magic of friendship and the power of laughter. The spoon, now resting in her satchel, had shared its first story, but Clara knew there were many more tales waiting to be discovered. And so, with a warm heart and a gentle smile, Clara returned to her cottage by the lake, where the fire crackled softly in the hearth, and the night embraced the village with a blanket of peace. And from that day on, Clara continued to share the stories of the spoon, spreading joy and wonder wherever she went, knowing that the simplest of objects could hold the most extraordinary secrets. Story 67. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, lay a vibrant planet called Verdantia. Known for its lush, emerald landscapes and gentle rolling hills, Verdantia was home to the Verdantii, a race of beings with skin that mirrored the deep green of their surroundings. The Verdantii were peaceful creatures, thriving in harmony with nature, their hearts as open as the endless sky above them. On a day when the sun painted the horizon with strokes of amber and rose, a peculiar event unfolded. A small, glimmering spacecraft descended from the heavens, its hull reflecting the colors of the sky. It landed softly in a meadow, its entrance hatch opening with a gentle hiss. From the vessel emerged a being unlike any the Verdantii had seen before. This visitor was from the planet Crystallon, known for its shimmering ice cities and the ethereal beings who dwelled there, the Crystalli. The Crystalli were beings of light and crystal, their bodies refracting the light in a dazzling array of colors. This particular Crystalli, named Lyra, stood cautiously at the edge of the spacecraft, her crystalline form catching the setting sun's rays in a spectacular display. Nearby, a young Verdantii named Joran watched with curiosity from the cover of a leafy thicket. Joran was known among his people for his boundless curiosity and gentle spirit. Seeing Lyra, he felt a mix of wonder and apprehension. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, so as not to startle the visitor. "Greetings," Joran called softly, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Welcome to Verdantia." Lyra turned, her eyes wide with surprise, the colors within her shifting like a kaleidoscope. "Hello," she replied, her voice a melodic chime. "I am Lyra, from Crystallon." As they began to converse, it quickly became apparent that their differences extended beyond mere appearance. Lyra's world was one of precision and logic, where emotions were often subdued beneath layers of crystalline perfection. Verdantia, in contrast, was a world of feelings and intuition, where the heart guided the hands as much as the mind did. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. When Joran spoke of the warmth of the sun and the joy of feeling the earth beneath his feet, Lyra struggled to comprehend. To her, warmth was a rare luxury, and the concept of feeling connected to the ground was foreign. Conversely, when Lyra described the way light danced through the crystal towers of her home, Joran found it challenging to envision such a place, where everything was as bright and hard as diamond. Despite these challenges, a bond began to form between them, woven together through their shared curiosity. They spent their days exploring the verdant fields and whispering forests, learning from one another. Joran taught Lyra to appreciate the simple joys of a sunlit morning and the rustling symphony of leaves. In return, Lyra shared stories of her ice-clad world, painting vivid pictures with her words that brought a touch of Crystallon to Verdantia. One afternoon, as they wandered through a meadow awash in wildflowers, a sudden storm rolled in from the distant mountains. The sky turned a deep, stormy gray, and rain began to fall in heavy sheets. The wind howled, bending the trees and sending ripples across the fields. Joran, accustomed to such weather, found shelter beneath a great, spreading tree. He beckoned to Lyra, who hesitated, her crystalline form not built to withstand the force of the storm. Seeing her reluctance, Joran reached out, offering his hand. "Trust me," he said, his eyes warm with reassurance. With a flicker of uncertainty, Lyra took his hand, and together they made their way to the shelter of the tree. There, as rain drummed a steady rhythm on the leaves above, Joran shared stories of storms past, of how they would pass and leave the world renewed and vibrant. Lyra listened, feeling the warmth of his words seep into her being. In that moment, she understood something new, the strength that came from sharing burdens, the comfort of companionship. It was a lesson her world had never taught her, but one that Verdantia offered freely. As the storm subsided and the sun broke through the clouds, painting the world in shades of gold and silver, Joran and Lyra emerged from their shelter. The air was fresh and crisp, carrying the scent of rain-kissed earth. Together, they walked through the glistening meadow, their steps in harmony. In the days that followed, their friendship deepened. They learned to see beyond their differences, finding strength in their diversity. Joran marveled at Lyra's ability to bring light into the darkest of places, while Lyra cherished Joran's endless capacity for wonder and his unwavering kindness. Through shared challenges and moments of mutual support, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds and differences, a connection that was as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, in the heart of the cosmos, under the vast canopy of the universe, a Verdantia and a Crystali stood side by side, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of embracing the unknown. Together, they learned that while they came from different worlds, their hearts beat in harmony, united by a shared journey and the discovery of a friendship that would last a lifetime. As the sun set on another day, casting long shadows across the land, Joran and Lyra sat side by side on a hillside, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the faint scent of blooming night flowers. It was in this serene moment that they both realized how much they had grown, not just in understanding, but in spirit. Joran, Lyra began, her voice a gentle melody in the quiet evening. I never imagined I would find such warmth and acceptance so far from home. You've taught me that there's so much more to the universe than I ever knew. Joran smiled, his eyes reflecting the starlight. And you've shown me the beauty in things I've never seen, Lyra. Our worlds may be different, but our hearts are not. They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the stars dance across the sky. It was a silence filled with unspoken words and shared understanding, a testament to the bond they had forged. In time, Lyra knew she would have to return to Crystalon. Her people would be waiting, eager to hear tales of her journey. But she also knew that part of her heart would remain on Verdantia, among the gentle hills and the friends she had found. When the day came for her departure, Joran accompanied her to the spacecraft, the grass whispering beneath their feet. At the threshold of the ship, they paused, a bittersweet moment hanging in the air. Promise you'll come back, Joran said, his voice a mix of hope and longing. Lyra nodded, her eyes bright with emotion. I will, Joran, and until then, I'll carry the warmth of Verdantia with me. With a final embrace, Lyra stepped into the ship, the hatch closing behind her with a soft hum. As the spacecraft lifted into the sky, Joran watched, his heart full of gratitude for the friendship that had enriched his life. And so, beneath the endless stars, a promise was made, a promise of return, of continued friendship, and of the enduring bond between two unlikely companions from different worlds. As the spacecraft disappeared into the heavens, Joran knew that no matter the distance, their friendship would remain a guiding light, as constant and as brilliant as the stars above. For in the vast tapestry of the universe, there are no strangers, only friends yet to be met, and journeys yet to be shared. And it was this understanding that would lead Lyra and Joran back to one another, time and time again, across the stars and through the ages. Story 68. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind, nestled a quaint village named Willowbrook. It was a place where the sky stretched in hues of lavender and gold at dusk, and mornings were greeted with the gentle caress of mist. The villagers were warm-hearted, and each day was filled with the comforting hum of a community in harmony with nature. In this village lived a young woman named Anwen. Anwen was known for her gentle spirit and thoughtful nature, but she carried a burden within her heart, a fear of change. She found solace in routines, like the familiar path through the woods she walked each morning, the comforting scent of her grandmother's lavender-scented shawl, and the melodic chimes of the village clock tower marking the hours. However, the winds of change were blowing gently but persistently through Willowbrook, whispering secrets of transformation that Anwen could not ignore. A new season was approaching, one that promised new beginnings, and Anwen found herself standing at the edge of this change, anxious and uncertain. One crisp autumn morning, while Anwen was wandering through the woods, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a ring of mushrooms glowing with a soft, ethereal light. It was a fairy ring, a rare and magical phenomenon that was said to appear only to those with open hearts and yearning souls. Drawn to its quiet luminescence, Anwen stepped closer, feeling a strange yet comforting warmth enveloping her. The ground beneath the fairy ring shimmered like stardust, and from it rose a gentle, wise spirit named Era. With eyes like sparkling dew and a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves, Era greeted Anwen warmly. "Fear not, dear Anwen," said Era, her presence as soothing as a lullaby. "For every change holds a promise of growth. The path of transformation is woven with threads of magic and wisdom, and you are not alone on this journey." Anwen, though hesitant, felt a flicker of hope kindling within her. She had heard tales of spirits guiding those in need, but never did she imagine experiencing such an encounter herself. Ira extended a hand, inviting Anwen to join her on a walk through the woods, a journey that would mirror the transformations she feared. As they walked together, Ira shared stories of the trees, each one unique, bending and stretching towards the sun, their colors shifting with the seasons, a reflection of the beauty and change. "Just as the trees embrace the changing winds," Ira explained, "so too can you find strength in adapting to life's gentle turns." Along their path, they encountered an array of woodland creatures, an industrious squirrel gathering acorns, a family of deer moving gracefully through the underbrush, and a chorus of birds harmonizing with the breeze. Each creature, Ira pointed out, had its own way of adapting to the shifting seasons, finding joy and purpose in the process. Anwen began to see the world around her with new eyes, noticing the subtle transformations in the forest, and in herself, with a sense of wonder rather than apprehension. The magic of the woods mirrored the magic within her, a quiet strength, lying dormant, waiting to awaken. As twilight descended, painting the sky in soft shades of indigo, Anwen and Era returned to the fairy ring. There, Era offered a parting gift, a pendant shaped like a leaf, its surface shimmering with the colors of the forest. "This pendant will remind you of the magic that dwells within and around you," Era said, her voice a gentle breeze. "Remember, dear Anwen, that change is but a dance in the rhythm of life, and you are more than capable of moving to its tune." With gratitude in her heart, Anwen accepted the gift, feeling a newfound courage blooming within her. She knew that the path ahead would not always be easy, but she was ready to embrace the changes that life would bring, trusting in the wisdom she had gained. As Anwen made her way back to Willowbrook, the village lights twinkling like stars in the distance, she felt a comforting sense of peace. The change she once feared now seemed like a gentle unfolding, revealing layers of her own strength and potential. In the days that followed, Anwen shared her experience with the villagers, who were both enchanted and inspired by her tale. Her story became a beacon of hope, a reminder that within each of them lay the power to embrace change with grace and courage. And so, under the watchful eyes of the whispering woods and the gentle guidance of the spirit Ira, Anwen and her village flourished, their hearts open to the beauty of transformation, forever connected by the magic of personal growth and discovery. Through the seasons and years, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, a testament to the enduring strength found in embracing the dance of life. Story 69. Story 70. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Bramblebrook. It was a place where the morning sun kissed the rooftops with gentle warmth, and the evening breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. The villagers were a close-knit bunch, their lives intertwined like the ivy that clung to the stone cottages. In this serene corner of the world, magic was spoken of in hushed tones, a relic of old tales and distant memories. In a small cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Leora was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests that surrounded Bramblebrook, her laughter echoing through the trees like a melody carried on the wind. Leora's closest companion was a wise old owl named Horace. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes held the depth of ancient knowledge. Horace had been Leora's friend for as long as she could remember, guiding her with gentle wisdom and watching over her adventures with a protective gaze. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Leora set out on a new adventure. She had heard whispers from the villagers about a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined. The stories spoke of a magical glade, a sanctuary for creatures unseen and wonders untold. With Horace perched on her shoulder, Leora followed the winding path into the woods. The forest was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves, a lullaby that soothed the soul. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor as they ventured deeper into the woodland realm. As they journeyed, Leora noticed something peculiar. A faint glow seemed to emanate from beneath the moss-covered roots of an ancient oak tree. Intrigued, she knelt down, brushing aside the leaves and twigs to reveal a small, ornate box. It was crafted from polished wood, inlaid with delicate silver filigree that shimmered in the dappled light. "What do you suppose this is, Horace?" Leora wondered aloud, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the box. Horace tilted his head thoughtfully. "It appears to be a relic of the old magic, Leora. Handle it with care, for such objects often carry both wonder and responsibility." With a gentle touch, Leora opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, lay an exquisite amulet. It was a pendant of silver and sapphire, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As she held it in her hand, a warmth spread through her as if the amulet recognized her touch. "It's beautiful," Leora marveled, slipping the chain around her neck. The moment the amulet settled against her heart, the forest around her seemed to shift. The colors grew more vibrant, the sounds clearer, as if the world had come alive in a way she had never experienced before. With Horace by her side, Leora continued her journey, drawn by an unseen force that guided her deeper into the forest. The path led them to a secluded glade, where the air was thick with enchantment. Here the trees stood tall and proud, their branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. A gentle stream babbled nearby, its waters sparkling with 1,000 tiny rainbows. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree unlike any other. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark a tapestry of twisting vines and emerald moss. From its branches hung clusters of luminescent fruits, each one pulsating with a soft, inviting light. As Leora approached the tree, a soft voice echoed through the glade, warm and welcoming. "Welcome, Leora, guardian of the amulet. You are in the realm of the Whispering Woods, a sanctuary for all that is magical and true." Startled, Leora looked around, searching for the source of the voice. "Who's there?" she called, her curiosity tinged with awe. "I am the spirit of the woods," the voice replied, gentle as a summer breeze. "I have watched over this land for centuries, preserving the balance between the seen and unseen." Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her, the presence of the spirit comforting and reassuring. "Why have I been brought here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The amulet chose you, dear child," the spirit explained. "It seeks a heart pure of intent, one who can see beyond the veil of the ordinary. You possess the ability to bring harmony between our worlds." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Yet it was not a burden, but a promise of purpose and belonging. "What must I do?" she asked, determination in her voice. "There is a storm brewing, one that threatens to disrupt the balance of our worlds," the spirit warned. "An ancient feud between the creatures of the forest has awakened, and only through understanding and unity can peace be restored." Leora nodded, her resolve unwavering. "I will do whatever it takes to help," she vowed, her hand clutching the amulet. Horace hooted softly in agreement, his wings ruffling with anticipation. With the guidance of the spirit, Leora set out to mend the rift that threatened the Whispering Woods. Her first task was to speak with the Dryads, the tree spirits who guarded the forest. Their home was in a grove of silver birch trees, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and rain. The Dryads emerged from their arboreal homes, their forms shifting between wood and flesh. They regarded Leora with curiosity, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Why have you come, child of the outside?" one of them asked, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I seek to understand the discord that has taken root in the forest," Leora replied, her tone respectful and earnest. "I wish to help restore harmony." The Dryads exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, another spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. Our kin, the sylphs, have grown distant. They dwell in the upper reaches of the forest, where the wind sings a different song. We once danced together in harmony, but now distrust has taken root. Leora listened intently, her heart aching for the fractured bonds between the forest dwellers. What caused this rift? She asked gently. It began with the loss of the Heartstone, the first dryad explained. A gem of great power, it was a symbol of our unity. Without it, our connection has withered, leaving space for fear and misunderstanding. Leora thanked the dryads for their honesty and promised to seek out the sylphs. As she and Horus continued their journey, she pondered the wisdom in the dryads' words. She understood that the Heartstone was more than a mere object. It was a representation of the unity and trust that bound the forest together. The path to the sylphs' domain was steep and winding, leading them to the treetops where the air was crisp and the sky stretched wide. The sylphs, ethereal and graceful, greeted Leora with wary curiosity. Their translucent wings shimmered in the sunlight, casting iridescent shadows on the leaves. "What brings you to our realm, earthbound one?" one of the sylphs inquired, her voice melodic and airy. "I come seeking understanding and reconciliation," Leora answered, her gaze steady and sincere. "The Dryad spoke of the lost Heartstone and the rift it has caused. I wish to help bridge the divide." The sylphs exchanged looks, their expressions a mixture of hope and skepticism. Finally, a sylph with wings the color of twilight spoke. "The Heartstone was entrusted to the care of both our kin. It vanished one stormy night, leaving only whispers of betrayal in its wake." Leora listened carefully, her mind piecing together the fragmented story. "I believe the Heartstone still exists, hidden away, waiting for the right moment to be found," she mused aloud. "Perhaps it lies in a place where both worlds touch, yet remain separate." The sylphs considered her words, their gazes softening. "If you can find the Heartstone, perhaps the wounds can begin to heal," the twilight-winged sylph agreed, hope flickering in her eyes. With a promise to return, Leora left the sylphs' domain, her mind racing with possibilities. The amulet around her neck pulsed with a gentle warmth, guiding her thoughts like a beacon in the night. She realized that the Heartstone's hiding place must be at the confluence of the two realms, where the magic of the forest and the world beyond intertwined. Determined to find the Heartstone, Leora retraced her steps to the enchanted glade. As she approached the magnificent tree at its center, she felt the amulet's warmth intensify, the sapphire glow resonating with the energy of the glade. Leora knelt before the ancient tree, her fingers brushing the soft earth. "Spirit of the woods," she called softly, her voice a gentle plea. "Guide me to the Heartstone, so that I may help restore the harmony that has been lost." The spirit's voice answered, a soothing presence that enveloped her like a warm embrace. "The Heartstone lies within, child. It is a part of the forest, yet hidden from sight. Trust in your heart and the amulet's guidance." Closing her eyes, Leora let the amulet's warmth flow through her, connecting her to the pulse of the forest. Images danced in her mind's eye, visions of roots intertwining, branches reaching skyward, and the gentle rhythm of life that flowed through the whispering woods. With newfound clarity, Leora rose and approached the tree once more. Her hands moved with a purpose not entirely her own, guided by the amulet's magic. She reached into a hollow within the tree's trunk, her fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. When she withdrew her hand, she held the Heartstone. It was a gem of unparalleled beauty, its surface swirling with colors that mirrored the forest's vibrant hues. As she held it aloft, the glade seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the air shimmering with renewed energy. With the Heartstone in her possession, Leora returned to the dryads and sylphs, her heart filled with hope and determination. She gathered them in the glade, where the spirit of the woods watched over them with a gentle presence. Holding the Heartstone high, Leora addressed the gathered spirits, her voice carrying the weight of the forest's ancient wisdom. "This is a new beginning, a chance to mend what was broken and rebuild the bonds of trust and friendship." The dryads and sylphs regarded the Heartstone with reverence, its light reflecting in their eyes. Slowly, tentatively, they began to approach one another, their hands reaching out in gestures of reconciliation. As they joined hands, the Heartstone blazed with a brilliant light, its magic weaving through the forest like a gentle breeze. Leora watched as the bonds of friendship and unity were reformed, a tapestry of harmony that enveloped the whispering woods. In that moment, Leora understood the true power of the amulet and the heartstone. It was not the objects themselves, but the connections they represented, the trust, understanding, and love that bound the creatures of the forest together. With the rift healed and harmony restored, Leora bid farewell to the dryads and sylphs, her heart light with the knowledge that she had played a part in preserving the magic of the whispering woods. Horus flapped his wings in approval, his eyes twinkling with pride. As they made their way back to Bramblebrook, Leora felt a deep sense of peace. The village was bathed in the warm glow of twilight, the stars beginning to twinkle in the vast sky above. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be a part of her, a reminder of the power of friendship and understanding. That night, as Leora lay in her cozy bed, the amulet resting on her bedside table, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams were filled with visions of the whispering woods, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the soft, comforting presence of the spirit. And so, the story of Leora and the whispering woods became a cherished tale in the village of Bramblebrook, a reminder that even in the simplest of places, magic could be found in the hearts of those who believed in the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around them. Story 71. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the cottages are thatched with golden straw and the cobbled streets are lined with the scent of blooming lavender, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and her heart was as warm as the hearth that crackled in her home each evening. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories of the world beyond their village were as captivating as the stars that blanketed the night sky. One crisp autumn morning, Lila set out to explore the edges of the great willow forest, a place where whispers of magic were said to dance among the trees. The forest was alive with the colors of fall, leaves of amber and scarlet twirling gently to the earth, creating a soft carpet beneath her feet. The air was crisp and carried the earthy aroma of pine and moss, mingling with the distant hint of wood smoke. As Lila wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried in the leaves. It was a delicate, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, she gently brushed away the leaves and lifted the box, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. Upon opening the box, Lila discovered a small, radiant stone resting inside. It pulsed with a soft, steady glow, casting a gentle light that felt like a hug from the sun itself. She held it carefully, and as she did, a whisper of a voice seemed to float through her mind, gentle and kind. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. Intrigued and a little bewildered, Lila returned home, the mysterious stone tucked safely in her pocket. That evening, as the fireplace crackled and her grandmother's knitting needles clicked rhythmically, Lila recounted her discovery. Her grandmother listened with a thoughtful smile, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "This stone," her grandmother said softly, "is said to be a guide, a friend to those who seek with an open heart. It will show you wonders, but only if you listen closely to its secrets." The following days were a blur of wonder for Lila, as she and the stone embarked on a journey not just through the forest, but within herself. Each day she would venture a little further, the stone lighting her path under the canopy of rustling leaves. Along the way she met the forest's residents, gentle creatures with whom she formed bonds of friendship. There was Thistle, the wise old owl whose feathers glistened like moonlight on water, and who spoke in riddles that led Lila to ponder deeply. Then there was Fern, the sprightly fox with a coat of fiery red, who taught Lila the joy of play and the importance of taking time to revel in the beauty of the world around her. Together, they discovered hidden glades and sparkling streams, places where the air felt thick with magic and time seemed to pause, allowing moments to stretch into infinity. Each location whispered secrets to Lila, gentle nudges that encouraged her to look at the world with new eyes. Yet, as their exploration continued, Lila sensed a growing challenge. In the heart of the forest lay the ancient Tree of Whispers, a colossal oak said to be as old as time itself. The tree was shrouded in mystery, and it was said that those who could hear its whispers would gain insights beyond their years. However, the path to the Tree of Whispers was fraught with illusions, trickster trails that led wanderers astray. Many had tried to reach it, but only those with clarity of heart and mind could succeed. Leela, with the stone's light and her newfound friends, felt a pull to attempt the journey. Resolved, Leela set off with Thistle and Fern by her side. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, the trees towering like ancient sentinels. The air felt different here, charged with an energy that tingled on the skin. The path twisted and turned, often doubling back on itself, confounding even the sharp-eyed Thistle. It was in one such moment of confusion that Lila remembered the stone's whisper. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. She closed her eyes, letting go of doubt and fear, and listened, not just with her ears, but with her heart. The gentle hum of the stone began to resonate, and she felt a shift, a subtle realignment of her senses. Opening her eyes, the path before her seemed to shimmer, revealing a trail bathed in a soft, inviting glow. Trusting in the stone and the guidance of her friends, Lila led the way, each step taken with mindful purpose. As they neared the Tree of Whispers, the air grew still, the forest holding its breath in anticipation. The tree stood majestic and vast, its bark a tapestry of time, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Lila approached, placing her hand gently on the trunk, feeling the life thrumming beneath her fingertips. For a moment there was silence, and then a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the softest of whispers. Words not spoken but felt, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. The whispers spoke of balance, of the harmony between listening and speaking, of the wisdom found in stillness. In that moment, Lila understood. The journey had not been to conquer or claim, but to learn and grow, to find the strength within herself and to appreciate the bonds of friendship that had guided her. The stone's glow dimmed to a gentle warmth, its purpose fulfilled. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila thanked the ancient tree, Thistle, Fern, and the stone for their guidance. As they made their way back through the forest, she felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy in knowing that she carried the lessons of the journey within her. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Lila shared her tales with her grandmother, who listened with pride and love. The stone was placed on the mantelpiece above the hearth, a reminder of the journey and the wonders of the world, both seen and unseen. And so, as the seasons turned and the fires burned bright in the hearth, Lila lived her days with an open heart, forever guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle glow of the magical stone. And every night, as she drifted to sleep beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, she knew that the world was filled with magic, just waiting to be discovered. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. Once upon a time, nestled on the edge of a sleepy village, lay a forest unlike any other. Known as the Whispering Woods, it was a place where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches twisting like gnarled fingers reaching towards the heavens. The forest floor was a soft carpet of moss, dotted with clusters of wildflowers that released a sweet fragrance into the air. A narrow, winding path cut through the woods, inviting those with curious hearts to explore its mysteries. In the village lived a young girl named Lily, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as the morning sky. She was known for her inquisitive nature and a heart that brimmed with kindness. Though she was beloved by her village, Lily longed for adventure beyond the familiar cobblestone streets and quaint cottages. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent and painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, Lily stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation, for she had decided that today would be the day she ventured into the forest. Her friends often spoke of the woods with a mix of fear and awe, claiming it was enchanted, with secrets beyond human understanding. Clutching her small satchel filled with a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a well-loved book of fairy tales, Lily took a deep breath and stepped onto the path. As she walked, the rustling leaves seemed to whisper secrets in her ears, their words just out of reach, yet strangely comforting. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook, creating a symphony that accompanied her every step. The deeper she ventured, the more the woods enveloped her in their embrace. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground that danced with the breeze. Lily felt a sense of wonder and peace as the path wound its way deeper into the heart of the forest. After walking for what felt like hours, Lily came upon a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and strong, with branches that spread out like a protective canopy. At the base of the tree was a small wooden door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle, inviting light. Curiosity piqued, Lily approached the door. She traced her fingers over the carvings, feeling the warmth they radiated. As if sensing her presence, the door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that wound down into the earth. Hesitant but intrigued, Lily descended the steps, her heart beating a steady rhythm of anticipation. At the bottom of the staircase, she emerged into a hidden world that took her breath away. The underground chamber was vast, its walls lined with shelves filled with books, trinkets, and curiosities from lands unknown. In the center of the room stood a round table, upon which lay a shimmering crystal orb that glowed softly in the dim light. As Lily approached the table, she was greeted by a soft, melodic voice. "Welcome, dear traveler," it said. "I am Eliana, the guardian of the Whispering Woods." Startled, Lily looked around, searching for the source of the voice. To her astonishment, a small, ethereal creature appeared before her, its form shifting like a wisp of smoke. Eliana had eyes that sparkled like stars and wings that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. "Do not be afraid," Eliana continued, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have watched over these woods for centuries, and I have awaited someone with a pure heart to unravel the secrets hidden here." Lily, though initially taken aback, felt a sense of calm wash over her. "I am honored to meet you, Eliana," she replied, her voice steady. "What secrets do you speak of?" Eliana fluttered closer, her wings leaving trails of light in the air. "Within this orb lies the memory of the forest, a tapestry woven from the stories of those who have walked these paths before you. It is said that those who possess the courage and kindness to listen to these tales will gain wisdom beyond their years." Enchanted by the prospect, Lily reached for the orb. As her fingers brushed its surface, it pulsed with warmth, and a gentle hum filled the air. The room faded away, and Lily found herself standing in a meadow filled with vibrant wildflowers and the sound of laughter echoing in the breeze. In this vision, she saw two children, a boy and a girl, playing a game of hide-and-seek among the flowers. Their joy was infectious, and Lily couldn't help but smile as she watched them. As the vision unfolded, she realized that the children were none other than the founders of her village, their friendship the seed from which the community had grown. The scene shifted, revealing a young woman standing at the edge of a cliff, her face turned towards a stormy sea. Despite the tumultuous waves, her expression was one of determination and hope. Lily understood that this woman had once faced a great challenge, her courage and resilience serving as an inspiration for generations to come. As the visions continued, Lily felt her heart swell with understanding and compassion. Each story revealed to her the interconnectedness of life, the importance of friendship and courage, and the beauty of embracing the unknown. When the last vision faded, Lily found herself back in the chamber, the orb resting quietly on the table. Eliana hovered nearby, her eyes filled with warmth and approval. "You have seen the wisdom of the forest," Eliana said softly. "Hold these lessons close to your heart, for they will guide you on your journey." Lily nodded, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. "Thank you, Eliana. I will cherish these stories and share them with others, so their wisdom may continue to grow." With a knowing smile, Eliana gestured towards the staircase. "Go now, dear Lily, and let the light of your heart guide you." As Lily ascended the steps, she felt the gentle embrace of the woods around her. The path home seemed brighter, the whispers of the forest more harmonious than ever before. By the time she reached the edge of the woods, the stars were beginning to twinkle in the evening sky, casting a gentle glow over the village. Lily's heart was full as she stepped onto the cobblestone streets, her mind alive with the tales she had witnessed. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the Whispering Woods would always be a part of her, guiding her with its timeless wisdom. In the days and weeks that followed, Lily shared the stories of the forest with her friends and neighbors. She spoke of the strength found in friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the beauty of life's interconnected tapestry. Her words inspired those around her, planting seeds of kindness and understanding that blossomed into a stronger, more compassionate community. As the seasons passed, the Whispering Woods continued to stand as a silent guardian over the village, its secrets shared with those who dared to listen. And Lily, with her heart full of wonder and wisdom, knew that the magic of the forest would forever be a part of her story. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars above, the Whispering Woods and its tales lived on, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the ever-turning wheel of life. Story 75. Story 76. Here is a bedtime story about personal growth and magical transformation. Once upon a time, deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young deer named Willow. Willow was a gentle and kind creature, but she struggled with fears that held her back from embracing her true self. Every spring when the flowers bloomed, Willow felt a stirring inside, a yearning for something more. But the familiar paths and shady glades felt so safe and comfortable. Even though her spirit longed to explore the mysteries beyond the forest's edge, her hooves felt rooted to the ground. Willow's best friend, a wise old oak tree named Oakley, could sense her inner turmoil. "Dear Willow," he said one sunny morning as she grazed near his sturdy trunk, "I see the questions shining in your eyes. Why do you resist the call to journey forth and discover what wonders await?" "Oh, Oakley," Willow sighed, nestling under the shelter of his broad canopy. "I know there is so much to see and experience out there, but I'm afraid of what lies beyond the safety of our forest home. What if I get lost or hurt? What if I'm not ready?" Oakley's leaves rustled with a gentle, reassuring laugh. "My sweet friend, you were born ready. The metamorphosis you seek is already unfolding within you, just as my buds unfurl into leaves each spring. All you need is courage to spread your wings." Willow blinked in surprise as she looked down at her slender legs. Where there had once been spindly fawn limbs, now emerged graceful shafts of pure light, tipped with dainty golden hooves. Her body began to emanate a soft, warm radiance, like sunbeams filtering through the trees. "What's happening to me?" she gasped with a mixture of wonder and trepidation. "You're becoming your truest self, Willow," Oakley explained. "A beautiful forest spirit who shines her inner light to illuminate the world." Over the next few days and weeks, Willow's transformation blossomed at an unhurried pace, much like the wildflowers carpeting the sun-dappled meadows in their vibrant colors. Her friend Oakley, ever a steady and patient presence, offered boundless wisdom and encouragement. Soon Willow felt an unmistakable sense of confidence and freedom welling up inside her luminous being. One misty dawn, she turned to Oakley with a smile. "I'm ready to explore what lies beyond our forest home," she announced. "Then you must follow your heart, my glowing friend," Oakley replied. "But remember, you can always return here to be revitalized by the strength and serenity of these timeless woods." And so Willow's magical journey of discovery began. Along the way, she encountered many new faces and fascinating lands. There were gorgeous sunlit meadows, rolling hills that brushed the bellies of billowy clouds, and craggy snow-capped peaks that took her breath away. In each new realm, Willow met allies who became treasured friends, like Zephyr, the playful wind sprite whose tickling breezes raised laughter from the deepest wellsprings of joy, or Ruby, the dragon pup, still mastering her fire breath but overflowing with fierce warmth and loyalty. There were challenges, too, from rushing rivers to cross and winding caves to navigate. Whenever Willow felt her inner light wavering, she remembered Oakley's wisdom and drew strength from the radiant truth of who she was. Though her outer journey eventually looped back to the enchanted forest of her birth, Willow remained ever changed. Her fearful roots loosened, replaced by an expansive sense of wonder. She glowed with a serene confidence born from listening to her heart's call. Most importantly, Willow shared her hard-won gifts with all she encountered, leaving a trail of illumination and uplifting hope. For she realized that, like her, every being in existence had an essential light to uncover and shine forth through embracing their personal metamorphosis. To this day, you can find Willow still journeying and exploring the vast mystical lands and skies, her path ever forward as a luminous forest spirit. She delights in using her light to reveal unseen beauty and warm the souls of any who feel lost or afraid to blossom into their fullest, most magical selves. Story 77. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willowbrook, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lila loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lila and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. "Ah, Lila dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. "Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel," Lila replied, her voice a gentle melody. "We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues." Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies." Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lila nodded thoughtfully. "We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel." With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lila continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lila looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lila's outstretched hand. "Greetings, child of Willowbrook," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm?" "We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village," Lila explained gently. "Do you perhaps know what might be causing them?" Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. "Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy." Lila's eyes brightened with understanding. "Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion." With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lila. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Lila and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lila watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Leela returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. Story 78. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always sweet with the scent of honeyed blossoms and the sun filtered through the leaves like golden syrup, there lay a quaint little village called Moonberry Hollow. The village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, curling chimneys that puffed out gentle wisps of smoke, and gardens bursting with vibrant flowers and herbs. In this peaceful place, where the days seemed to drift by like lazy clouds, lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a curious mind and a heart as warm as a summer breeze. She spent her days exploring the woods and fields, always eager to discover the secrets of her enchanting world. Her constant companion was a wise old owl named Oren, who perched on her shoulder and shared stories of the forest's mysteries. Oren had feathers as soft as moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of 1,000 stars. One crisp autumn morning, as the chill began to weave its way through the branches, Lila noticed something peculiar. The villagers were abuzz with whispers and puzzled expressions. It seemed that every night, just after the moon had risen, a strange, gentle humming sound could be heard echoing through the village. It was a soothing melody, yet it left everyone curious and a bit bewildered. Determined to uncover the source of the mysterious hum, Lila set out to investigate. She wrapped herself in her favorite knitted shawl, as colorful as an artist's palette, and with Oren fluttering at her side, she ventured into the forest under the silvery light of the waxing moon. The woods were alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. The path beneath Lila's feet was carpeted with fallen leaves, crunching softly with each step. Guided by the shimmer of moonbeams, they followed the sound, which grew clearer and more distinct as they ventured deeper into the forest. As they walked, Oren shared his insights. "The melody is unlike any I've heard in my long years," he mused, his voice a gentle rumble. "It carries a warmth, a kindness. Perhaps it's a call from an old friend of these woods." Their journey led them to a small clearing bathed in silver light, where they found a circle of ancient stones. In the center stood a glowing figure, a creature of ethereal beauty with wings that shimmered like spun glass. It was a sylph, a guardian of the forest's secrets and a creature of pure magic. The sylph's song was the source of the hum, a melody woven from the threads of starlight and dreams. She looked upon Lila and Oren with eyes that sparkled like dew on morning grass. "Ah, the curious hearts have found me," she said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves in the wind. Lila stepped forward, her heart filled with wonder. "Why do you sing, dear sylph? Your song has enchanted our village, and we wish to understand its purpose." The sylph smiled, a gentle curve of lips that spoke of ancient wisdom. "I sing to awaken the forest, to remind it of the joy of life as the seasons change. My song is a gift, a lullaby for the earth and all who dwell upon it." "But why now?" Lila asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Why at this time?" The sylph's wings fluttered softly, casting a shimmering light across the clearing. "This is a time of transition, a time for the world to prepare for the quiet slumber of winter. My song helps the creatures of the forest gather their strength and find their rest." Understanding dawned on Lila like the first light of dawn. The sylph's song was a gentle reminder of the cycles of nature, a call to embrace the changes with grace and serenity. It was a lesson in harmony, in living in tune with the world around them. Moved by the sylph's wisdom, Lila thanked her for the gift of understanding. "We will share your message with the village, so they too can find peace in the melody of the seasons." As the night deepened, the sylph continued her song, her presence a beacon of light and comfort in the heart of the forest. Lila and Oren made their way back to Moonberry Hollow, their hearts light with the joy of discovery and the warmth of friendship. The next day, as the sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leela gathered the villagers and shared the sylph's story. They listened with rapt attention, their worries eased by the knowledge that the hum was a song of nature's love, a gentle reminder of the beauty in every change. And so, the village of Moonberry Hollow embraced the sylph's song, letting its soothing melody guide them through the shifting seasons with hearts full of peace and gratitude. In the Whispering Woods, where magic and wonder danced hand in hand, Lila's journey had brought a deeper understanding of the world, a lesson woven into the very fabric of their lives, like a timeless lullaby sung beneath a blanket of stars. Story 79. Story 80. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Leora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the Whispering Woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Leora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Leora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Leora made her way towards the Whispering Woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Leora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the Whispering Woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Leora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Leora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Leora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Leora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Leora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Leora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Leora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Leora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Leora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words, the spirit faded, leaving Leora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the whispering woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so, Leora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Leora, with the Lantern of Luminara as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. Story 81. Story 82. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees filled the lazy afternoons, there lived a young girl named Miri. Miri had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 adventures yet to be told. Her favorite pastime was to sit on the porch of her cozy little cottage, gazing at the mysterious mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks hidden beneath a perpetual veil of mist. One golden autumn morning, when the leaves were turning to shades of amber and the cool breeze carried a hint of the coming winter, Miri decided it was the perfect day for an adventure. She packed a small satchel with her favorite honey cakes, a flask of warm tea, and her mother's old map, though she knew it by heart, and set off towards the mountains with a skip in her step. The path to the misty mountains was lined with towering oak trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As Miri walked, the world around her seemed to hold its breath in gentle anticipation, the air thick with the kind of magic that only children and dreamers could truly sense. The further she ventured, the more the familiar village faded into a distant memory, replaced by the wonders of nature's untouched beauty. After several hours of weaving through the verdant forest, Miri emerged into a clearing where the mountains stood tall and proud before her. Here the mist was thick and cool, wrapping around her like a soft, silken cloak. It was here that she first met the whimsy wisp, a curious little creature that glowed with a soft, shimmering light. It fluttered around Miri, trailing sparkles in the air like a comet tail, its laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello there," Miri greeted, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you a guardian of these mountains?" The whimsy wisp giggled, swirling around her with delight. "I am a friend to explorers like you," it chimed, its voice as light as the breeze. "Follow me if you dare, for there are wonders to behold and secrets to uncover." With her heart beating with excitement and wonder, Miri followed the wisp deeper into the mountains. The path was winding and sometimes steep, but the whimsy wisp was always there, its light guiding her through the mist. Along the way, they encountered a stream that sang as it danced over stones, its melody as soothing as the lullaby of a mother to her child. Miri paused to drink from the stream, its water crisp and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. As they climbed higher, the mist began to part, revealing a hidden valley bathed in golden sunlight. The valley was unlike anything Miri had ever seen, a place where colors seemed brighter and sounds more melodious. Here, trees bore fruits of every hue imaginable, and flowers bloomed in cascading waterfalls of color and scent. In the heart of this enchanted valley stood the grand oak, a tree so old and wise that it seemed to have witnessed the birth of time itself. Beneath the grand oak's sprawling branches, Miri found a gathering of creatures, none of which she had ever seen before. There was a fuzzle, a round, fluffy creature with fur that changed colors with its mood, a trillfin, a bird with iridescent feathers that sang in harmonies that echoed through the valley, and a gentle glimmerfox whose eyes sparkled like the first stars of evening. "Welcome, brave traveler," the grand oak's deep voice resonated through the air, warm and inviting. "You have come far and shown courage in the face of the unknown. What is it that you seek in this land of wonders?" Miri thought for a moment, her heart full of the beauty and magic surrounding her. "I seek to understand the world beyond my village," she replied softly. "To learn and grow, to see with my own eyes the miracles that lie beyond the familiar." The grand oak's leaves rustled approvingly, and the creatures gathered around her with smiles and nods. "You have shown courage, young one," the oak spoke, "for it takes a brave heart to step into the unknown. Know this, the world is full of wonders, and each step you take opens a new door to discovery." As the day wore on, Miri spent her time learning from the creatures, listening to their stories, and playing in the sun-dappled meadow. The fuzzle taught her how to weave crowns from the flowers that grew abundantly, while the trillfin sang songs that told tales of ancient times and distant lands. The glimmerfox, with its gentle gaze, showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Miri knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The whimsy wisp once again became her guide, leading her safely back through the mountains, its light a comforting presence in the growing twilight. When Miri finally emerged from the mist and saw the warm glow of her village lights in the distance, she felt a peace settle within her. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories and wisdom that would forever be a part of her. As she curled up in her bed that night, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Miri closed her eyes with a smile. She knew that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face them all with courage and an open heart. And so, with dreams of shimmering valleys and starry-eyed creatures, Miri drifted into a restful sleep, her spirit as light and free as the whimsy wisp that had led her to her adventure. Story 83. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals, and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. Story 84. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled amidst whispering woods and rolling hills, there was a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like the morning dew on a sunlit meadow. Lila lived in a small cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman known by all as the keeper of old tales and forgotten lore. Every evening after the sun had dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the crackling fireplace, eagerly listening to her grandmother's stories. These tales spoke of enchanted forests, hidden worlds beneath the earth, and magical objects that held the power to transform lives. One chilly autumn night, as the wind howled softly against the windows, Lila's grandmother began a story about a peculiar object known as the Whispering Locket. This locket, her grandmother began, her voice a gentle murmur against the backdrop of the crackling fire, was said to have the power to reveal truths and guide those who listened with an open heart. Intrigued, Lila asked, "Where's this locket now, Grandma?" Her grandmother smiled mysteriously, her eyes twinkling with secrets. Some say it lies hidden deep within the heart of the Whispering Woods, waiting for a worthy soul to discover it. That night, as Lila lay in bed, the story of the Whispering Locket lingered in her thoughts, weaving itself into her dreams. She imagined the locket glowing softly beneath the canopy of ancient trees, whispering secrets of the world to those who dared to listen. With the dawn came a newfound determination. Lila decided that she would embark on a journey to find the Whispering Locket. She felt a curious pull towards the woods, as if the very trees were calling her name with the rustle of their leaves. The next morning, with a knapsack filled with bread, cheese, and a canteen of fresh spring water, Lila set off towards the Whispering Woods. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. Birds chirped a cheerful melody, and squirrels scurried across the forest floor, pausing curiously to watch Lila as she passed. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the light grew dimmer, filtered through the thick canopy of leaves overhead. The air was cooler here, carrying the faint scent of moss and damp earth. Lila felt a tingling sense of excitement mixed with trepidation, for she knew she was entering a place where magic lingered in every shadow. Hours passed as Lila wandered deeper into the woods, guided by intuition and the occasional whisper of the wind. She paused to rest beside a gentle brook that babbled over smooth stones, its water clear as crystal. Here, she met a peculiar friend, a small, golden fox with eyes as bright as amber. The fox approached Lila with a cautious curiosity, its bushy tail flicking playfully. Lila extended her hand, and to her delight, the fox nuzzled its nose against her fingers. "Hello there," Lila said softly. "Are you a guardian of these woods?" The fox tilted its head, as if considering her words, then darted off a few paces, pausing to look back at her with an inviting gaze. It seemed to beckon Lila to follow, and with a sense of wonder, she did. They journeyed together through the forest, the fox leading Lila through hidden trails and secret glades. Along the way, Lila marveled at the beauty around her, the delicate ferns that unfurled in the shade, the vibrant mushrooms that dotted the forest floor, and the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the woodland, the fox led Lila to a clearing bathed in the golden light of dusk. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky like the arms of a wise old sage. Nestled among the roots of this grand tree was a small moss-covered stone altar. Upon it rested a locket, its silver surface glinting in the fading light. Lila's heart leaped with recognition. This was the whispering locket from her grandmother's tales. With a sense of reverence, Lila approached the altar. The locket seemed to hum softly, resonating with a melody that only her heart could hear. She reached out and gently lifted the locket from its resting place, feeling its cool weight in her palm. As she held the locket, a soft voice echoed in her mind, warm and wise. "What truth do you seek, dear child?" Lila closed her eyes, allowing the calm of the moment to wash over her. She thought of her grandmother, of the stories and wisdom she'd shared. She thought of her own place in the world, and the courage it took to seek the unknown. "I seek to understand my path," Lila whispered, her voice blending with the gentle rustle of leaves. The locket pulsed gently, and Lila felt a warmth spread through her, as if the very essence of the woods embraced her. Images danced before her mind's eye, her grandmother's loving smile, the friends she had yet to meet, and the adventures that awaited her beyond the horizon. In that moment, Lila understood that the journey she had embarked upon was not just about finding the locket, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within herself. The locket had guided her, but it was her own heart that had shown her the way. With newfound clarity, Lila opened her eyes and looked at the fox, who watched her with knowing eyes. She smiled, and the fox seemed to nod in approval, its tail flicking contentedly. As the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Lila returned the locket to the altar, feeling a sense of gratitude and peace. The fox led her back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. The journey home was filled with a quiet joy, the forest around her alive with the magic of the night. When Lila finally emerged from the woods, the village was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Her grandmother was waiting by the garden gate, her eyes full of pride and love. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, embracing Lila warmly. "I did, Grandma," Lila replied, her voice filled with the wisdom of her journey. "I found the whispering locket, but more importantly, I found myself." Her grandmother smiled, her heart full of understanding. Together, they walked back to their cozy cottage, where the fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting a warm glow across the room. As Lila lay in bed that night, she felt a deep sense of contentment. The forest had whispered its secrets, and she had listened with an open heart. Her dreams were filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight, a reminder that magic was everywhere, waiting to be discovered. And so, Lila's story became one of many, passed down through generations as a tale of courage, friendship, and the timeless journey of self-discovery. In the quiet village by the Whispering Woods, the legend of the Whispering Locket lived on, inspiring those who dared to seek their own truths. As the night deepened, the village lay in peaceful slumber, the stars watching over all with their gentle light. And in the heart of the woods, the ancient oak stood sentinel, its branches whispering secrets to the wind, a reminder that the world was full of wonder for those who listened with their hearts. Story 85. Once upon a time in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, They were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. "Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry," he mused. "Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood." Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. "It seems to me," he said in his deep, soothing voice, "that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self." The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled, "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade ginger-snap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Perhaps," Flora replied with a wink. "But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself." Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. "And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter," he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. Story 86. Story 87. In the serene village of Willowgrove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky, to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Finn. Story 88. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. "Today," Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony." The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. "Long ago," Fendrel continued, "the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus the season's dance was born. Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. "But," Fendrel cautioned, "this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond." Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. "How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance?" Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. "By understanding our place and helping one another. When you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive. Bramble the rabbit nodded thoughtfully. So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues. Exactly, Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts. As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and emerald forests, there lived a young apprentice named Lila. The villagers knew her by her gentle smile and the tiny bluebird that often perched on her shoulder. Lila was learning the art of herbal magic from Elder Willow, a wise and kind-hearted mentor who knew the secrets of the forest and the whispers of the wind. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the twilight breeze, strange occurrences began to unsettle the peaceful village. The air was filled with an unusual melody that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a hauntingly beautiful tune, like the soft strum of a harp mingling with the gentle rustling of leaves. Though it brought no harm, the melody lingered in the villagers' hearts, leaving them with a curious sense of wonder. Lila, intrigued by the mystical music, decided to unravel its mystery. With Elder Willow's blessing, she set out on her quest, guided by her faithful bluebird companion, who chirped encouragingly. The pair wandered into the heart of the forest, where the melody grew stronger, weaving through the trees like a silken thread. As they ventured deeper, they came upon a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Lila noticed something peculiar about this tree. Its bark shimmered softly, and tiny glowing creatures flitted between its leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the forest floor. "Ah, the luminous sprites," Lila whispered to her bluebird, recognizing the magical creatures from Elder Willow's tales. The sprites were known to be shy but helpful, often leading travelers to hidden wonders and treasures. Lila approached the oak reverently, her heart filled with a sense of awe and gratitude. "Dear luminous sprites," she called softly, "I seek the source of the enchanting melody that fills our village. Can you guide me?" The luminous sprites twinkled with delight, their light pulsing in a rhythm that seemed to echo the mysterious melody. They danced around Lila, creating a path of light that led deeper into the forest. Following the trail, Lila found herself at the entrance of a hidden glade. There, she discovered a beautiful ethereal harp woven from vines and moonbeams. It stood alone, its strings gently vibrating, crafting the melody that had captivated the village. Curious, Lila examined the harp closely. She noticed a small inscription on its base, written in the flowing script of the forest folk. "Harmony of Hearts," it read. Lila realized that the harp was not just a magical artifact, but a conduit for the emotions and wishes of those who listened to its song. Sitting beside the harp, Lila pondered the meaning of its melody. She closed her eyes, allowing the music to wash over her, bringing clarity and understanding. The harp's song was a call for unity and compassion, a reminder of the bonds that held the village together. With newfound insight, Lila decided to share this message with the villagers. She returned to the village, her heart light and her mind clear. The bluebirds sang joyfully, echoing the harmony she felt within. Gathering the villagers in the town square, Lila recounted her journey and the harp's message. She explained how the melody was a reflection of their own hearts, a reminder to cherish their connections and support one another through kindness and understanding. The villagers listened intently, their hearts touched by Lila's words. As the moon rose high above, casting its gentle glow, they joined hands, creating a circle of unity and warmth. Together, they sang a simple song of friendship, their voices blending harmoniously under the starlit sky. From that night onward, the village thrived with renewed spirit and camaraderie. The strange melody no longer seemed mysterious, but rather a cherished part of their lives, a gentle reminder of the power of unity and love. As for Lila, she continued her apprenticeship with Elder Willow, her heart full of gratitude for the wisdom she had gained. The luminous sprites often visited her, their playful lights dancing in her garden, a testament to the magical bond she had formed with the forest. And so, in the cozy village beneath the starry sky, the gentle mystery was resolved, leaving the villagers with a story of warmth and wonder to share by the fireside, as the melody of the harp played softly in their hearts. Story 93. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled among the rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Although her life seemed ordinary, she possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her home. From a tender age, Willow had felt a deep connection to nature, as if the very essence of the forest coursed through her veins. She would spend countless hours wandering through the trees, listening to their gentle whispers and marveling at the intricate tapestry of life that flourished beneath their boughs. One fateful day, as Willow sat beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, she heard a faint murmur that seemed to beckon her deeper into the forest. Intrigued, she followed the call, her heart pounding with excitement and a touch of apprehension. As she ventured farther into the woods, the sounds of the world she knew faded away, replaced by a symphony of unfamiliar melodies, the rustling of leaves, the gentle trickle of a hidden stream, and the melodic trills of birds she had never encountered before. Suddenly, Willow found herself standing before an ancient, gnarled tree unlike any she had ever seen. Its twisted branches seemed to reach out to her, beckoning her closer. Without hesitation, she placed her hand upon its weathered bark, and in that moment, the world around her shimmered and shifted. Willow gasped as she found herself transported to a realm where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred. This was the hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where magic thrived and the impossible became possible. As she explored this wondrous realm, Willow encountered beings she had only heard of in fairy tales, playful sprites darting amongst the wildflowers, wise old tree guardians whose bark had been etched with the stories of centuries, and gentle creatures that seemed to be made of living leaves and petals. One such being, a kindly old willow tree named Rowan, took Willow under his gentle guidance, teaching her the ways of this enchanted realm and the secrets of the natural world. He revealed to her the existence of a powerful, ancient artifact, the emerald seed, which had the ability to restore balance and harmony to any ecosystem it touched. Rowan explained that the emerald seed had been stolen by a group of mischievous sprites who, in their playful ignorance, had disrupted the delicate balance of the forest. Without the seed's power, the once vibrant realm was slowly withering, its magic fading with each passing day. Willow, her heart filled with determination, vowed to embark on a quest to recover the emerald seed and restore the hidden world to its former glory. With Rowan's guidance and the friendship of a merry band of woodland creatures, she set off on a journey that would test her courage, her wit, and her unwavering connection to the natural world. Along the way, Willow faced challenges that seemed insurmountable: treacherous ravines, tangled briar patches, and cunning riddles posed by the trickster sprites. Yet, with each obstacle she overcame, her bond with the forest grew stronger, and her understanding of the intricate web of life deepened. In one particularly harrowing encounter, Willow found herself trapped in the lair of a fearsome wyvern, a beast whose very breath could wither the mightiest of trees. But it was her compassion and her ability to communicate with the natural world that saved her. She calmed the wyvern's rage by offering it a soothing melody woven from the songs of the forest, reminding the creature of its own connection to the living world. Finally, after countless trials and tribulations, Willow came face to face with the mischievous sprites who had stolen the emerald seed. To her surprise, they were not malicious beings, but rather playful and curious creatures who had simply underestimated the power they held. With patience and understanding, Willow explained the importance of the seed and the delicate balance it maintained within the hidden realm. Moved by her words and her unwavering friendship, the sprites agreed to return the emerald seed, vowing to be more mindful of their actions in the future. As Willow held the glowing seed aloft, its verdant light swept across the realm, restoring the vibrant colors and rejuvenating the withering plants. The hidden world within the forest was once again alive with magic and wonder. But Willow's journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. She had grown from a wide-eyed child into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart firmly rooted in the natural world and her spirit emboldened by the friendships she had forged. As she made her way back to the familiar paths of her village, Willow carried with her the lessons she had learned, the importance of balance, the power of understanding, and the unbreakable bonds that connect all living beings. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the hidden realm, serving as a bridge between the world of humans and the enchanted realm within the forest. She shared her wisdom with all who would listen, teaching them to appreciate the wonders of nature and to tread lightly upon the earth. And in the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, Willow would sit beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, listening to the whispers of the forest and smiling at the memories of her extraordinary journey, a journey that had transformed her into a true child of the wild, forever connected to the beating heart of the natural world. Story 94. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay a small, verdant planet named Luminara. It was a world of gentle hills cloaked in emerald grasses, and rivers that sang softly as they wove through forests of towering, silver-barked trees. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers that carpeted the land in vibrant hues of pink and gold. On this peaceful planet lived a creature named Nara, a luminarian, with skin that glowed faintly like moonlight and eyes the color of the sky at dawn. Nara was a gentle soul, content with the simple pleasures of life, harvesting the sweet fruits that grew abundant on her family's orchard and listening to the wind whisper stories through the leaves. Meanwhile, across the vastness of space, on a planet named Aegis, a very different life existed. Aegis was a world of towering crystalline spires and bustling energy fields. Its skies were perpetually aglow with the vibrant hues of its many moons, and the constant hum of technological marvels filled the air. Here lived a being called Zeke, an Aegisan, with a body of shimmering metallic hues and eyes that flickered with the iridescent light of distant galaxies. Zeke was a curious inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and dreaming of the vastness beyond his own planet. His heart yearned for adventure, for the stories hidden among the stars. One day, while testing a new starship engine, an unexpected surge of energy hurled Zeke across the galaxy, landing him, rather unceremoniously, on the tranquil plains of Luminara. The crash was gentle, as far as landings go, cushioned by the soft grasses and the forgiving earth of Luminara. Nara, tending to her orchard, heard the distant thud and decided to investigate. As she approached the strange, gleaming vessel, she saw Zeke emerging, looking bewildered and a little charred around the edges. Nara's heart was filled with curiosity and a touch of fear. She had never seen anyone like Zeke before, but her natural kindness prevailed as she offered a hand in greeting, her soft glow a beacon of warmth and welcome. Zeke, grateful and a little embarrassed, accepted the gesture, his metallic skin cooling in the gentle breeze. Communication was their first challenge. The languages of their respective planets were as different as the worlds themselves. At first, they resorted to gestures and expressions. Nara pointed to the sky, then to Zeke's ship, raising her eyebrows in question. Zeke nodded, illustrating with his hands the trajectory of his unplanned journey. Despite the initial misunderstandings, a friendship began to blossom. Nara took Zeke to her home, where her family received him with open arms, offering food and a place to rest. Zeke, touched by their hospitality, marveled at the simplicity and beauty of their life. He began to share stories of his world, using holographic images from a pocket device, painting pictures of crystalline cities and technological wonders. As days turned into weeks, Zeke worked on repairing his ship, often with Nara by his side, her gentle presence a balm to the frustration that sometimes accompanied his efforts. Nara, in turn, showed Zeke the beauty of Luminara, from the hidden groves where crystal butterflies danced, to the serene lakes that reflected the skies like mirrors. One evening, as they sat by the fire, the stars twinkling overhead, Zeke shared a hologram of his family, the soft light casting a glow over their faces. Nara, with her empathetic heart, saw the longing in Zeke's eyes. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, understanding without words the ache of distance and the pull of home. Their friendship deepened through shared challenges. A sudden storm, fierce and unexpected, threatened to damage the ship further. Together, they worked tirelessly, Nara using her knowledge of the land to gather materials that Zeke fashioned into makeshift repairs. In those moments of urgency, their differences melted away, leaving only the shared goal and the bond of friendship. Through these trials, they discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that transcended words and worlds. They learned to appreciate each other's unique qualities. Nara admired Zeke's ingenuity and his courage to explore the unknown, while Zeke cherished Nara's wisdom and her ability to find beauty in simplicity. Finally, the day came when Zeke's ship was ready to return to Aegis. As he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled over them both. Zeke promised to return, to share more stories, and to learn more about the gentle world of Luminara. Nara gifted him a small vial of Luminara's fragrant blossoms, a reminder of the peace and friendship he had found. As Zeke's ship ascended, cutting a bright path across the sky, Nara watched, her heart full. She knew that their friendship, forged through understanding and shared trials, would remain a shining star in her heart, guiding her always. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered not only the stars, but the true meaning of friendship, a bond that, like the stars themselves, would endure across time and distance, lighting the way for their hearts. Story 95. Story 96. Once upon a time, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, there existed a small, buzzing spaceport known as Nexus Station. It was a place where travelers from countless planets came together, each bringing the peculiarities of their home worlds. Among the throng of beings, two very different creatures found themselves drawn into an adventure neither had anticipated. First was Tali, a delicate creature from the verdant world of Lusharia. She resembled a walking blossom, with petals that shimmered in hues of blue and violet, and a voice that echoed like the gentle rustle of leaves. Lusharians were known for their affinity with nature and their ability to communicate with all living things. Tali had come to Nexus Station in search of rare seeds to bring back to her planet's gardens. Then there was Drox, a sturdy, metallic being from the industrious planet of Farron. Drox's body was a marvel of engineering, a patchwork of gears and glowing circuits. Faronians were skilled in technology, but not known for their emotional depth. Drox had arrived at the station on a quest to find new alloys that could withstand the harshest conditions. On a particular day, as the chaos of the spaceport swirled around them, Tali and Drox collided in a busy market corridor. Tali's seeds scattered across the shiny floor, while Drox's metallic limbs clattered as he tried to regain his balance. "Oh dear," Tali exclaimed, her petals bristling with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." Drox, adjusting his optics, replied in a voice that hummed like a gentle engine. "No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going." As they both stooped to collect Tali's scattered seeds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Drox, unfamiliar with the organic delicacy of Lusharian flora, accidentally crushed a seed under his metal fingers. Tali gasped softly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "That was a rare one," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Drox, feeling a pang of something unfamiliar, guilt, offered, "I'll help you find another. I've seen a vendor selling seeds just down the corridor." Reluctantly, Tali agreed. and together they ventured deeper into the market. Along the way, Drox's candid curiosity about the seeds sparked a conversation. Tali shared stories of her lush home, where the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky danced with colors at dawn and dusk. In return, Drox spoke of Faron, where the skies were often hidden behind a veil of smog, but the night was illuminated by the glow of factories and the rhythmic hum of machinery. Their differences were vast, yet as they talked, a bridge of understanding began to form. Tali marveled at Drox's tales of invention and innovation, while Drox found himself enchanted by Tali's descriptions of a world so full of life and color. Their quest for the seed vendor led them to the outskirts of the market, where a small, unassuming stall was nestled between towering crates of exotic goods. The vendor, a wizened old Gricthorian with a voice like gravel, eyed them with suspicion. "What do you want?" he croaked, his three eyes blinking out of sequence. Tali stepped forward, her demeanor gentle yet firm. "We're looking for a Lucerian seed, a rare one. Would you happen to have any?" The Gricthorian grumbled, rummaging through his collection. Eventually, he produced a small, shimmering seed that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "This is what you're looking for, but it's not cheap," he warned. Drox, understanding the importance of the seed, offered to pay with a portion of the precious Feronian alloys he had brought to trade. The vendor agreed, and Tali's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Drox," she said softly. "This means a lot to me." Drox, feeling a warmth spreading through his circuits, simply nodded. "It's the least I could do after my clumsiness." As they returned to the heart of the spaceport, a sudden announcement crackled through the station's speakers. A solar storm was approaching, threatening to disrupt travel and communication throughout the sector. Panic rippled through the crowd, and travelers hurried to secure passage before the storm hit. Tali and Drox found themselves caught in the throng, but instead of being swept away by the chaos, they grew more determined to stick together. In the midst of the frenzy, they discovered that the storm's arrival would trap them at Nexus Station for several days. With no choice but to wait out the storm, Tali and Drox decided to make the best of their situation. They found refuge in a quaint corner of the station, a small garden dome where exotic plants from various worlds grew under artificial sunlight. It was here, surrounded by the calming presence of greenery, that they began to truly understand one another. In the serene atmosphere of the garden dome, Tali taught Drox about the art of Lucerian meditation, a practice that involved tuning into the symphony of life around them. As Drox attempted to still his mechanical mind, he experienced a strange new sensation, a sense of peace and connection he had never known. In return, Drox shared the wonders of Feronian technology with Tali, demonstrating how his internal systems worked and explaining the intricacies of his design. Tali, fascinated by the precision and ingenuity, found herself seeing Drox not just as a machine, but as a reflection of the beauty that could be found in creation of all kinds. As the days passed, the storm outside raged on, but inside the garden dome, a bond was forming. They laughed and shared stories, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deeper appreciation for each other's perspectives. One evening, as they watched the swirling vortex of the storm through the dome's transparent ceiling, Tali turned to Drox with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much from you, Drox. You've shown me that even things that seem cold and mechanical can have a warmth all their own." Drox, feeling an unexpected emotion welling up, replied, "And you've taught me that even a being of metal and circuits can find beauty in the natural world. I think we make quite the team." Their mutual support became evident when a sudden power outage plunged the station into darkness. Panic threatened to erupt among the stranded travelers, but Tali and Drox, guided by their newfound friendship, sprang into action. Using his internal battery, Drox provided a temporary source of light and power, while Tali, with her calming presence and gentle words, reassured those around them. Together they organized a safe, comfortable space for everyone to wait until the power was restored. In that moment, under the dim glow of Drox's lights and the comforting rustle of Tali's petals, the travelers of Nexus Station found solace. It was a testament to the unlikely bond between a being of metal and a creature of petals, and the strength they found in each other's company. Finally, As the solar storm subsided and the station's systems flickered back to life, Tali and Drox prepared to part ways. Their journey together had come to an end, but the friendship they had forged would linger in their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of the garden dome, Tali offered Drox a small, vibrant blossom from her world. "To remember our time together," she said with a smile. Drox accepted the gift, carefully placing it within a compartment in his chest. "And this," he said, handing Tali a small, sparkling gear from his own body, "to remind you of our shared adventure." With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the stars, knowing that no distance could diminish the friendship they had discovered. As Tali and Drox departed, each to their own world, they carried with them the lessons they had learned, that true friendship transcends differences, that understanding can overcome any misunderstanding, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's presence. And so in the vastness of the galaxy, under the endless tapestry of stars, Tali and Drox's story continued to echo, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in friendship and the warmth of a bond forged through shared trials and heartfelt understanding. Story 97. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced upon emerald leaves and mist swirled like a silken veil, lay a secret world. This realm was one where the whispers of the wind and the songs of the stream spoke of ages past, where the creatures of the forest lived in gentle harmony with nature and each other. The forest was home to a myriad of creatures, each with their own role in the delicate balance of life. Among them lived a wise old turtle named Tully, whose shell bore the intricate patterns of countless years. Tully was known as the keeper of stories, his wisdom passed down from generation to generation, like a river flowing through time. One crisp autumn morning, the forest awoke under a blanket of fog, the air tinged with the rich scent of damp earth and fallen leaves. It was on this morning that the young squirrel named Pippin scurried through the underbrush, his eyes wide with wonder. Pippin was a curious soul, his heart filled with questions about the world he called home. As Pippin scampered over gnarled roots and around towering trunks, he stumbled upon Tully, who was basking in a patch of sunlight that had broken through the canopy above. The old turtle's eyes twinkled with the warmth of 1,000 dawns as he watched Pippin approach. "Good morning, Pippin," Tully greeted, his voice as smooth as the river stones worn by time. "What brings you to my sunlit spot today?" Pippin hesitated for a moment, his bushy tail twitching with excitement. "Tully," he began, "I've heard whispers of a magical phenomenon that ties the changing seasons to the very heart of our forest. Can you tell me more about it?" The old turtle chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "Ah, the dance of the seasons," he said. "It is indeed a wondrous thing. Sit with me, young one, and I shall share the tale with you." Pippin settled beside Tully, listening intently as the turtle began his story. Long ago, when the world was still young, the forest was entrusted to the care of 4 ancient spirits, each one embodying a season. There was Bridget of the spring, with her cloak of blossoms and breath of warmth; Theros of the summer, radiant as the sun, bringing life and laughter; Aurum of the autumn, cloaked in gold, whispering change and reflection; and Hyros of the winter, serene and still, blanketing the forest in peace and rest. Tully paused, allowing the gentle rustle of the wind to fill the silence. These spirits, in their wisdom, understood that balance was essential for the harmony of the forest. And so they came together to create the Dance of the Seasons, a magical phenomenon that ensured the smooth transition from one season to the next. Pippin's eyes were wide with awe as he imagined the scene. "And what happens during this dance?" he asked eagerly. "The dance," Tully explained, "is a symphony of nature. It begins with Bridget painting the forest in vivid colors, coaxing the first buds from their sleep. As her song fades, Theros enters, his laughter echoing through the canopy as the sun's golden rays dance upon the leaves. When it is time for Theros to rest, Aurum steps in, his footsteps scattering leaves like whispers of wisdom, teaching us the beauty of letting go. Finally, Hyros arrives, wrapping the world in a gentle silence, a reminder that rest is as important as growth. As Tully spoke, Pippin could almost see the spirits moving through the forest, their presence felt in the shifting of the wind and the changing of the light. But how do they know when to begin the dance? He asked. Ah, Tully smiled. That is the magic of the forest itself. The spirits listen to the heart of the forest, to the rhythms of life that pulse beneath the earth and sing through the air. It is a bond forged through wisdom and respect, a cycle of giving and receiving that has existed since time immemorial. Pippin nodded, understanding now the delicate balance that sustained the world around him. The wisdom of the spirits was rooted not in power, but in harmony, a lesson passed down through the ages. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Pippin thanked Tully for sharing his tale. The young squirrel scampered away, his heart light and his mind filled with the stories of the forest. In the days that followed, Pippin watched the dance of the seasons unfold before him. He saw the first blush of spring color the world, felt the warmth of summer's embrace, marveled at the vibrant tapestry of autumn, and found solace in the quiet peace of winter. And with each change, he remembered the wisdom of the spirits and the balance they maintained. The forest continued its timeless cycle, a testament to the harmony that could be achieved when all creatures, great and small, lived with respect for each other and for the world they shared. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic intertwined, the stories of the dance of the seasons were passed down, whispered through the leaves and sung by the streams, a gentle reminder of the beauty of balance and the power of nature's wisdom. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Pippin curled up in his cozy nest, the warmth of the forest enveloping him like a soft blanket. He closed his eyes, his dreams filled with visions of the spirits' dance and the gentle lessons of harmony they imparted. And so, with peace in his heart and the promise of a new day, Pippin drifted into a deep and restful sleep. Story 98. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Her days were filled with the simple joys of exploring the meadows and befriending the woodland creatures that called the forest home. One crisp autumn morning, Lily ventured into the woods as she often did, her curious eyes scanning the fallen leaves for any signs of adventure. As she rounded a bend in the well-trodden path, something caught her eye. A glimmer of golden light peeking out from beneath a carpet of rust-colored foliage. Brushing aside the leaves, Lily gasped in delight as she uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer and dance in the dappled sunlight. Lily's fingers traced the intricate markings, and as she did, the lid of the box sprang open with a soft click. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a single acorn. But this was no ordinary acorn. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, its surface smooth and polished like a precious gemstone. Lily reached out to touch it, and as her fingertips made contact, a warm tingle spread through her body, filling her with a sense of wonder unlike anything she had ever experienced. From that moment on, Lily's world was forever changed. The acorn, she soon discovered, possessed an extraordinary power, the ability to bring inanimate objects to life with the mere touch of her hand. A stick became a loyal walking companion, a pebble transformed into a playful puppy, and the fallen leaves danced and swirled at her command. At first, Lily reveled in her newfound magic, her days filled with endless delight and discovery. But as time passed, she began to realize that with great power came great responsibility. The forest creatures, once her friends, now looked to her for guidance and protection. It was then that Lily embarked on a journey, not a physical one, but a journey of the heart and mind. She sought out the wisdom of the ancient oak trees, the whispering streams, and the gentle meadow flowers, learning the ways of nature and the importance of balance and harmony. Along the way, she found unexpected allies in the form of a quirky squirrel named Nutkin, whose mischievous antics often concealed surprising insights, and a wise old owl named Hooty, whose soft hoots offered sage advice. Together, they faced challenges that tested their courage and compassion. When a greedy logger threatened to destroy the forest, it was not through force but through wisdom and diplomacy that Lily and her friends were able to sway his heart and protect their beloved home. And when a terrible drought struck the land, Lily used her magic to coax the rain clouds to open, quenching the thirsty earth, and ensuring that the delicate balance of nature was restored. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lily grew into a young woman whose kindness and understanding touched all who knew her. The acorn's power became a tool for nurturing and healing, bringing joy and wonder to those around her. And though the magic of the acorn was extraordinary, Lily knew that her greatest power lay not in the ability to command objects, but in the capacity to love and cherish the world around her, a lesson she carried with her always, like a warm embrace from the forest itself. So, as the night draws to a close and the embers of the fire fade, remember the tale of Lily and the enchanted acorn, a story of discovery, friendship, and the extraordinary magic that can be found in the most ordinary of places, if only we open our hearts to its wonders. Story 99. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a whispering silver stream, there existed a small, unassuming shop known to the villagers simply as the Curious Corner. This shop, with its ivy-clad walls and a wooden sign swaying gently in the breeze, was a treasure trove of trinkets and baubles that seemed to hold a timeless charm. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun began to dip beyond the horizon, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone paths, a young girl named Clara wandered into the Curious Corner. Clara was known for her inquisitive nature, a girl whose eyes sparkled with the fire of discovery, and whose heart was filled with dreams yet to be dreamt. As Clara meandered through the shop, her fingers lightly brushed against dusty tomes and polished stones, until she came upon a peculiar item that caught her eye, a small, seemingly ordinary teapot with a delicate floral pattern. It was nestled on a high shelf, partially hidden by a cascade of silk scarves. Intrigued, Clara reached up and carefully lifted the teapot down, feeling a strange warmth emanate from it. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a voice as soothing as a lullaby, noticed Clara's interest. "Ah, the teapot of whispers," she said with a gentle smile. "It is said to hold the secrets of the heart for those who choose to listen." With a nod of encouragement from the shopkeeper, Clara decided to take the teapot home, her curiosity piqued. That evening, as the moonlight bathed her room in a silvery glow, Clara sat by her window with the teapot cradled in her lap. She could hear the soft rustling of leaves outside, the world slowly settling into the tranquility of night. As she traced the teapot's intricate patterns, a soft voice began to whisper from within. "Tell me, young one, what is it that you seek?" the voice murmured, as gentle as the breeze. Startled yet enchanted, Clara whispered back, "I wish to understand the true magic in the world, to see beyond the ordinary." The teapot seemed to hum in response, and from its spout, a tendril of mist unfurled, forming the image of a winding path through an enchanted forest. "Then a journey you must take," the whisper continued, "and along the way you shall find what you seek." With a newfound sense of purpose, Clara embarked on her journey the very next day. She set out into the forest, where the air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. The trees stood tall, their leaves rustling like a symphony composed by the wind. As Clara ventured deeper, she encountered her first helper, a wise old owl perched upon a gnarled branch. The owl's feathers were a soft blend of browns and whites, and its eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. "To find magic," the owl hooted softly, "one must first find the magic within. Look not just with your eyes, but with your heart." Clara thanked the owl, its words resonating with her, and continued on her path. The forest soon opened into a meadow where wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze, their colors vivid under the sun's embrace. Here she met a playful squirrel with a bushy tail and a mischievous twinkle in its eye. The squirrel bounded over to Clara, offering her a nut as a gift. "Remember," it chattered, "sometimes the smallest acts of kindness can reveal the greatest magic." Clara accepted the gift with gratitude, her heart warmed by the squirrel's generosity. She pressed onward, her spirit buoyed by the encounters she'd had. As dusk began to settle once more, Clara reached the edge of a serene lake, its surface smooth as glass and reflecting the twinkling stars above. She paused to rest, her reflection gazing back at her with a soft serenity. In that moment of stillness, the teapot whispered again, its voice a gentle caress. "You have seen what is to be seen, and felt what is to be felt. Now, share your newfound understanding with the world." Clara realized that her journey had indeed uncovered the magic she sought, not in fantastical spells or grand spectacles, but in the wisdom of nature, the kindness of strangers, and the quiet strength within her own heart. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Clara returned to her village. She shared her experiences with the villagers, her words imbued with the gentle magic she had discovered. And though the teapot remained a silent companion on her shelf, it had given her the gift of seeing the world through a lens of enchantment and peace. And so, Clara's days were filled with quiet joy, her nights with dreams as soft as the whispering winds. The village thrived in the warmth of her kindness, and the curious corner continued to offer secrets to those who dared to seek them. In the end, the teapot had been right all along. The true magic lay in the journey, in the heart, and in the gentle acts that bind a community together. And as Clara nestled into her bed each night, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, at peace with the ordinary, which was, after all, extraordinary in its own right. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Marin. Marin had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the rhythm of her daily routine. Her days were spent tending to her garden, a patchwork of vibrant colors that danced beneath the sun, and her evenings were reserved for quiet moments by the hearth, where the flickering flames cast a warm glow over her cozy cottage. But deep within her heart, Marin felt a stirring, a whisper of something new and unfamiliar. It was as if the wind carried a secret just for her, one that promised adventure beyond the horizon of her known world. Despite this yearning, the thought of change filled her with trepidation. She clung to her familiar patterns like a child to a cherished blanket, fearful of what might lie beyond. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blushed gold and crimson, Marin set out for her daily walk through the woods. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle breeze rustled the branches overhead. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a circle of mushrooms, perfectly formed with a luminescent glow. She had heard stories of such rings, whispered tales of magic and transformation. Curiosity mingled with her apprehension, but something in the air urged her forward. As she stepped into the circle, a tingling sensation spread through her, as if the very earth beneath her feet was alive with possibility. The world around her shimmered, and she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though inviting her to embrace the change she had so long resisted. In that moment, the forest seemed to breathe with her, its ancient magic awakening. From the shadows emerged a creature of ethereal beauty, a silver fox with eyes that sparkled like morning dew. The fox approached with graceful steps and spoke in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Fear not the winds of change, dear Marin," the fox said, its eyes kind and knowing, "for within them lies the seed of your growth. Embrace the journey, and you shall find the strength that has always dwelled within you." Though her heart still fluttered with uncertainty, Marin felt a newfound courage stirring. She realized that the fox was right. Perhaps it was time to step beyond the safety of her routine and discover what lay beyond. With a nod of gratitude, she followed the fox deeper into the forest, where the path was lit by the gentle glow of the mushrooms. Along their journey, they were joined by other creatures of the woods, a wise old owl who shared stories of the stars, a playful squirrel who taught her the joy of spontaneity, and a gentle deer who showed her the peace found in stillness. Each companion offered Marin a lesson in embracing the unknown, and with every step she felt her heart grow lighter. As the days turned into weeks, Marin discovered the beauty of transformation. She learned to dance with the wind, to listen to the whispers of the trees, and to find wonder in the smallest of things. The forest became her teacher, and with each lesson she felt herself blossoming, much like her beloved garden back home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Marin stood at the edge of a glistening lake. The fox, who had become a dear friend, stood beside her. The reflection on the water was that of a woman transformed, not by magic alone, but by the courage to embrace her own potential. "You have grown, dear Marin," said the fox, its voice filled with pride. "You have found your way through the forest of your fears, and now the world is yours to explore." Marin smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the companions who had walked beside her. She understood now that change was not something to be feared, but a gentle nudge from the universe, inviting her to become her truest self. With a heart full of newfound wisdom and an adventurous spirit, Maren returned to her village. Her garden seemed even more vibrant, as if reflecting the transformation within her. And though her routine had shifted, she found joy in the balance of old comforts and new discoveries. As the seasons turned, Maren continued to nurture her garden and her heart, always remembering the lessons of the forest. And on quiet evenings, as she sat by the crackling fire, she would tell tales of her journey to those who sought her wisdom, sharing the magic of personal growth and the beauty of embracing change. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village and the whispers of the forest, Maren lived her days with a heart open to the wonders of the world, knowing that true magic lay not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with open arms. In a quaint and quiet village nestled between rolling emerald hills and shimmering streams, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her garden, where sunflowers nodded lazily in the breeze and the scent of lavender hung sweetly in the air. Leora had often felt a whispering call from the past, a gentle nudge that tugged at the edges of her consciousness. Her grandmother, a wise woman who seemed to know the secrets of the earth and sky, had once shared stories of their ancestors, guardians of an ancient legacy that had long been forgotten. These tales, softly spoken beside the warmth of the kitchen hearth, painted pictures of wondrous artifacts imbued with magic and meaning. One golden morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the dewdrops on her garden leaves, Leora discovered a curious object half buried in the soil. It was a small, intricately carved box of warm mahogany, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to dance in the light. Her heart skipped with a sense of familiarity, as if the box had been waiting for her all along. With gentle care, she brushed away the earth and opened the box. Inside lay a delicate necklace, its pendant a translucent stone that shimmered like captured starlight. As her fingers traced the cool surface, a warm glow enveloped her, and she felt a connection to something far greater than herself. It was as if the voices of her ancestors whispered through the ages, guiding her toward an understanding that had eluded her until now. Eager to uncover the story behind this enchanting find, Leora sought the wisdom of the village elder, a kind-hearted sage named Tavian, known for his deep knowledge of the old ways. His cottage was a haven of serenity, filled with the comforting aroma of herbs and the soft, flickering light of candles. Tavian listened intently as Leora recounted her discovery, nodding with a knowing smile. "Ah, my dear," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby, "you have found the Heartstone, a symbol of unity and strength passed down through generations. It holds the essence of our heritage and the wisdom of those who came before us." The elders shared tales of their ancestors, a community bound by friendship and harmony, who revered the natural world and lived in balance with its rhythms. The Heartstone, he explained, was a reminder of their values, kindness, courage, and the enduring power of love. As Leora listened, she felt a deep sense of belonging, as if the threads of her life were weaving into a tapestry that spanned across time. The lessons of her ancestors resonated within her, teaching her that true strength lies in the bonds we forge and the love we share. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to her garden, the Heartstone resting warmly against her chest. She began to see her world through different eyes, the vibrant colors of the flowers, the gentle rustle of the leaves, the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. Each moment was a gift, a reflection of the legacy she now carried forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Leora sat beneath the old willow tree, its branches swaying softly in the evening breeze. She felt at peace, embraced by the gentle glow of the Heartstone, a beacon of the love and wisdom that flowed through her veins. In that tranquil moment, she understood that the journey of discovery was not just about uncovering the past, but about embracing the present with gratitude and grace. The legacy of her ancestors was alive within her, a guiding light that would illuminate her path and inspire others to seek the beauty in their own stories. And so, with the stars twinkling like distant ancestors watching over her, Leora closed her eyes, her heart full and content. She had found her place in the world, a place of connection, understanding, and endless possibilities. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that the legacy of the Heartstone would continue to glow brightly, a timeless testament to the enduring power of love and unity. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Whimsy Hollow, where the lanes were cobbled with candy stones and the rooftops shimmered like rainbow scales, there lived a peculiar family of hedgehogs known as the Twiddlepuffs. The Twiddlepuffs were no ordinary hedgehogs. Each member of the family had a unique magical trait. Fizz, the youngest, could make flowers bloom with a sneeze, while his sister, Tilly, had a giggle so infectious that it could make even the grumpiest of frogs join in a chorus of laughter. Their home was a delightful burrow nestled beneath a towering lollipop tree, where the air always smelled of mint and honey. Inside, the walls were lined with shelves of shimmering trinkets, each one a memento of adventures past. The fireplace crackled softly, its flames dancing a merry jig, while the scent of freshly baked acorn pie wafted through the air, inviting and warm. One sunny morning, as the dew still clung to the grass like tiny jewels, a peculiar event unfolded in Whimsy Hollow. The village's magical fountain, known for its sparkling waters that granted the most joyful dreams, had suddenly stopped flowing. The fountain, crafted from glistening crystal and adorned with carvings of playful otters, stood silent, its usual melody of tinkling waters replaced by an ominous hush. The villagers gathered around, their faces a mix of concern and curiosity. Among them was the wise and whimsical Mayor Pippin, a rabbit with spectacles perched precariously on his twitching nose and a waistcoat filled with pockets of peculiar odds and ends. "We must solve this riddle," declared Mayor Pippin, peering at the fountain with a thoughtful frown. "For without our dream water, the nights will grow restless and the dreams mundane." Fizz and Tilly, always up for an adventure, volunteered to help. With a spark of determination in their eyes, they set off on a quest to uncover the mystery. Their first stop was the cozy cottage of Granny Wobble, an elderly turtle with a pant for storytelling and a fondness for treacle. "Ah, yes," Granny Wobble mused, adjusting her spectacles with a slow, deliberate motion. "The fountain's heart is a crystal teardrop, known to be enchanted. It is said to be the source of its magic." "But where has the crystal gone?" Tilly asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "To find the crystal," Granny Wobble continued, "you must follow the path of the moonbeams, for they will lead you to the enchanted grove where whispers of old magic dwell." With Granny Wobble's cryptic advice in mind, Fizz and Tilly set off towards the edge of Whimsy Hollow, where the trees intertwined like old friends whispering secrets. As night fell, the moon cast a silvery glow across their path, illuminating a trail of moonbeams that danced like ribbons in the night. The journey was filled with delightful surprises. Along the way, they encountered Whisk the squirrel, who was renowned for his incredible juggling skills. Whisk joined them on their quest, juggling acorns and pine cones with such flair that it lifted their spirits and added a touch of whimsy to their travels. Eventually, the trio arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a place where the air shimmered with possibilities, and the trees whispered in a language only the heart could understand. In the heart of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its bark etched with ancient runes that glowed softly. Just as they approached, a small, mischievous sprite named Glimmer appeared, her wings sparkling like diamond dust. "I know what you seek," she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. The crystal teardrop was borrowed by the wind, who wished to compose a melody unlike any other. "Can we get it back?" Fizz inquired, his nose twitching with excitement. "Of course," Glimmer giggled. "All you need is a song of friendship, for the wind loves nothing more than the harmony of kindred souls." And so, beneath the canopy of the Enchanted Grove, Fizz, Tilly, and Whisk began to sing. Their melody was a lilting tune that spoke of laughter and dreams, of adventures shared and dreams fulfilled. The wind, who had been listening from afar, was so moved by their song that it returned the crystal teardrop, placing it gently in Fizz's tiny paws. With the crystal in hand, the trio made their way back to Whimsy Hollow, where a crowd of villagers greeted them with cheers and hugs. Mayor Pippin beamed with pride as he placed the crystal back in the fountain, and with a joyous gurgle, the waters began to flow once more, sparkling like 1,000 stars. That night, as the village drifted into slumber, the dreams that visited each villager were more vibrant and joyful than ever before. And as for Fizz and Tilly, they snuggled into their cozy burrow beneath the lollipop tree, the warmth of friendship and adventure weaving through their dreams like a gentle lullaby. And so, in the heart of Whimsy Hollow, where magic and laughter danced hand in hand, the Twiddlepuffs slept soundly, knowing that the world was just a little bit brighter because of their journey. And as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, the fountain sang its familiar song, a melody of dreams and delight that carried through the night, whispering promises of more whimsical adventures to come. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind and the ground was carpeted with a thick, velvety layer of moss, lay the tranquil village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its charming cottages, each with unique, colorful shutters and gardens spilling over with vibrant flowers. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, filling the air with the comforting aroma of burning wood and freshly baked bread. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to a serene life, surrounded by the gentle magic that infused the forest. It was a place where the birds could be heard chatting with the squirrels, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth stones. However, lately, a series of strange occurrences had set the villagers at witter with curiosity and mild concern. Every morning, just as the sun kissed the horizon, small objects would mysteriously move from their places. Teacups would relocate from kitchen tables to garden walls, and watering cans would be found hanging from tree branches, as if the trees themselves had decided to tend to the gardens. Though these happenings were harmless, they had puzzled the villagers, who were keen on understanding the playful mischief. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle heart. Lila had a particular fondness for the magical creatures that dwelled in the whispering woods, and often spent her afternoons exploring the forest paths, befriending the creatures she met along the way. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, who had feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and cloves, Lila set out to unravel the mystery of the moving objects. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, the one her grandmother had knitted, and tucked a notebook under her arm to record her observations. Her first stop was the quaint cottage of Mrs. Poppy, the village baker, who greeted Lila with a warm smile and a plate of freshly baked scones. "Oh, Lila dear," Mrs. Poppy chuckled, "those teacups of mine have quite the wanderlust. I found them perched on the windowsill this morning, enjoying the sunrise." Lila noted the incident in her book, and with a scone in hand, continued her investigation. She meandered through the village, speaking with the blacksmith whose tools had mysteriously rearranged themselves, and the gardener whose watering cans had taken to the trees. As she walked, Lila listened closely to the whispers of the forest, for she knew that the woods held secrets and stories untold. The rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks were like a melody, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest where the oldest magic lay. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lila found Oliver perched on a low branch. The owl blinked thoughtfully as Lila approached, her curiosity evident in her bright eyes. "Hello, Oliver," Lila greeted, giving a small bow. "I seek your wisdom in solving a curious puzzle. The objects in our village have taken to wandering in the night, and I wonder if the forest knows why." Oliver ruffled his feathers, considering the question. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted softly, "the forest is alive with ancient magic, and not all of it is understood by those who dwell in cottages. Sometimes the magic decides to play, to remind us of its presence and its joy." "But why now?" Lila asked, settling onto the soft moss beside the owl. "Why have the objects begun to move only recently?" Oliver tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the gold of the autumn leaves. "Perhaps the forest wishes to share a message or a lesson. Have you noticed anything else that might offer a clue?" Lila thought for a moment, recalling her observations. "The objects always move at dawn, when the first light touches the village, and they seem to gather in places where they can see the sunrise." The owl hooted in agreement, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Very good, Lila. The dawn is a time of new beginnings, of light overcoming darkness. Perhaps the forest wishes to teach the village the importance of embracing change and seeing the world from a new perspective." With the wisdom of Oliver's words, Lila felt a spark of understanding. The forest's magic was not a mystery to be solved, but a reminder to be cherished. The moving objects were an invitation for the villagers to pause, to appreciate the beauty of their world, and to find joy in the unexpected. Armed with this insight, Lila returned to the village and gathered the villagers in the town square. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, she shared Oliver's message. "The forest is inviting us to see our world anew," Lila explained, her voice clear and steady, "to find joy in the little changes, and to embrace the magic of each sunrise." The villagers listened, nodding as the truth of her words resonated in their hearts. From that day forward, they welcomed the playful magic of the forest, delighting in the whimsical surprises that greeted them each morning. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and the gentle hum of ancient magic. The villagers learned to cherish the dawn, to seek out the beauty in each day, and to find comfort in the knowledge that they were part of a world filled with wonder and possibility. As for Lila, she continued her explorations, guided by the wisdom of her friend Oliver, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those that invite us to open our hearts and see the world through eyes of wonder. And each night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the forest whispered its lullabies, Willowbrook slumbered in peace, comforted by the magic that cradled them all. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees stood tall and wise, there existed a forgotten glade bathed in perpetual twilight. This place was known only to the creatures of the forest, and a few rare souls who dared to venture beyond the well-trodden paths. The air here was imbued with the scent of pine and earth, carrying the gentle rustling of leaves like a soft lullaby. It was a realm where magic lingered, hiding in plain sight among the shadows and the light. Elliot, a curious young boy with a heart as open as the sky, discovered this hidden world one golden afternoon. His hair, tousled by the wind, glimmered like autumn leaves in the sun. He had been wandering through the forest, drawn by a deep-seated yearning for something he could not name. Elliot loved the forest. Its secrets whispered to him, and its beauty filled him with a profound sense of belonging. As he walked, each step cushioned by a carpet of moss and fallen leaves, he stumbled upon an ancient oak with a hollow that seemed to beckon him closer. Within this hollow, nestled among roots as thick as his arm, lay a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was smooth, worn by time, and etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle glow. Elliot's fingers brushed over the box, and a warmth spread through him, as if the object were alive. He hesitated for a moment, then carefully lifted it from its resting place. As he did, a soft sighing sound filled the air, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. With the box cradled in his hands, Elliot sat beneath the oak, leaning against its sturdy trunk. The world around him faded into a serene silence, leaving only the gentle hum of nature. He turned the box over, examining it from every angle before finally deciding to open it. Inside, resting on a bed of velvet as dark as midnight, was a small, crystalline orb. It shimmered with an inner light, casting tiny rainbows that danced around Elliot like playful spirits. Mesmerized, Elliot reached out to touch it, and as his fingertips brushed the surface, a tingling sensation raced up his arm. Suddenly, the orb began to glow more brightly, and a soft voice, warm and melodic, filled the air. "Welcome, Seeker," it said, resonating with a kindness that wrapped around Elliot like a comforting embrace. "You have found the heart of the forest, a gift of magic and mystery." Elliot blinked, his eyes wide with wonder. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this glade," the voice replied. "And you, dear child, have been chosen to carry the heart and listen to its song." The orb pulsed gently, and with each pulse, Elliot felt a connection forming, a bond with the forest and its secrets. "What do I do with it?" he asked, curiosity mingling with a sense of responsibility. "Listen," the voice advised. "Learn. The heart will guide you, reveal hidden truths, and teach you the language of the world around you. But remember, true power comes from understanding, not control." Elliot nodded, his mind awhirl with possibilities. He closed the box, feeling the weight of the orb settle within it, and tucked it safely into his satchel. As he rose to his feet, the forest seemed to awaken, the trees whispering encouragement, the leaves rustling with approval. Over the following days, Elliot returned to the glade, drawn to its serenity and the promise of discovery. He spent hours sitting beneath the ancient oak, listening to the heart's gentle murmur and learning the subtle language of the forest. Each day brought new revelations, a hidden path, a secret grove, the laughter of a brook that meandered through sun-dappled glens. One crisp morning, as the first rays of the sun painted the forest in shades of gold, Elliot encountered an unexpected visitor. A fox, its fur as red as flames, emerged from the underbrush. Its eyes, sharp and intelligent, regarded Elliot with curiosity. "Hello there," Elliot said softly, extending a hand in greeting. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air between them. Sensing no threat, it sat back on its haunches and regarded Elliot with a look of expectation. Elliot remembered the heart and its promise of connection. He retrieved the box from his satchel and opened it, letting the fox see the shimmering orb. The fox tilted its head, eyes reflecting the orb's light, and for a moment, Elliot felt as if he were gazing into a deep well of ancient wisdom. The fox blinked slowly, then trotted forward, brushing against Elliot's leg in a gesture of trust. Elliot smiled, a warmth spreading through him. Here was a friend, unexpected and wondrous, brought to him by the magic of the forest. From that day on, Elliot and the fox were inseparable. They explored the forest together, the fox leading Elliot to hidden places he never would have found on his own. In return, Elliot shared his discoveries and the knowledge imparted by the heart. As the seasons changed, Elliot grew in wisdom and understanding. The forest, once a place of mystery, became a living tapestry of stories and songs. He learned to read the language of the wind, to interpret the dance of the leaves, and to find beauty in the smallest details. But as Elliot's connection with the forest deepened, so too did his awareness of its fragility. He noticed signs of change: trees that stood bare in the wrong season, streams that ran dry, and animals that seemed restless, out of sync with the natural rhythm. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and violet, Elliot sat with the fox by his side, pondering the forest's plight. The heart glowed softly in his lap, its light casting gentle shadows. "What can we do?" Elliot asked aloud, his voice tinged with worry. The fox looked at him, its gaze steady and calm. Elliot felt the heart pulse in response, a silent reassurance that they were not alone. "Together we must find the source of this imbalance." The voice of the guardian spoke, its tone gentle yet resolute. "The forest has chosen you, Elliot, to be its champion. Trust in your bond with the heart and your friendship with the fox. They will guide you." Determined and hopeful, Elliot set out the next morning with the fox at his side. They traveled deeper into the forest than ever before, following signs and whispers that only they could perceive. The journey was long and arduous, but Elliot's heart was buoyed by a sense of purpose and the unwavering companionship of his fox friend. As they ventured onward, the forest revealed more of its wonders: a hidden waterfall that sang with the voices of 1,000 dreams, a glen where flowers bloomed in colors more vibrant than any rainbow. Yet alongside these marvels, Elliot also saw the signs of distress: trees that wept sap like tears, birds that called mournfully to the empty sky. One evening, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars, Elliot felt a shift in the air, a subtle change that sent a shiver down his spine. The fox, ever perceptive, rose to its feet, ears pricked and alert. "We're close," Elliot murmured, sensing that the source of the forest's imbalance lay just ahead. Together they pressed on, their path illuminated by the silvery light of the moon. Finally, they arrived at a clearing unlike any other. Here, in the center, stood a tree of immense size and age, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a guardian embracing the world. But this tree, once the heart of the forest, was withering. Its bark was cracked, its leaves brittle and lifeless. Approaching the tree, Elliot felt the heart in his satchel grow warm, its light pulsing in harmony with the tree's faint heartbeat. He understood then that the heart and the tree were connected, two halves of a greater whole. Elliot knelt before the tree, placing the heart upon the earth at its roots. He closed his eyes, reaching out with his mind and spirit to the guardian voice within the orb. "Please," he whispered, "show me how to help." In response, the heart flared with light, and Elliot found himself enveloped in a vision. He saw the forest as it once was, vibrant and alive, its creatures thriving in harmony. But then a shadow fell over the land, a darkness born of neglect and imbalance, threatening to unravel the delicate weave of life. The vision shifted, and Elliot saw himself, the fox by his side, standing as a beacon of hope. He saw the heart, its light spreading across the forest, mending the fractures and restoring balance. Elliot understood. The heart's power was not his to wield, but to share. To heal the forest, he needed to awaken the magic within every living thing, to remind them of their place in the grand tapestry. With newfound clarity, Elliot rose and turned to the fox, his faithful companion. Together they began to circle the great tree, the heart's light guiding their steps. As they moved, Elliot spoke, his voice carrying the ancient words of the forest, words of renewal and rebirth. The fox joined in, its voice a melody that wove through Elliot's words, binding them with the rhythm of nature. Around them the air shimmered, and the forest seemed to sigh in relief, the shadows retreating as light spread like a healing balm. They continued until the first light of dawn touched the clearing, bathing it in gold. The great tree, once withered, now stood tall and proud, its branches laden with leaves that sang with the wind. The balance had been restored, the forest's heartbeat strong and steady. Elliot felt a deep peace settle within him, a warmth that mirrored the light of the heart. He turned to the fox, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you," he said simply, knowing that their friendship had been the key to unlocking the forest's magic. The fox yipped softly, its eyes reflecting the dawn's light, and nuzzled Elliot's hand, a bond unspoken yet deeply felt. Elliot knew that his journey was only beginning. There were more mysteries to uncover, more stories to learn. But he was ready, for the heart of the forest was with him, and the friendship he had forged with the fox was a strength that would guide him through any challenge. As they left the clearing, the forest seemed to embrace them, its song a gentle promise of adventure and discovery. Elliot walked with a light heart, the fox by his side, knowing that together they would keep the magic of the forest alive. And so, beneath the canopy of leaves that whispered secrets only they could hear, Elliot and his fox friend ventured forth, guardians of the hidden world, champions of the magic that danced in the spaces between shadow and light. Together they embraced the mysteries of the forest, finding joy in every step and wonder in every breath. And as the sun rose higher in the sky, painting the world in vibrant hues, they knew that they had found their place in the ever-spinning tapestry of life. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time.